Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Her Outlaw by Sarah Bale, narrated by Reagan West and Gabrielle de Leon. 1. Nicole. My mom always said I was cursed. She'd wag her finger at me as tears streamed down my face from whatever misdeed had occurred at that moment. "Nicole Lynn Box," she'd say, "you are the unluckiest person I've ever met in my life. You daddy didn't even have luck this bad." Which is terrifying, since he died in a tragic accident at work when I was 3. Bad things just seemed to follow me around. I didn't know what she meant for the longest time. Not until I was 10 and falsely accused of stealing a stuffed animal on a class trip. No one believed me when I said it had somehow hooked itself onto my backpack. That I didn't put it there on purpose, even though it was totally something I'd play with. I got suspended for the incident, and from that moment on, all the teachers treated me differently. Like I was bad. I think that's when I realized my mom just might be right. That brings me to my current situation. I've fucked up again, which has to be some kind of record even for me. Federal Agent Fred Hill is waiting at the hospital exit, a frown on his face. That's nothing new, to be honest, but it doesn't make me feel any better. The nurse pushing my wheelchair says she'll miss seeing me around, though I'm sure she doesn't give a rat's ass about me. All I can think about is what led me to this moment. How I managed to fuck up everything, again. Agent Hill steps forward to help me from the wheelchair. I grimace in pain as I stand, but shove the feeling aside. I brought this on myself. "You sure you're well enough to leave?" There's concern behind his kind eyes. If I look at him too long, I'll give in and tell him I don't want to leave. I can't do that, though. I've burned every bridge possible, and there's nothing left here for me. So, I do what I've always done. I lie. 3 doctors said I was well enough to leave. Besides, I don't think I can handle another pudding cup. That blasphemous statement ought to burn my lips as they leave my mouth. As silly as it is, being able to get pudding has been the highlight of my stay at the hospital. Hell, maybe even the highlight of the year. Some would say it's a byproduct of growing up poor. They're probably right. So, pudding and spending time helping my best friend plot to get her men back have been the best parts of all this. Yeah, you heard me. Men. 4 of them, to be exact, though one is stubborn as hell, so there's no telling how long it'll take him to see what's right in front of him. The thought makes me frown for 3 reasons. 1, I'm jealous as hell of Olivia Mayhem, Liv to her friends, and what she has with the club officers of the Devil's Regents. 2, I'm unlikely to find love at this point, because I mess up everything. And I mean everything. 3, Nicole Lynn Box, aka Jazz, is about to disappear, as I've been given a chance to start over. Sure, I'll take my dark brown hair and boring brown eyes with me, and my face is still a bit too round in my opinion. But no one will know me once I leave Savannah. I should be thrilled to leave this all behind. So why am I so scared? Once I'm seated in the front seat of Agent Hill's car, he says, "Your personal items from the clubhouse were sent to a storage unit. Is there anything you'd like to get before you leave?" I'm not surprised that my things have already been moved. I was a mole, to everyone in that world, I'm the worst kind of person. I'm lucky they didn't burn everything and mail me the ashes, or worse, burn me. Not that the club officers would do it, because Saint's not that type. But word travels fast in a motorcycle club. Hell, they even tossed Liv to the side, which really surprises me. I mean, they loved her. They only tolerated me. I realize Agent Hill is waiting for a response, so I say, I don't need anything. Fresh start, right? Right. He pauses. Nicole, I know I haven't said it, but I'm proud of you. You upheld your end of the agreement. I'm sorry things didn't work out like you wanted. I lift a shoulder in a half shrug. You got the bad guy. Isn't that what this was all for? Sure, the bad guy ended up being someone other than the president of the Devil's Regents. But that's life. And I'm glad the feds couldn't pin anything on Saint Massacre, because he's a good guy who's been through hell. I just wish my own ass could have been saved in the process. Agent Hill rambles on as we drive, making idle chit-chat. And I stare out the window, letting my mind wander. When did my bad luck get out of hand? That's right. When my mother died in a freak accident on the eve of my 11th birthday. Needless to say, I blame myself. I'm the one who just had to have the trendy doll from that one movie for Christmas. I mean, all the other girls had it. And who doesn't want to be a princess? Even though we couldn't afford it. My mom wanted to make sure I had it too. When I let myself remember that day, it's like the police officer is there, telling me she's gone. She was rear-ended by a car, and then somehow spun across 6 lanes of traffic, right under a semi-truck. My only comfort in her death is that she died instantly. And that doll, the cop who worked the accident scene, brought it to me, his eyes full of sympathy. I never played with it, not even once. How could I? After that, I became an orphan and a ward of the state. I remember how angry my social workers would get with me in the beginning, when they still cared about me. I'd lie, telling people my mom was still alive, that she was coming to get me one day. Maybe even tomorrow, I'd cry. I was a modern-day Annie, in that sense. And God, did it make the other foster kids mad when I said it. She's not coming back. You're alone. No one will ever want you, Nicole. You're too old and too ugly. I snored under my breath. You'd think after all this time that I'd forget their words. I don't think I ever will. The pain and memories from my childhood, after my mom died, are hard to bear at times. I quickly learned that people try to glamorize being a foster kid, but they're either lying or just really lucky. No one wants a foster kid who's preteen, or even worse, an actual teenager. Before my mom passed away, I was quiet and would do whatever it took to stay out of the center of attention. That changed after my first foster home. They were mean, and I learned the hard way to fight back, or be hurt in ways I didn't know were possible. Ways that made me scared to sleep at night. Ways that still leave me waking up from nightmares. I bounced around a lot in those first few months. Got a reputation with my social worker after I cut another kid's hair while she slept. She tried to take my princess doll. Yes, that one. From my backpack. Had to teach her a lesson. That doll was all I had left in the world, and I wasn't going to let someone take it from me. That doll is probably in the storage unit with my other things. If I were to get one thing, it'd be that. But I can't bring my past with me. Not this time. Nicole? I look at Agent Hill and realize that not only have we stopped, but we're at a bus station. Guess it's time to face the present. Are you sure you're okay? We can always reschedule your ticket for another day. I'm good. I force a smile. Back where it all started, eh? Where am I off to this time? He stares at me, and I know he's thinking of the first time we met. After everything I've been through over the years, that's one day I don't want to remember. Because it reminds me of him. Of Hawk. Swallowing, I get out of the car and almost bump into a girl who's arguing with her mother. God, that girl could have been me at that age. I want to tell her to hold on to her mother and never let go. I want to tell the mom to be safe, because her little girl will be destroyed if something happens to her. I don't say a word, though. Agent Hill comes to my side, handing me my bag. Your ticket is inside. Bus doesn't leave for another hour. I can wait with you if you'd like. I'm good, Agent Hill. Really. Get home to your family. I'm not sure if he has a wife, but I know for a fact his daughter is in town. Liv mentioned it the other day. She just has a way with people that causes them to open up to her. Hell, I even almost told her all about my fucked up past. I don't know what stopped me. Maybe it's because saying it out loud makes it real. My mom died and left me. Hawk left me. The Devil's Regents are leaving me. There's a burner phone in there, and some cash. Because my old phone was confiscated by the feds, since it was considered evidence, and because they were paying for it. It's better, to be honest. I don't need the temptation of reaching out to people that I'm leaving behind. I mean, Liv might be the only person who could change my mind and make me want to stay. We could be miserable together. The idea should depress me, but it doesn't. A burner phone? Only the best from the feds. I'm mostly joking. I'm lucky they've upheld their end of our agreement. They didn't have to. Not after. I blink back the unexpected tears that fill my eyes. Damn. Who knew this was going to be so hard? Agent Hill touches my arm. Remember, you can't contact anyone from your old life. I know. Squaring my shoulders, I say. I'll be fine. I promise. He peers at me, but nods. Goodbye, Nicole. It's been a pleasure, Agent Hill. He walks away, and I feel like I'm losing another friend. I'm not sure when that happened, but it's true. Even if it's just one-sided. The man has helped me through some of the hardest points in my life. Even when I was being an asshole, he never lost faith in me. I stand outside until his car is out of sight. Sighing, I enter the lobby of the bus station. It's crowded, even for a Wednesday afternoon. I manage to grab a chair in a corner away from everyone. Unzipping the bag he handed me, I see my parting gift from the feds. The burner phone is on top, and looks like something you'd give a grandparent who doesn't know shit about technology. Under it is one change of clothes, an envelope with cash, and my new ID. There are some protein bars at the very bottom, and the side pocket has a water bottle. What a way to start my new life. No, I can't leave with this attitude. This is a fresh start, and I'm thankful for it. With my adjusted attitude, I look at the ID and wish I hadn't. Oh, good God. Wonder who picked this name. Because someone was definitely trying to get back at me. Name: America Washington. Nickname: America. America? Are they fucking serious? Age 25, born Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Occupation: waitress. Could they have made me any more of a stereotype? I'm sure America's favorite colors are red, white, and blue. She was definitely in the marching band in high school, and she probably highly considered joining the military, but served her country with one smile and one apple pie at a time. I realize I'm grinning like a fool. Hell, maybe this'll be fun. No one knows America Washington. She'll get a fresh start, whereas Nicole Box wouldn't. I glance at the bus ticket to see where my new life is going to be. Sampson, Mississippi. I've never even heard of it. Pulling out my burner phone, I Google it. It's a small town outside of Hattiesburg. My pulse thuds in my neck. I wonder if Agent Hill knows that the Mississippi chapter of the Devil's Regents is in Hattiesburg. I only found this out after attending the rally last month, where I met the president of the Mississippi chapter. You know, the same rally where I was injected with some shit by the true enemy of the Savannah chapter, and where my cover was blown. Sighing, I close my eyes, leaning back in the uncomfortable plastic chair. I remembered little from the rally at first. The shrink at the hospital said it was my way of processing everything that happened to me. She's probably right. The drug I was injected with caused a form of locked-in syndrome. I could hear and feel everything going on around me but couldn't speak, couldn't move. My memories would take over, colliding with what was right in front of me. Until one day I woke up in the hospital. It was terrifying, and at one point I thought I was going to die. The crazy thing is that my only thought at the time was that I was going to have to leave this earth without seeing Hawk. How pathetic is that? That I was worried about seeing a man I hadn't seen in fucking years. Years! Except I had been so close to seeing him at the rally. So close that I had seen the top of his head as he walked away. Club whore in tote. That stung, if I'm being honest. Of course, he had no idea that I was there. How would he? Really, our near-miss meeting is on par with the rest of our relationship. From the very beginning, I knew he was going to change my life. Too bad I didn't realize it might not be for the better. 2. Nicole. The bus ends up being an hour late, making me snort as I finally find my seat in the back. Luckily, I have the entire row to myself. Wonder if Agent Hill did this on purpose, or if it's by chance. I stow my bag under my seat and get comfortable. Taking the bus always takes twice as long. According to the sign at the front, it's going to take roughly 14 hours to travel from Savannah to Hattiesburg. From Hattiesburg, I'll take another bus to my new hometown of Sampson. If I'm lucky, I'll be there by tomorrow. The urge to pull my phone out is strong, but then I remember that I don't have any phone numbers. So I lean back, closing my eyes, letting sleep take over. Age 12. I was about 12 or so when I was dropped off at my latest foster home. It seemed like it might be decent. Well, at least at first glance. I mean, monsters rarely showed their faces right away. There were 8 kids total in the house. The oldest, Aiden, was the only biological kid to my foster parents. He was 18, almost 19, and all the girls in the house had crushes on him. He was tall, with sandy brown hair with hints of blonde in it. His eyes were green with specks of gold. I loved looking at his eyes, but got shy when he noticed. He must work out too, because his arms and legs were muscular, making him as big as his dad. He stayed to himself, which I got. I mean, the other kids were tools, and most of them smelled, literally. I was stuck in a room with 3 other girls who were so mean to me. The oldest girl liked to leave her dirty underwear under my pillow. My foster parents somehow managed to shove 2 sets of bunk beds into a room that looked like it should be a closet. Thankfully, I had top bunk, but only because one of the other girls still wet the bed. There weren't locks on the doors either, because we weren't supposed to have secrets. But I think it was so the foster dad could visit us at night. He came in a few times after he thought we were asleep and stood in front of Vanessa's bed. She was the oldest girl in the house, and I guess she was pretty with her blonde hair and big blue eyes. He liked to tell her how pretty she was, too. And sometimes I heard weird sounds, like she was gagging. I didn't dare open my eyes, though. One of the other girls did, and she got beaten with the belt for it. I wasn't naive. He was doing bad things to her. Maybe even the same things that happened to me at my last foster home. The foster mom was... God, she was so mean. She laughed when she heard the others making fun of me, and she liked to hit us for no reason. I wondered if she knew what her husband was doing at night, but I didn't dare to ask her. I might have been unlucky, but I wasn't stupid. Aiden kept to himself most of the time, but one morning, he caught one of the other kids trying to put his hand under my dress. Aiden pulled him away, like he was a superhero or something, and told the boy to leave me the F alone. Yeah, he really said the F word. Has that happened before? I stuttered out. Not here. His eyes narrowed. What does that mean? I've been touched before. Like that. Just not here. He closed his eyes like he was in pain. You swear no one has touched you here? Not even my dad? No one, I swear. You tell me if anyone does, got it? I nodded. Yeah. He started to leave. Wait, can I come with you? I saw the debate on his face. He didn't want an annoying kid to follow him. Forget it. Nick, wait. Yeah, you can come with me. I'm rebuilding my computer. You can help. Why do you have to build it? I thought they came already put together. He rambled on about gigabytes, RAMs, and other things that didn't make sense. But I got to sit with him in his room until dinner. He had a lock on the door, and his room was so nice. He had a big bed all to himself, a huge TV with a gaming system. He even had a mini fridge. He was so lucky. His mom laughed when she saw us together. I see you have a new shadow. She peered at me. Or dog. Lay off it, Mom. One of the other kids was trying to molest her. My cheeks flushed at his words. It sounded so bad when he said it like that. But I suppose that's what it was. His mom shrugged. It'll happen to her eventually. Before you know it, she'll be begging you to do it. Fuck off. You fuck off. Get the hell out of this room before you piss me off. To me, she said, help others set the table, unless you're too good for that. I nodded, rushing from the room. I didn't see Aiden for the rest of the night, but the next morning, he was waiting and walked me to school. Why are you walking with me? I asked. You look like you could use a friend. I stopped. Are we friends? Sure we are. For some reason, my eyes watered. I haven't had a friend. Not since my mom died. Saying the words made my throat burn, and I swallowed, trying to shove down the emotions that were threatening to escape. Hey now, don't cry. He put his arm over my shoulder. Everyone needs a friend. I bet you have lots of them at school. He made a face. Nah, I'm more of a loner. The other kids don't like me because I come from the wrong side of the tracks. But fuck 'em. I'll be out of here soon. I won't have to think about them ever again. You're leaving? Now my chest hurt for an entirely different reason. Yeah, one of these days. I graduate high school in May, so there won't be a reason to hang around after that. May was so soon. And then the rest of his words hit me. There wouldn't be a reason to hang around after that. Which meant I wasn't anything special to him. If I was, he'd stay. Oh, come on, Nick. Don't want you to be late. Why do you call me Nick? I think everyone should have a nickname. It sounds like a boy's name. He grinned. I hadn't noticed. Do you have a nickname? Goss. Why is that your nickname? Because of my middle name? At my look, he laughed. My middle name is Gosshawk. Aiden Gosshawk Watson. That's, interesting. It's dumb as hell. My mom named me after her favorite uncle, and my dumbass dad named me after his favorite bird. A goshawk is a type of hawk. Oh, wow. I'm sorry. A giggle escaped my lips before I could stop it. You think that's funny, huh? What's your middle name? It's Lynn, after my mom, I said proudly. Guess I can't make fun of that. So, I'm Nick and you're Goss. I like it. He smiled. Yeah, me too. Can I call you Goss? Sure. We were already at the middle school building, and I frowned. Have a good day, Nick. I'll be here when you get out. That made me smile, and I went inside, but not before calling out. Bye, Goss. From that moment on, I was glued to Goss's side. He kept the others away from me, and I even learned a thing or two about rebuilding a computer. The more I was with him, the more I could see that the real villains in the house were his parents. After listening to Vanessa talk to one of the other girls in the house, I was pretty sure Goss's dad was doing more than just touching her in bad places. I think he was raping her. When I mentioned it to Goss, he stilled. You didn't say anything to anyone, did you? No. But I should, right? No, you shouldn't. He sighed. No one will believe you. My parents? Well, they've got a lot of people fooled. You believe me, though? Yeah. And I promise one of these days I'm going to take care of it. But for now, please don't say anything. You'll only make things worse for everyone. I didn't like it. It made my stomach feel heavy, like I'd done something wrong. I took note of how my foster parents acted. They went to church on Sunday, taking part in every event. My foster dad was a deacon, and my foster mom helped teach the preschoolers during Sunday school. They attended school events, and my foster mom was on every committee possible. She baked, she cleaned, and she fundraised, all for the children. They even volunteered at the local food bank, making sure the poor were fed. Behind closed doors, they would strike us for the smallest things. Remember the girl I mentioned who wet the bed? Well, she did it again. Got the crap beat out of her when she tried to change her bedding in the middle of the night. She stayed at home to hide her bruises, and I was told to tell everyone that she had the flu. I think that was why the kids in the house were so quick to fight with each other. If they were fighting each other, our foster parents couldn't hurt them. Goss kept them away from me, though. He even tried to make sure the kids at school left me alone. Sadly for me, he wasn't there all the time, and the kids at school liked to pick on me because I was more mature than they were. My boobs and butt were too big compared to other girls my age, and my classmates took notice. I wasn't sure how he found out, but Goss showed up one day and beat the crap out of a kid who was calling me all sorts of dirty names. Said I was a lady, and that I should be treated with respect. At that moment, I realized something. I liked Goss more than a friend. It was stupid, though. He was so much older than me. There was no way he'd ever like me like that. My foster parents hated that he got into fights because of me. Said I wasn't worth it, which hurt. He told them they were wrong, which kind of gave me hope that he might like me too. Sometimes he'd even let me stay with him in his room at night. The other girls talked so much crap, saying I was doing nasty things for him to want me in there. But that wasn't true at all. He put a pillow between us and locked the door so his dad couldn't sneak in while we were sleeping. What they didn't know was we usually spent the night talking to each other in Pig Latin until we were both cracking up. Why does your dad do it? I asked one night. I'm not sure. Does he ever come in here? Goss stilled. Not in a long time. He didn't say anything else after that, and I thought I'd hurt his feelings. He finally said, "He'll pay for it one of these days. They both will." Oh. He smiled at me. Go to sleep, Nick. Tomorrow's a big day. Tomorrow was his birthday. I'd been saving my lunch money in secret, and I had bought him something. It was cheesy, and he'd probably laugh, but I wanted him to have it as soon as I saw it. I didn't have wrapping paper, so I used an old page from the newspaper. I hoped he didn't mind. Night, Goss. Night, Nick. The next day, he walked me to school and said he'd see me later. But when I got out of class, he wasn't there. He wasn't at the house either. Vanessa whispered to me, graduated, idiot. He's gone. You're lying. No, I'm not. He's gone. And you're not any better than the rest of us. He wouldn't just leave. I tried to reason with myself. Not without saying something to me, and not on his birthday. When I asked my foster mom where he was, she slapped me across the face. Never say his name again. Do you hear me? That boy is dead to me. I nodded. Yes, ma'am. Life was unbearable after that. Vanessa ran away a few weeks later. And one night after that, my foster dad came into our room. This time, he came to my bed. I was made to take Vanessa's old bed, so the new girl could have my bed on the top bunk. It made sense now that my foster dad was in here. He wanted me to be on the bottom bunk so he could watch me, touch me. I closed my eyes, trying to act like I was asleep, as he ran his finger through my hair and then under my nightshirt, where he touched me until I thought I was going to be sick. When his hands moved lower, I wanted to scream for him to stop, but I didn't even make a sound. I was too scared. He did nothing else, but I knew I wouldn't get lucky the next time. So I started planning my escape. It worried me, thinking about running away. But what choice did I have? The next day when I was coming home from school, I saw several cop cars in front of the house. There was also a van that said medical examiner on the side. As I got closer, I froze. They were wheeling out a body, and my foster mom was losing her mind. She was screaming and crying, and some ladies from church formed a circle around her, praying loudly, asking that the Lord take away her pain. When I got closer, one kid said to me, "He died." Who did? The pig. They found him face down in his cereal. One of the other kids said, "Good riddance. Now if only the witch would die." This got murmurs of agreement from the others. I stood, frozen. My foster dad was dead. I didn't have to worry about him anymore. I knew I should have felt some sense of sadness at his death, but I didn't. All I felt was relief. Things got messy after that. Our foster mom mysteriously died a few weeks later, after it came out that she and her dead husband were hurting the kids in the house. I heard one cop saying she'd overdosed, but that didn't make sense. I'd been around people who did drugs, and she didn't fit the bill. After that, all the foster kids were moved to different homes, and I thought my luck was finally changing. Yeah, right. No matter where I went, I didn't fit in. And thus began all the mistakes I made as I began my teenage rebellion. Let's just say that my file was very large, and there were things I wished I could take back. Present day. I jerk awake as the bus swerves into another lane. My throat is dry, and I fear I'm about to have a panic attack. Funny thing is, I never had panic attacks before. Not until I was injected with that shit. But now the smallest thing can set me off, making me feel like I'm losing control. Sometimes I'm not even sure I want to come back from it. Just give in to the panic and let go. But I always find my way out of it and center myself. The driver comes over the speakers. "Sorry about that, folks. There was a dead deer on the road. Didn't want to hit it." The lights dim as I try to get my bearings. It'd figure I'd dream of Hawk as I try to start my new life. I've always wondered if he was the one who killed his parents. As a kid, I naively believed he couldn't do something like that, even though a little voice in the back of my mind asked if I was sure. But I've also seen people do whatever it takes to live. No one would blame him if he did it. Hell, if I had thought about it, I might have even tried. Shifting in my seat, I stare out the window. Not that I can see anything. I just don't want to close my eyes. Not when there's a chance my dreams will go back to him. They always go back to him. 3. Nicole. I finally arrived to Hattiesburg at 2 in the fucking morning. The driver tells me the next bus to Samson won't be leaving until 7. He suggests finding a motel, but I don't want to waste my money. I store my backpack in one locker in the bathroom and walk outside into the humid night. Hattiesburg is a small city that still holds on to its southern charm. There's not much open at this time of night, but I see a lit Waffle House sign in the distance. Might as well grab something to eat. Plus, it'll be nice to stretch my aching muscles. I pass several small stores that make me wish I was going to be here long enough to shop. But then I remember that I have little money, or a place to stay, or even a car. No, all that is waiting for me in Samson. The restaurant is fairly empty, so I'm able to slip into a booth in the corner where I can people watch. There's a group of women who, by the looks of them, just got off work from a strip club. There's a man with them who can't stop smiling. Must be a client they're trying to woo. Gotta keep that money coming. And despite what most people think, that doesn't always mean sex. Sometimes the client is just looking for companionship. Or waffles. I order the special and get back to people watching. More women have come in, sitting at the table next to the other one. Seeing them laughing and having a good time makes me miss Arizona and Tulip, my old co-workers from the strip club in Savannah. I frown, looking away from the group. Is everything going to remind me of the life I'm leaving behind? I'm thinking so. My food is delivered, and I dig in half-heartedly. I'm almost finished when the bell above the door dings, and rowdy male laughter fills the room. I glance up, and then have to do a damn double take. 4 men are headed my way to the table in front of me, and they're wearing motherfucking Devil's Regents cuts. One guy calls out, "Molly, babe, can we get some water? Ice needs to sober up before we go home." A man with piercing blue eyes flips the man off and says, "Don't listen to him, Ms. Molly. We all know Tex is the one who can't handle his shit." Ice's blue eyes must be how he got his road name. It's fitting as hell, to be honest. I've always loved guessing where and how the guys get their nicknames. Sometimes they pick. Other times it's the prez or one of the other club officers. But there's always a story, and it's usually a good one. Their loud banter has caught the eye of the strippers, who are now moving toward them, clearly on the prowl. Jesus, this is not what I want to see. It's too close to what I just left behind. Reaching into my pocket, I toss down a 20, far more than my meal will cost, and scoot from the booth. Only, I'm not going to be able to get around them without saying something. "Sorry, can I just slide by?" I say to one of the guys. He peers down at me. "Hello, beautiful. Where are you off to?" There's a slight accent to his voice. Italian? "Leave her alone, Titan," I says. "The lady clearly wants to go home." Titan steps to the side, looking sincere. "Hope I didn't offend you, ma'am." "You're good. I just need to get back to the bus station." "Well, if you're ever back in town, look me up. I'd like to take you out for drinks to make up for my rude behavior." The winks he adds at the end is a nice touch, and I find myself smiling. "Oh? And where would I find you?" "Devil's Regents Clubhouse, just outside of town. Tell them
Titan is expecting you.
I'll think about it. This makes the others laugh, and Titan's ears turn pink. Guess he's not used to being turned down. Well, Titan, it was nice to meet you. Have a good night. I head outside, back toward the bus station, before I do something I'll regret, like telling him we should go back to the clubhouse now. Hell, I'm not even sure they'd know who I am here. It's not like Saint would send my photo out. Would he? But then I remember someone here knows who I am, and that someone is the president of the Hattiesburg chapter, the man known as Hades. Well, shit. Guess listening to my gut and leaving was a smart choice after all. I'm almost to my destination when I realize I'm being followed. A quick glance over my shoulder confirms that it's Titan. Didn't peg you as the stalker type, I call out.
Not stalking. Just making sure you make it back safely. Never know what kind of person you're going to run into.
I stop so he can catch up. Thanks for looking out for me.
No problem. So, where are you headed?
Samson. Ever hear of it? He makes a face.
Yeah, I got a cousin who lives there.
Funny, so do I. I lie.
I didn't catch your name back at the Waffle House, he says.
America, Washington. It's short for America. And yes, my folks are totally patriotic. He laughs, loud and deep.
Let me guess. Your middle name is Liberty?
How did you know? I deadpan.
Shit. That's a lot of pressure to put on a kid's shoulder.
Tell me about it, he says.
This is gonna sound weird, America, but I feel like I've seen you before.
I take a good look at him. He's tall and muscular, tan skin from being on his motorcycle, brown hair that's buzzed close to his scalp, brown eyes, basically an average Joe on steroids. If he thinks we've met, there's a chance he was at the rally. A lot of my memory is blurry from that weekend, but his name doesn't ring a bell, and I'd like to think I'd remember such a kind man. I get that a lot. Everyone's got a friend who looks like me, I think.
Nah, it's more than that.
He shakes his head.
It'll come to me.
I hope it doesn't, because I'm not ready to deal with questions people are likely to have when they find out I've left Savannah and my reason for leaving. We reach the bus station, and he opens the door for me. Thanks. I'm surprised when he follows me inside.
Figured I'd sit with you for a bit, just in case.
He's eyeing a man across the room who appears to be homeless. That doesn't necessarily make the man a bad person, but I'm painfully aware that you don't know someone's true colors until it's too late. Thank you. I'm gonna grab my bag from the locker room. When I come out, Titan hands me a bottled water, seal still intact.
I grabbed us each a water and some snacks.
Thanks. We sit in comfortable silence as we eat, though I'm not really hungry after the meal I just had. After we eat, we swap stories to kill time. He's a natural storyteller and has me laughing a couple of times. Plus, it's nice having someone to talk to. Around 6 a.m, Titan stretches his long legs.
Man, I don't miss this, he says.
Miss what?
Taking the bus. When I was in the Army, this was the common mode of transportation. Sucked ass.
I laugh. Yeah, it's not my choice either. But it's cheaper than a plane ticket. Plus, it's good people watching.
That's no lie.
So, you're in a motorcycle club? How'd you end up there? He glances at me.
When I got out of the Army, I just kind of fell into it.
I'm guessing that happens a lot. because back in Savannah there were several guys in the club who were former military guys. Bash, the club's enforcer, once told me it's because they need that sense of brotherhood and purpose. And he was speaking from experience. Titan nods.
It does. You must know a biker.
I instantly go on alert. What makes you say that?
You called it a club and not a gang.
Come on. That was like the one thing I took away from Sons of Anarchy. I grin. But yeah, I've been around bikers before.
Which makes you even more interesting, Merica. Most chicks can't hang with us, but I bet you could.
I wish I was one of those girls who could take the subtle invitation he's giving and run with it. Lose myself in a lie for a bit. But I can't. Not when I'm trying to start fresh. Besides, why ruin my dry streak now? I smile as I stand. I think that's my bus they're boarding. Thank you for sitting with me, Titan. He reaches out, touching my arm.
I mean it. If you ever find yourself back in town, look me up.
Sure thing. I lie. He stands there as I board the bus, and doesn't leave even as the bus departs. Leaning back in my seat, I close my eyes. Why can't I allow myself to move on after all this time? How can I still be hung up on the man who fucking broke my heart?
Hawk. The guys come in, laughing and cutting up. Probably spent another night getting fucked up at one of the many bars in town. What they don't know is that a war is brewing. Soon the time for fun and games will have to be put on hold, as they choose if they're going to fight for what they have here or let it slip between their fingers. I glance at Hades, who has his eyes on his woman. Are you even listening to what I am saying? Hades' gaze narrows as he stares at me. Yes, I'm listening. My answer's the same. Stand down. If we engage, we'll be starting a war, and that's not something I'm prepared for. If you wait, then the blood of your brothers is on your hands. Hades stands. Princess, let's go to bed. His old lady looks confused as she stands too. Is everything okay? Just ready to make love to you, my sweet wife. If anyone else other than Hades said this, it'd sound fake as fuck. But he means every word, and she's eating it up. You'd think they were newlyweds with the way they carry on, but they've been together for years, have 3 kids, and if I were to guess, another one on the way. Hades turns to me as he leaves. If I hear that you've gone behind my back, I won't, I bite out. I follow command, even if it's bullshit. The room goes silent, as most people in their right mind wouldn't dare to cross the prez of a club. Hades shakes his head, lifting Princess into his arms as they escape to their room. Ice and Titan come to my side as soon as he's gone. Dude, you're playing with fire. He's doing you a favor by letting you stay here. I snort. You've got that all wrong, Titan. I'm doing him a favor by helping him take care of his problem. Ice, who's the type to sit back and watch, asks, how bad is it? Worse than he wants to admit. He's going to have to take a stand, and they're going to try to move in on his turf. Titan says, let them fucking try. Normally I'd agree with you, but I've looked into them. They play dirty. Right now, they're dabbling in illegal weapons that appear to be a cover for human trafficking. No one seems to know who the main boss is, either. I take a drink of my beer. It's not their prez, that much I know. Because he cried like a little bitch at the first flesh wound I gave him. Dude's a fucking fraud. Claims to be this badass, when in reality, he's a businessman going through a midlife crisis. Too bad his club is involved in some bad shit. Shit that I'm going to have to clean up before it gets too far. Ice says, we're here to help. Just give us the word. Thanks, brother. Won't do any good until Hades sees it for himself. I've known Hades for years, back from when I lived in Savannah and was part of the club there. The guy's always been stubborn as a fucking rock. Won't budge for shit. Sometimes that's a good quality to have. This time, it's not. This time, it's going to get someone hurt. Ice asks, "What is it?" I'm worried they're going to make a play for someone close to him. Maybe even his old lady. Send a message in a big way. People know she's famous, or used to be. Both men speak at the same time. Oh, fuck no. Did you tell Hades this? I answer Ice. I tried, but he won't hear me. Best I can do is monitor until he listens to reason. Titan sighs. Guess that means no more trips to the bars for a while. That's on you. Ice leans forward so he could see Titan. Speaking of the bar, did you ever figure out where you knew that chick from? Titan meeting a woman at a bar is not unusual. Hell, he's been known to come back with several ladies, all willing to have a good time with a godlike man. Titan shakes his head. No, bro, and it's bugging the hell out of me. Ice lifts an eyebrow, as if he's waiting for Titan to say something. After a moment, Titan says, Fine. I took a photo of her when she wasn't looking. I'm going to do a reverse image search online to see if we've met. Ice laughs. I'm sure the army would be pleased to see this is how you're using all that special training they gave you. Laugh all you want, but I never forget a face, and I've definitely seen her face. I ask, this mystery lady have a name? America Washington. Said her folks were super patriotic. We all laugh at the poor girl's name as Titan unlocks his cell. Here, this is what she looks like. I glance at the screen and feel like a bucket of fucking icy water has been tossed over my head. Fuck me. Hawk, what is it, man? I'm gripping the bar so tight that my knuckles are white and the wood cracks, as if it might break. She looks familiar, because she's the woman I've been looking for. I lift my phone, where a younger version of Nicole smiles back at me on my lock screen. I'm guessing this is where you've seen her face before. Titan's eyes go wide. Fuck, that's definitely your Nicole. Yeah. Why in the hell did she say her name was America? I stand. I don't know, but I'm gonna fucking find out.
4. Nicole. Sampson, Mississippi isn't what I expect. That's not necessarily good or bad, it's just different. If I'm being honest, it's not Savannah, which has been my home for a long time. But that ship has sailed, and there's no going back, no matter how much I miss it. When I step off the bus, a man in a suit is waiting for me, introducing himself as Agent Myers.
I'll take you to your new house and then show you where you'll be working on Monday.
Monday, huh? Not giving me much time to settle in. He smiles.
It helps to dive right in.
The house he takes me to is actually one half of a duplex in a row of duplexes. It's nothing fancy, but I've lived in worse. Agent Myers tells me that my neighbor is an elderly man who keeps to himself.
As long as your music and TV aren't too loud, you'll be fine.
Got it. He unlocks the door, letting me walk in first. It's small and smells faintly of mothballs. There's a couch, TV, and a box with what looks to be personal hygiene items.
The unit doesn't have a bedroom, but the couch pulls out into a bed. There's a cabinet in the bathroom that should work to store your clothes. Of course, you're more than welcome to buy more furniture.
I feel sick to my stomach. This is what my new life is going to be like? My room at the clubhouse back in Savannah was twice as big, and I had my own luxurious bathroom. This place is borderline poverty level. Of course, now that I'm on my own, that might be closer to the truth than I care to admit. You mentioned showing me where I'll be working.
Yes, it's right across the street, actually. You're going to be waitressing. Your file said you had experience. I was a bartender, but I don't point this out because I'm sure he doesn't care. He points to the diner that is indeed across the street. Sounds like I'll be living on tips, and not even the tips I made while bartending at a strip club. I frown. I guess that means I don't have a car? Unfortunately, the paperwork for that didn't go through. Agent Hill back in Savannah has requested an audit on your case to see how it was missed, but it will still take a while to hear back. I'll let you know when I hear something. Okay. He goes over a few more things, like what time I'm supposed to report to work tomorrow, and then moves toward the door. Well, I think that's about it. Here's my card in case you need anything. He hands me the business card, with his cell number sloppily scribbled on the bottom. Thank you. Good luck with your new life, America. He leaves, closing the door behind him. I sit on the couch, trying to not fucking freak out. No wonder Agent Hill asked if I wanted to bring any of my belongings with me. I should have taken him up on his offer. My One Tree Hill posters would have at least covered the hideous walls. I look through the box. Cool. Not many clothing options either. Guess the first thing I'll have to do when I get paid is go shopping. Fuck it. I might as well go to bed. I don't even bother unfolding the mattress on the couch. Instead, I grab the only blanket in the box, wrapping myself like a burrito as I settle back on the lumpy cushions. Sleep won't come, and I know why. It's because of the man I ran into last night. Titan. Seeing him was a slap in the face, knowing how close I'd been to seeing Hawk and then missing him. I wonder if he's tried looking for me. Probably not. Sighing, I allow myself to get lost in my memories. Hell, that's all I have left of him. Age 15. I was arrested for the first time when I was 14. I saw a computer that reminded me of Goss and tried to take it. Yeah, that probably wasn't the smartest thing I tried to steal. I aimed too high. Should have gone for a laptop. My next arrest was from loitering in front of a store. How lame was that? Then for fighting at school. Okay, I was beating the shit out of a douchebag teacher, but he had it coming. He kept trying to look down my shirt, and I finally had enough of it. By that point, I was a regular at the juvenile detention center. My shitty record and my shitty luck landed me on the streets with nowhere to go when I was 15. Atlanta was not the place one wanted to find themselves with no place to live. I bounced around for a while. Some of my schoolmates let me crash with them until their parents got suspicious. When I exhausted those options, I moved on to former foster kids who were now adults. Vanessa let me stay with her for a month until she got knocked up by her gross landlord, who was like 3 times as old as she was. That's how I ended up sleeping on a park bench. But then this old guy saw me trying to protect myself from the rain and offered me a place to stay. I went with him, and it never even crossed my mind that I was making a mistake. His hands shook as he unlocked the door. Here we go. He stepped aside, letting me walk in first. It smelled dank, and things didn't get much better when he flipped on the light. There were boxes everywhere, reminding me of one of those hoarding shows I'd seen on TV. Even then, I still didn't think, hey, girl, maybe you shouldn't be here. Now, let's get you some food. You look like a good wind will blow you over. That right there was why I didn't leave. I was so tired and hungry, and he fed me, and his place was warm. Plus, the dude was like 80 and looked like a nice old grandpa. So I assumed I was safe. Spoiler alert, he wasn't nice. He attacked me with surprising brute strength and
said I was going to pay him back for the food by letting him fuck me. I tried to reason with him, told him I was only 15. He said that was the way he liked them. I managed to get away before he could rape me, running outside, and right into the arms of someone I never thought I'd see again. It was Aiden. My goss. But this version was hard and more muscular and sexy. God, was he sexy. Nicole, what the fuck are you doing here? He looked around as if he was afraid someone would see us talking. He probably had the right idea, since this apartment complex was apparently where all the psychos hung out. I burst into tears, unable to tell him what had happened to me. And I didn't just mean what had almost happened tonight. I meant all of it, from the moment he left me until now. His green eyes softened. Come on, it's freezing out here. For the second time that night, I followed someone I didn't know that well into a room. He closed the door behind us and crossed the room to the tattered couch, grabbing a blanket and handing it to me. Here, you look cold. Thanks. I sniffled, looking around. It was better than looking at him, because he'd somehow gotten even cuter since the last time I saw him. His arms were covered in tattoos, and his sandy blonde hair was darker now. Plus, he had a beard, making him look older than he was. You live here? For now, yeah. The living room was bare, except for the couch that had seen better days. I wasn't sure if the holes in it were from rats, or if someone cut the mustard yellow material. From my viewpoint, I could see down the narrow hallway into the bedroom, where a mattress sat on the floor. How long have you been here, Goss? He cringed. Don't call me that. But it's your name? I wasn't sure why it came out as a question, but it did. Not anymore, Nicole. That was the second time he'd called me Nicole instead of Nick. Maybe he thought he was too mature for nicknames now. Okay. I drug the word out into 4 syllables. So, what am I supposed to call you? Not Goss. Aiden? Everyone calls me Hawk. Once I get patched in, it'll be official. Hawk. Because his middle name was a type of hawk, or because of the unnerving way he stared with his hawk-like eyes. I wanted to ask, but didn't. Patched in? I'm trying to join a motorcycle club out in Savannah. Motorcycle club? As in a motorcycle gang? Goss. Hawk. Whatever your name is. Have you lost your mind? Gangs are bad. He let out a low laugh that did things to me. Things I wasn't sure I understood either. Okay, I understood them. But how could he still make me feel this way after all this time? Always so damn innocent, he said, mostly to himself. I straightened my shoulders. I'm not innocent. Not anymore. This got his attention. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? What are you doing on this side of town at this time of night? His tone made me snort. You sound like your dad. He didn't, though. Not really. I just enjoyed pushing his buttons. Nicole. Fine. I was trying to find a place to sleep for the night. Why? Because I don't have anywhere else to go. Aren't you staying at a foster home? No. Why not? I crossed my arms over my chest. I don't want to talk about this. Can I crash on your couch tonight? Nicole. I'm serious, Hawk. I don't want to talk about it. Can I crash here or not? I slung my bag over my shoulder, ready to leave, but he stopped me. You can stay. Thanks. He made a face. Shit, I don't have anything to eat. Do you still like Chinese? Is that even a real question? Yes, I still like Chinese. I'll go grab us some food, and you can shower. He looked me up and down, and I realized the odor I'd been smelling for the last few days was coming from my armpits. Deal. He grabbed me a clean towel and left, locking the front door behind him. When I was sure he was gone, I stripped down and got in the shower. Holy crap. I couldn't remember the last time I had a hot shower, but I wasn't sure how long he'd be gone. So I washed my dark hair and my body as fast as I could, trying not to notice how good his shampoo smelled. The towel he left had seen better days, but it was clean. I dried off and put on my favorite nightshirt, and the only clean pair of undies I owned. Hawk still wasn't back, so I took the time to snoop around. Didn't look like anyone else lived with him. The thought of another girl staying here pissed me off, even though I'd only had sex a few times. I wasn't naive enough to think he was celibate. Even before he left, the girls would follow him with stars in their eyes. He must hook up at their houses, which was probably a good idea. I mean, a girl wanted to be romanced, and that wouldn't happen in his bachelor pad. At least that's what I told myself. His bed didn't even have a blanket on it, for Christ's sake. Reaching into my bag, I pulled out my blanket and spread it over the mattress before climbing into bed. I couldn't remember the last time I slept on a real mattress, and I was sure Hawk wouldn't mind if I rested for a bit. I was startled awake when Hawk shook my shoulder. Thought you took off. Stretching my arms over my head, I replied, Sorry, I can move to the couch. He looked me over, and heat flooded my body. You're fine, but the food is here, if you're hungry. My stomach rumbled, and we both laughed. As we ate, he said, You can stay for a few nights, until we find you a new foster home. Sure, I'll just pick from the list of people dying to have me as a foster kid. I resisted rolling my eyes. Hey, do you have any sheets? I can make the bed up for you if you want. Nicole. Come on, Hawk. There's nothing better than getting into a freshly made bed at the end of the day. He snorted. Well, I don't have any. I'll have to see what I can do then. Whatever. So, do you want to take turns sleeping in the bed until you leave? Why can't we both sleep in there? We did it at your parents' house. He frowned. You're older now. It's not right. Why not? It's just not. Okay. I'll take the couch then. You shouldn't have to give up the super comfy bed just because I'm here. After we ate, he went to his room, and I got on the couch. There was a spring that kept digging into my back, and no matter how much I moved, I couldn't get comfortable. Finally, I let out a loud sigh. Hawk cursed under his breath. Get your butt in here, Nicole. And just like that, it felt like old times. Present day. I wake up in a pitch-black room, not knowing where I am. The feeling is nothing new, probably because I've never really belonged anywhere. I think back to the dream I was having. No, that's not true. I always felt like I was home with Hawk.
And that's why what he did to me is so unforgivable. Why I should be able to move on from him. Swiping at the tears that are falling down my cheek, I vow that I will move on. And that starts tomorrow. 5. Nicole, 2 weeks later. Get out of here and don't come back! The owner of the diner screams at me, coffee dripping down his apron. You ought to be glad I don't call the cops on you, you pervert, I spit back. Turning to the onlooking crowd, I say, This man tried to grope me. An older man with several missing teeth says, Aw, hell, he didn't mean anything by it. You're a pretty girl. And that makes it okay? No one answers, not that I expect them to. I've learned quickly that this is the type of town that's locked in the past, where the good old boy is always right. So yeah, these hicks don't see anything wrong with what happened to me. They probably think I should smile and offer my boss a bigger piece of pie. My damn jaw hurts from holding back the words that want to escape my lips. Hell, I should have walked out the first day that I started, but I thought the first hand slip was an accident. A week into it, I knew it wasn't. The owner of the diner is nothing more than a perv, and I'm tired of him and his shit. I'm guessing Agent Myers and the feds aren't aware of his touchy-feely demeanor, but I plan on letting them know. Reaching under the counter, I grab my bag and walk out, all the way across the street to my duplex. Fuck me. Can this day get any worse? My neighbor is sitting on his porch and says, Wouldn't go in there if I were you. Why is that? Landlord just came by to bomb the house. Unit on the other side of yours has a bad case of bed bugs. He lifts his arm, pointing to the little bumps dotting his skin. Ate me up last night. I subconsciously rub my arm where it's been itching all day. Living in the South, I've dealt with my fair share of mosquito bites. Now I'm wondering if it's not mosquitoes. My neighbor must know what I'm thinking because he says, They bite in threes. That's your biggest indicator. Once you can go into your place, check the mattress and cushions. Of course, there's no guarantee the chemicals got rid of them, so you might need a new bed. Fucking great. Did they say how long we have to stay outside? Few hours. My eyes prickle with tears. I have a car if you'd like to go somewhere. I know most people your age don't appreciate just sitting on the porch like us old folks do. I don't point out that it's also hotter than shit out here. He probably shouldn't be sitting out here either. You don't even know me, I say, and you're offering me your car? Saw Agent Myers drop you off last week. I've been there. He stands. Getting out of prison can be a shock. Good mother of God. He thinks I just got out of prison. I want to laugh, but then he speaks again. They didn't help people relocate back when I got out. Had to do everything on your own, no matter how hard it was. So, I know what it's like, and I'm here if you need a friend. Well, now I feel like an asshole for wanting to laugh. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. People around here call me Iggy. Well, thanks, Iggy. Would you like to grab a bite to eat with me? Since I'm new to the area, I'm not sure where to go. He laughs. Normally I'd say the diner, but judging by the way you stormed out of there, I'm guessing that's not an option. I grin back at him. Good guess. Closest place that's worth a shit is in Hattiesburg. You sure you don't mind me driving that far? I'm sure. He hands me his keys and adds, Just make sure to lock the door. Don't want anyone to steal anything in there." "Will do. And thank you again." He grunts, and I walk around the side of his house, where a junker is parked. I think it used to be red, but it's so rusted that I can't be sure. Inside, every inch is piled high with miscellaneous rubbish, making me wonder if the bedbugs didn't originate at his place. But the car is my chance to get out of this town, even if it's only for a night. So I'll look past all the trash and rust. Carefully, I back out of the driveway, leaving Samson far behind. When I get to Hattiesburg, I park at the Waffle House and head inside. The same waitress from last time is working, and she smiles when she sees me. "Back again?" I sit at the counter, nodding. "Yeah. I figured I'd see you. No one can resist those Devil's boys." They were pretty charming, but that's not why I'm here. Do you remember the girls who were in here that night, the dancers? Lord, girl, you don't want to get involved with them. They do everything under the sun at that strip club, and most of the girls end up hooked on something. I'd hate to see you end up like them. I like that she's honest. And God knows that I know that strip clubs can be cesspools for a variety of things. I'm not looking to dance. What are you looking for, then? I don't think they cater to women there. I'm looking for a bartending job. Then you need to go to the Devil's Regent Clubhouse. Last night I heard them saying their bartender quit. Think they'd hire a female? Their prez, Hades, is a good man. As long as you don't try to cause trouble between him and his old lady, then you should be fine. Where do I find the clubhouse? She rattles off directions and then pushes a piece of pie toward me. You look like you're about to pass out. She's right. I haven't had anything to eat today. The first bite leaves me moaning, and she grins. My Grammy taught me that recipe. It's amazing. We chit-chat until I'm finished. When I go to pay, she waves her hand at me. That one's on me. Thank you. Outside, the sky is turning different colors as the sun sets. I've always liked this time of the day because it feels hopeful. And I can use all the hope I can get. I'm not sure how long I can keep this facade going. My new life, leaving everything behind. It's all feeling like it's too much. Inside Iggy's car, I grip the steering wheel. If I do this, I'm basically falling back into my old life. I've met the Prez before, so he'll remember me. The big question is, will he call Saint back in Savannah and ask what I'm doing here? Or will he buy the story that I wanted a new start? Do I want a new start? There's only one way to find out. I drive across town, just outside of the city limits. The clubhouse comes into view, a large compound that puts the one back in Savannah to shame. The gravel lot is filled with bikes and a few vehicles, but not as many muscle cars as back home. When I turn off the car, I can hear music coming from the clubhouse. Guess some things don't change. As I walk up to the door, I realize I'm wearing faded shorts and a t-shirt. Not the best outfit to wear when asking for a job, but not the worst. A massive man stands at the door, arms crossed over his chest. You lost, sweetheart? I'm here to talk to Hades about a job. He eyes me up and down. Didn't know we were hiring a new whore. I resist rolling my eyes. Why do people always assume I'm a club whore? Don't get me wrong, club whores are great, but it's just not my thing. You're not. Hades is looking for a bartender. Now, are you going to take me to him, or do I need to find him myself? Shit, sweetheart. Keep talking like that and I'll be your daddy. Take real good care of you. But he moves inside the doorway, so I follow. Inside, the blue lights are dimmed, making it hard to see. Somewhere, throaty moans fill the air. When I look, I see a woman between a man's legs. He's clearly enjoying her services, as his head tilts back in pleasure. Is it weird that I've missed this vibe? The man who led me in says, "Hades is right up there." He points, and I bite back a groan. It'd figure a man named Hades would sit upon a throne of black iron in the center of the room. Not only that, but his throne is on some kind of platform, making him higher than the mere mortals around him. Next to him is a chair made of white stone. His wife, Princess, sits next to him, like true royalty. I approach them, half tempted to curtsy and say, "Heard you were looking for a bartender." Hades glances at me, looking bored. "Well, I'll be damned. What brings you all the way to Mississippi, Jasmine?" "I'm surprised you remember me." "Hard to forget someone looking for Hawk." Oh yeah, he definitely remembers me, and the conversation we had at the rally. Great. My cheeks feel warm, but I will not back down. "Yeah, well, that's not why I'm here. I'm here for a job." "I wasn't aware that you left Savannah." There's a question in there, but I'm not going to answer. Instead, I say, "Just looking for a change. I've got family out in Sampson where I'm staying." "Must be a sickly relative then. No one would stay in Sampson voluntarily." "So I hear." He eyes me. "And you sure you're not here looking for Hawk?" "Positive. That ship has sailed." "No, I'm looking for a sense of belonging." "Good. You're hired." To his wife, he says, "Princess, I'm gonna show Jazz to the bar." Her eyes are wide as she glances from me back at him. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" "Probably not, but when does that stop me?" They both share a look, and I feel like I'm missing out on an inside joke. "Come on, Jazz. Let's go." I take a deep breath as I follow him. I'm making the right choice. There's no way this is going to backfire. We get to the bar, and Hades motions for me to go around to the back. It's fully stocked with beer, tequila, and whiskey. Good. That'll be easy to remember. "Why are you down a bartender?" Hades leans against the wooden bar, watching me. "She met someone at the rally, decided it was love, and moved away." "Must be in the air. Did you ever meet Grizzly back in Savannah?" "Hard to forget someone with that much body hair." "That's the God's truth." "Well, he and his old lady left Georgia to go back to Oklahoma. Asked me if I wanted to go with them." The memory assails me before I can stop it. Age 24. Life with the Devil's Regents was everything I thought it'd be, and before I knew it, it had been almost a year. The pay was good, the men were hot, and the parties they threw were out of this world. I was busy, but I was also at the center of everything, which meant I had more than enough information to pass on to Agent Hill. He still hadn't been able to nail the club on anything major, and I think it was because Saint was superb at covering his ass. That, and maybe, just maybe, he wasn't doing anything wrong. I mean, sure, there was the weed, but who even counted that as a drug anymore? My phone dinged, and I glanced at it. Tulip. "Guess you aren't gonna make it tonight?" Me. Shit. I meant to text to say I couldn't come. It's crazy here. Tulip. "No worries. Maybe next time." I dropped my phone.
feeling like a horrible friend. That was the third time I'd stood her up this month.
What's the sad look for, Jazz? Still pissed and won't let you date the prospect?
Saint was at the bar with an empty glass in hand. I grabbed a bottle of Jack to top him off. I'd been running my ass off since the other bartender went AWOL on us. Mama Bear kept swearing she was going to hire someone else, but I was losing hope. And I chose not to answer his jab about the prospect. I'd been spotted when the prick kissed me, and I was the one who got in trouble. Saint said I was to keep my hands off the guys because I wasn't one of the club whores, which was pretty damn insulting since I hadn't even hooked up with anyone since I'd been here. Maybe that was my problem. Maybe I just needed a good lay. Saint cleared his throat, and I realized he was waiting for me to answer. I was supposed to meet up with some girls from the strip club and forgot.
If you need an extra night off, just ask. I'm sure we can handle it around here without you for a night.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
Everything else okay?
Yeah, everyone is great. I paused. Can I ask you something? He grinned.
This ought to be good.
It's not bad. Inhaling, I gathered my courage. Do you know where Hawk is? The smile fell from his lips, and I feared I'd asked the wrong thing. It had taken me so long to ask. At first, I didn't want to give them a reason to not trust me. Then it felt weird, since I knew for a fact that Hawk hadn't been around in years. None of the club whores knew who he was either, which said a lot. Hell, that's why I was even talking to the prospect. I was trying to get information, and it backfired spectacularly when he shoved his tongue down my throat. Saint's tone was neutral as he asked,
How do you know Hawk?
We met a few years ago. I lost track of him, but I know he's a member of the club. Or used to be.
How well did you know him?
Oh, I gave him my fucking heart and he destroyed it. Not very well, I lied. We, just hooked up. Once. And it was the best night of my fucking life.
Ah.
He visibly relaxed.
Well, Jazz, I can't tell you where Hawk is, but I can tell you one thing. Leave it alone. Forget you ever met him. Trust me. It'll be better for you in the long run.
So, I'm not gonna run into him here or anything?
Not likely.
He grabbed his glass.
I'll be in the office if you need me.
I saluted him as he left and got busy opening bottles of beer. The guys were fairly simple to please. Tonight, they were all riled up because another club was in our area, on our turf, and they were about to learn they messed with the wrong people. My thoughts went to Saint, and I frowned, thinking about his words. Why did he tell me to forget about Hawk? Did he do something bad here? Is that why he was gone and no one talked about him or even knew him? I was deep in my thoughts when Razor came up to the bar with a red-headed chick in tow. Great. He'd brought another bimbo to fuck, and when he was finished, he was going to want me to make sure she got home.
Hey there, Jazz,
he said, trying to butter me up. No.
Come on, babe, don't be like that.
That made me smile. When I looked up, the redhead moved closer to him, as if she was scared. This girl wouldn't last a day here. Hell, maybe not even an hour. Razor had better get her to bed ASAP before she ran out of here and didn't look back. Who's the virgin? She bristled, but then planted a smile on her lips that was so fake that I rolled my eyes. I hated fake bitches more than anything. Razor jabbed a thumb in her direction.
My friend here wants a job. Think you can help her out?
I groaned. The last recommendation he brought in lasted one day, stole my tips, and couldn't keep up. Easy to say I wasn't fond of his recommendations. You know I don't make that call. Is he in? I nodded and turned my back to them, grabbing more beer from the fridge. I heard Razor tell her to follow him. I wanted to tell her good luck. Saint was going to see how skittish she was and tell her to get the hell out of there. When my tray was full, I handed out drinks and tried not to be in a pissy mood. The guys didn't like it when they thought I was on the rag, so I had to keep my thoughts to myself. Back at the bar, I wiped the counter until it sparkled and tossed down the towel. Fuck. What in the world had Hawk done to make Saint say all that to me?
What's the sad face for?
I turned, finding Bash, the club's enforcer, smiling at me. Bash was a little haughty with his Persian-American looks. I wished there were more feelings between us, because he was a good guy. But at this point, he was like a brother. Oh, you know, just living the dream, serving you knuckleheads drinks all night. He laughed. That good, huh? Something like that. I wanted to ask him if he knew Hawk, but I was worried it'd get back to Saint. Or worse, he'd tell me something that I didn't want to hear. Instead, I leaned over the counter and said, Your partner in crime has a new chick with him, a pretty redhead. He looked bored.
Razor always has a new girl with him.
When I first came to the club, I was surprised that Bash and Razor were such good friends, because they were polar opposites. Now, it was just the way things were, and it even made sense when they shared the same chick. Before I could say anything else, the girl came up to the bar, minus Razor. I didn't miss the way Bash eyed her up and down, like he wanted to gobble her up. I asked her, You still here? Saint said tonight is my audition. I sighed and said to Bash, Looks like I'll be working double. There's no way this chick is going to be able to keep up. He gave the redhead a lazy look.
Never judge a book by its cover.
Whatever, Bash. I cut my eyes at the girl. Are you going to hop back here or just watch me all fucking night? She surprised me by coming behind the bar. I was going to punch Razor in the nuts when I saw him. It was one thing to make sure his fuck buddies got home. It was another to have to work with them. Burn me once and all that. I said, It's pretty simple. We've got beer, whiskey, and tequila. Serve the tequila straight unless they ask for salt and the lime. Got it? How much do we charge? We don't. Jesus. Do you have any idea how a club works? Can't say that I do, but I'm willing to learn. I seriously doubted that, but I said, If you happen to have a free minute, walk the floor and pick up any empty bottles or glasses. Also, if an ashtray looks full, dump it. I went on. Biggest rule of all, don't flirt with any of the guys. At all. No coy looks, nothing. Got it? I understand. Good. I tossed a towel at her. Wiped down the tables. We're about to get slammed. She did as I said. The guys were watching her, some making it more obvious than others. Like Bash, the dude was seconds away from drooling everywhere. Would you like a bib? Huh? I gestured to the floor where the girl was. You're drooling, my friend. Better not let Razor see. That made him frown. She's not his type. I looked at the girl, who looked like every other bimbo Razor had brought back. Red hair, check. Decent tits, check. Sweet as sugar, double check. Probably not a lot going on upstairs. I grinned. Check. And only because she was here with Razor. She's exactly his type. No, she's different. Sure, Bash. Whatever you say. He muttered something under his breath, walking away. I wanted to poke him some more about it, but my phone buzzed in my pocket.
Freddy boy. Anything new to report?
Me. As I've said before, it's not a good idea to text me while I'm working.
Freddy boy. And as I've said, you're working for me, not them.
Me.
There's some kind of run coming up soon. Haven't been able to get all the details. Freddy boy. See that you do, or I'll have to pull you and get someone in there who can do the job. This wasn't the first time he'd threatened me, but I wasn't too worried about it since he hadn't done anything yet. The new girl came back over, and I dropped my phone into my pocket.
I'm Olivia, by the way. Guess what?
I don't care.
Wow.
I was saved from putting this girl in her place when my phone rang. Hey, Arizona, what's up?
It's a slow night, and I thought I'd call to see what my friend is up to.
The usual. Looks like I'll be training a new bartender, too.
Does she have experience?
I glanced back at the check. No. Arizona snorted.
I'm sorry. You should come back to work here, and then you won't have to deal with that shit.
I'd thought about going back a lot. Part of me was hoping I would run into Hawk. I thought back to Saint and frowned. That ship may have sailed tonight. I answered. I'll think about it.
Shit, are you serious?
Yeah. It'd be nice to have a change of pace.
Well, you can't leave before the rally. I don't want Saint to be pissed at me.
Oh, I'd forgotten about the rally. You'd think I'd be more excited about it. But now it was just going to be a reminder that I'd failed, that I didn't find Hawk.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's talk about it later.
Deal.
There was a commotion in the background, and she said, Speaking of bartenders who don't know what they're doing, I've got to go.
Bye, Arizona.
I ended the call and headed back to the bar, where I saw Saint talking to the new girl. Just do the fucking job. He stormed off, passing me. Saint usually kept his cool, so I was really interested in what I'd missed. What's up his ass? Her cheeks were bright red.
I'm not sure.
I didn't believe her, but whatever. The night flew by, and she managed to keep up. At one point, we nearly collided, and I snapped at her. Watch it!
Sorry,
she mumbled. I felt bad for a second, and then got over it. If she couldn't handle me, she definitely would not be able to handle the club whores. They'd eat her alive, especially when they saw how pretty she was. She went to deliver more drinks while I washed some glasses. A moment later, she came back looking pale.
Jazz, do you mind if I take a quick break?
Sure. She was already walking away, and I wasn't sure she even heard me. I looked around, trying to figure out who or what spooked her. Some of the guys could be dicks, but I didn't see any of the usual suspects around. When she was gone longer than a few minutes, I decided to check on her. I peeked outside to find her talking to Saint. He was awfully close to her. Oh, there you are. I'm drowning in here and could use a hand. Not totally a lie, and it gave me a reason to check on her. She gave Saint a smile before going in. The look on his face was the same look Bash and Razor had on theirs. Interesting. Inside, I said to Olivia, I'll work the floor and you can stay behind the bar. She looked relieved. Thanks. As I moved from table to table, I caught bits and pieces of different conversations. The guys were having church tomorrow, which was something I'd have to pass on to Agent Hill. Other than that, nothing of interest was said, until I got to the table where one guy said something that stopped me in my tracks. Grizzly, a man covered in more body hair than should be humanly possible, took a sloppy sip of beer. So, I'm getting beat to shit by these punks when, out of nowhere, this big motherfucker steps from the shadow and kicks all their asses. When I get to my feet, I say, Now, Hawk, I didn't need help. He tells me I'm nuts, and then we get the fuck out of there. My breath hitched in my throat, and I moved closer.
Big E said.
You never did know when to ask for help. Fuck you. I didn't need help. That kid just likes blood. There's a reason he's a killer for hire.
My heart thudded in my chest. A killer for hire? Mama Bear came over, taking Big E by the hand, leading him away. When he was gone, I smiled at Grizzly. Need another drink? He eyed me up and down like he was seeing me for the first time.
Sure do, baby.
Ick. I grabbed a bottle of beer off my tray and handed it to him. Leaning forward, I made sure he could see down my shirt. I heard your story. I bet you didn't need help.
Damn straight I didn't.
His eyes were glued to my braless chest. How long ago did that happen?
Maybe 8 months ago.
He still hadn't moved his gaze, so I leaned forward even more. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Who's this hot guy? I haven't seen him around. I swear, this guy was practically drooling right now.
He wouldn't. He's a nomad. Moves around to different chapters, helping where needed. Last time I saw him, he was out in Mississippi.
Shit. I smiled. Well, at least we don't have to worry about seeing him here, right?
Right.
He licked his lips.
You heading to bed soon? I'm looking for some fun.
Sorry, big boy. Saint won't let me hook up with anyone. Thank God. He frowned.
Maybe I'll talk to him.
I leaned forward, brushing my lips over his. You do that. See you later. I walked back to the bar, trying to shove away the gross feeling I had from flirting. For the rest of the evening, Grizzly hung around, making eyes at me until I'd had enough. At 3 a.m, I tossed my apron on the counter and turned to Olivia. I'm calling it a night. Are you sticking around or heading out? She didn't answer, so I said, just make sure the old-timers have a few beers and you'll be good to go. As soon as I got to my room, I sent Agent Hill a text. Me. Church, tomorrow, 1 p.m.
Freddy boy. Well done.
Dropping my phone, I stared up at the ceiling. I was so fucking lonely. It was stupid. I'd been waiting for Hawk to come back into my life like some kind of knight in shining armor. Joke was on me, I guess. And that awful kiss with Grizzly, well, that was the first time I'd kissed someone in years, other than the prospect the other night. Because every time I came close to hooking up with someone, Hawk's green eyes crossed my mind. Reaching into my nightstand, I grabbed my vibe and pushed my shorts down my legs. I'd done this a lot over the years, getting myself off at the thought of that night. Tonight would not be any different. Present day. Biting back a gasp, I focus on Hades and what he's saying. I don't think I've missed much, but I can't be sure. I'm just glad he didn't notice that I spaced out. I hate it so much when it happens, especially when other people do notice.
Grizzly wanted a threesome? He snorts. Seems to be a lot of that going on down there in Georgia. Did Saint ever get his head out of his ass about that girl?
I'm dancing on thin ice talking about Saint, his club, and Liv. But I say, you know how he is.
Shit. Might have to give him a call, catch up.
Hopefully, that talk doesn't include any mention of me. Or, if it does, Saint kindly leaves the part out about me being a fucking mole. To my credit, I never ratted on him. That was all on Liv. But I need to get this conversation on a different topic, so I ask, anything I need to know?
Church is the 3rd Thursday of each month. The boys like to party, so you'll be here late. I can pay $1,000 a week, extra on the weeks we have church.
What days do I need to be here?
Every day, he laughs. I think Wednesday to Sunday will work.
Any cooking involved?
Shit, you cook?
I've been known to throw a thing or two together. Mostly because Liv was a skilled cook and didn't mind showing me a trick or two in the kitchen.
I don't know anyone here that will say no to a hot meal.
Good. He nods and says,
By the way, I should tell you something.
What's that?
Hawk is here, and he's headed this way.
I swear to God, Hades looks just like the devil as his eyes twinkle. Son of a bitch. 6. Nicole. Hades, the motherfucker, gives me a devilish smile as he strolls away. Hawk comes into my line of sight, and, God, my breath catches in my throat. He looks as good as he did the last time I saw him, which isn't fair. Not after everything he put me through. Not after he changed my life and then left me. When I look closer, I see that I'm wrong. He's bigger than he was before. More buff. His once scruffy jaw is now covered in a full beard that does things to me. God, why does he have to look so fucking sexy? It'd be easier to hate him if I didn't want to jump his bones. He's focused in on me. His jaw set like he's pissed. Good. So am I. Hello, Hawk, I say, as he comes up to the bar. Long time no see. 6 years, to be exact.
We need to talk. America.
He practically spits my fake name, but I don't even bat an eye. Actually, I go by Jazz now, or Jasmine. Leaning forward, I whisper, Saint gave me that nickname after I danced for him. Watching him process my words is like watching a bomb make a direct hit on a target. His eyes widen, nostrils flaring.
Is that so?
Damn. Why does his low voice sound so sexy? Yep.
I think we need to talk.
Sorry, Hawk. My shift's about to start. I'm the new bartender. Hades just hired me. His head snaps toward Hades' throne, which is now empty.
Fine, he growls out. But we're talking when your shift is over.
He storms away, getting the attention of a few of the guys. When he's gone, I slip into the storage room behind the bar. Holy shit. Seeing him was... God, it was like no time had passed. I've got to pull it together, because he means it when he says we're going to talk tonight. Lord knows I have a lot that I want to say to him. But I can't lie. Seeing him has shaken me. Planting a smile on my face, I walk back to the bar. I'm not surprised that there's a line of people waiting to be served. I'm new, and I just riled up Hawk, which is hard to do. Yeah, people are going to be interested in who I am. As I work, my thoughts go back to Hawk. I let the old, familiar memories cross my mind as I work. Age 15. 6 months after I moved in with him, days before my 16th birthday, we were starting to build our little life together. I came in one day, tossing a bag at him. He was sitting on our new couch, watching TV. Sure, the screen was only 13 inches, but it was ours. So was the couch that was covered in a red and orange flower print right out of the 70s. It didn't have springs that poked me in the back when I was watching TV, so I didn't care how ugly it was. No one could take it from us. Well, unless they broke into our place, which had happened a few times. It stopped when they found out who Hawk was.
What's this?
Look. He opened the sack and laughed.
Did you steal it?
It was a fair question. A lot of the items in the apartment weren't paid for, but this one was. I got my first paycheck today. I'd been working at a movie theater down the street. It was old, smelled like popcorn and mothballs. But, God, did I love it there. My favorite thing, other than people watching, was sitting in the projection booth watching the films. Even the old Disney ones were fun to watch, though I'd never admit it to anyone. Hawk lifted the sheets from the sack.
Damn. How much did this cost?
It doesn't matter. I reached over, taking them from him. They're Egyptian cotton.
You should take them back and save your money.
Nope. Not gonna happen. I padded to our room, opening the sheets. I should have probably washed them first, but I hated going to the laundromat, which was several blocks away. Hawk stood in the doorway watching as I made the bed. The bed was on an actual frame now. There was a nightstand next to my side, with a book on it that I'd borrowed from the library. His side still had a milk crate, but we were working on finding him an actual table or nightstand. It was seriously amazing what you could find in a dumpster, or around big trash day. Hawk cleared his throat.
So, the club wants me to go on a run with them this weekend.
I turned my back to him, frowning. He didn't talk about the motorcycle gang very much, so I was surprised he mentioned it. I guess he was a full-fledged member now. Even had a brand on his wrist to prove it. Whatever. Guys could be so dumb. Okay.
I was thinking, maybe you'd like to come with me for the weekend? Meet the Prez and some of the other guys. You can stay in my room at the clubhouse.
Why would they want to meet me? My heart was pounding in my chest. I'd always liked Hawk, but since living with him, that liking had turned into something else. Something that left me aching for more. Maybe he liked me too?
They want to meet the annoying kid that I'm always talking about so they can put a face with the name.
Annoying kid? Hot tears filled my eyes, and I blinked them away. You said this weekend? I can't, I'm working. It wasn't a lie, but not totally the truth either. I could have probably gotten someone to cover my shift if I wanted, but I didn't want to, not when he only saw me as an annoying kid.
Oh, okay.
When I turned around, he was staring at me with a weird look on his face. I'm gonna head out, I said. One of the girls I work with asked me to come over for dinner. That was a lie. She didn't ask me over, but I'd overheard her saying she was going to the mall. I didn't want to be here right now, so I'd go to the mall too and see what's going on. Maybe I'd even end up swiping something to add to the apartment. Age 16. Hawk sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I hated how sexy it made him look. The black eye he was sporting right now didn't help his bad boy appearances either. God, why did I notice things like that in moments when I shouldn't?
Really? Again?
I shrugged. Saw a vase I wanted.
A vase? What in the fuck do we need a vase for?
I don't know. They're pretty to look at.
Nicole,
don't. You're not my father, so don't try to act like one. And You weren't here. I was bored, so I went out. And stole a fucking vase. And got arrested. Yeah, that sums it up. He glared, but the blonde on the couch laughed. I didn't know what was worse. Her yellow hair that had been fried by too much bleaching, or fake tits that looked like massive balloons falling out of her too small dress. Seriously, where in the hell did he find this skank? Hawk, baby, you're being too hard on her. She's just trying to play house and make things look nice. Playing house? Was this bitch for real? I wasn't playing anything. I lived here. This was my house. She, on the other hand, was the one playing a game. With Hawk, who apparently was too stupid to see what was right in front of his face. Hawk said, "Stay out of this, Nora." "It's Natasha?" "Whatever." He turned to me. "This is serious, Nicole. This stops now." Like he even noticed what was happening with me. He was always down in Savannah at his stupid club with his stupid new friends, and now he'd started bringing stupid cunts around too. I glared at Nora, or Natasha. Yeah, cunt described her perfectly. "Nicole, are you even listening to me?" "Yeah, sure, whatever." I glanced at my phone. "I have to go. The girls want me to come over." He made a face, but I grabbed my bag and ran out the door before he could stop me. I didn't want to be in that small apartment with him and his cunt. Plus, the girls I'd started hanging around seemed cool, even if they were strippers. Age 17. I knew as soon as I saw Hawk that I was in deep shit. He stood at the edge of the stage, looking up at me. I resisted shaking my ass in his direction, because there was nothing I loved more than riling him up. "Come on!" "Stop it, Hawk! You're embarrassing me!" He turned, showing off the patch on his cut, and probably his gun to the owner. "This girl is underage. Either she leaves with me, or there's going to be a big problem here." His stupid motorcycle gang was feared everywhere, even up here. "I'm 17. Barely. I'm practically an adult. Get down now." Sighing, I stepped away from the pole. I need to grab my bag. Leave it. "But my tips are in there." The muscle in his jaw ticked. I said, "Leave it." I'd worked hard for that money, but I wasn't going to argue with him. Not when he looked like he was about to go nuts. "Fine." He held up his arms, waiting for me to jump into them. God. It was things like that made it hard to remember I hated him. He didn't like me like that, and I needed to get over this dumb crush. But I jumped into his arms nonetheless, and relished him holding me for a brief moment. He took off his cut, putting it over my shoulders. I looked ridiculous in my thong, heels, pasties, and now his leather cut. But the message was clear. I was not to be messed with. If I were anyone else, wearing his cut would mean that I was his. His. The thought was laughable. He made it clear I was nothing more than a nuisance to him, and I was sure I'd be nothing more. He led me outside to his bike. It was massive, and made him look even sexier. See, those were the thoughts I shouldn't be having. He climbed on. "Come on, I have shit to do." "If you're so busy, then why did you come here?" He didn't answer, which pissed me off. But I climbed on behind him. let me tell you something. Riding on a bike in your panties and being all but topless was life-changing. The vibrations from the engine did weird things to me. Things I liked. And when I wrapped my arms around Hawk's waist, I couldn't help but to move my hand lower. The bike swerved, and he swatted my hand away. Fine. I could take a fucking hint. When we got home, I jumped off the bike before he even had it parked and stormed to our apartment. His loud footsteps were right behind me, though I wished they weren't.
What in the fuck was that about?
I spun around, facing him. I don't know what you're talking about.
The bike. Your hand.
He practically spat out. Jeez. I shrugged. Doesn't ring a bell.
Nicole.
His words died off as his phone rang. Go on, answer it. You know whatever it is more important than me. I took off his cut, throwing it at him. I didn't miss the way he eyed me up and down before storming off. Stupid jerk. And stupid me. Age 18. Hawk came in around 4 a.m, smelling of grease and smoke. He stripped down before climbing into bed next to me, draping an arm around my waist. My stupid heart missed a beat at the contact. He was probably drunk or high or both. So this didn't mean shit. But my heart didn't get the same memo, and it was hard to ignore the heat coming off his body.
Happy birthday,
he whispered into my hair. That made me look over my shoulder. What?
It's your birthday. You're officially 18.
Been keeping track? He didn't answer, and I thought he'd fallen asleep. Finally, he said,
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I've been keeping track.
My pulse thudded in my neck. Why?
Why do you think?
Stop answering my question with a question. He sighed.
Never mind, it's stupid.
He literally pulled away from me, turning over. Come on, Hawk. You can't drop something like that and not follow through.
Forget it. It's a bad idea.
My mouth was dry, and I was suddenly hot all over. Was he saying what I thought he was saying? Was it possible that he felt the same way about me? There was only one way to find out. Sitting, I pulled my nightshirt over my head, tossing it to the floor. His back was to me. So I reached over, wrapping my arms around his waist. When my breasts rubbed against his back, he stilled. Hawk.
Yeah?
His voice sounded deeper, and I shivered. Can I have a kiss for my birthday? I didn't think he was going to acknowledge me, let alone answer. But he turned so we were chest to chest. Strike that. We were bare chest to chest. He leaned forward, brushing his lips against mine in a chastised kiss. It was sweet as hell, but not what I wanted. That was nice.
But can we try again? Again?
Yes. Please?
He let out a deep groan and leaned in. He was so tense as his lips brushed against mine, like he was holding himself back. This wasn't what I wanted. I wanted passion, fire, something more than this. Reaching up, I ran my fingers through his dark locks, and then I pulled hard. Air hissed through his teeth, giving me the opening I was looking for. Deepening the kiss with my tongue, I licked and tasted him. He moaned deep in his throat, and my body heated to the point that I was sure he must notice. Something shifted between us, and I knew I was no longer in control. And that was fine by me. He pulled me roughly, almost violently against him, and my breath hitched in my throat. Yes, this was what I wanted. His kiss was savage and beautiful, setting me on fire. Sure, I'd been kissed before, but not like this. Never like this. I happily succumbed to the forceful domination of his lips, savoring the intensity. When he bit my bottom lip, I was the one who moaned. My entire body ached. I needed more than this, more of him. But all I could do was hold on, as he literally kissed me senseless. When we pulled away, we were both breathing hard. I managed to say, "That was nice too, but that's not where I wanted to kiss." No. His eyes were bright green as he peered at me. I'd never seen them this color before, but it added to his sexiness. I shook my head. No. I was hoping for one here. I took his hand, guiding it to my breast. Or here. I moved his hand lower, and he groaned. It was fucking sexy as hell. "We shouldn't do this." Says who? "I'm too old for you. You're only 7 years older. Might as well be 20. But he moved until his mouth was hovering over my breast. Oh, my good God. I wasn't ready for the way he grinned at me right before he latched on. I made a strangled sound of pleasure as he sucked and licked. When his teeth grazed the butted peak, I moaned, grabbing onto the sheets. No one had ever done that to me before. "Nick," I opened my eyes. "Spread your legs." "Oh, God," I whimpered. But my legs spread as he kissed a path down my stomach to my panties. He gave me a devilish look as he ripped them from my body. Holy fuck. Before I could react, he moved between my legs, pushing them even further apart. Hot breath hit my thigh, and then there, right on the magic spot that left me panting his name like a chant. I moaned as he kissed my pussy like he had just kissed my mouth. He licked and nibbled until I was bucking against him. When he sucked on my clit, I lost it. I came so hard that I couldn't even breathe for a moment. But he didn't relent. No. He moved over me, kissing me as he entered me in a slow thrust that made both of us groan. "Fuck, you're so tight," he panted. "You feel so good." I rocked beneath him, pulling him in deeper. So fucking deep. "I've wanted this for a long time," I whispered. "How long?" "Too long." He silenced me with a kiss as we had sex. Strike that. I'd had sex before. This was making love. It was tender and sweet, even when he thrust so hard that it took my breath away. Opening my eyes, I stared into his, and the truth struck me. This was different because he loved me as much as I loved him. I shuddered, pulling him closer. The words were right there on the tip of my tongue. I shouldn't say it. He wasn't ready to hear it. But God damn, it was so true. I loved him. I loved Hawk. Crying out, I flew over the edge of bliss, holding on to him as I came harder than I'd ever come before. He let out a throaty groan, followed by a series of incoherent words as he climaxed, taking me in a way no one else had ever taken me before. At that moment, everything felt different, brighter. And so I said it. "I love you, Aiden." He stilled, only for a second, and then brushed a feather-light kiss over my lips. "Let's get you cleaned up, Nick, and then get some sleep." Nodding, I stood to go to the bathroom as evidence of our lovemaking ran down my thighs. I had a moment of panic. We didn't use a condom. What if I got pregnant? When I glanced at Hawk, I realized the thought didn't bother me. He'd be a great dad. Don't get me wrong, I didn't want a kid right now. But if it happened... "Nick?" Smiling, I darted into the bathroom. When I came out, he was asleep, so I snuggled against him. Maybe we could have a repeat of the birthday sex in the morning. The thought made me grin as I drifted off to sleep. But birthday sex didn't happen the next morning. Instead, I woke up to an empty bed. There was a note on his pillow that made my good mood vanish right away. "Last night was a mistake. H." Jumping from bed, I went to find him. Who in the fuck did he think he was? Leaving a note after giving me the best night of my life? And to add insult to injury, he'd used my favorite stationery, with little llamas at the top saying, "Have a llama amazing day." When I got to the living room, I froze. His helmet was gone. But so was his bag. Rushing back to our room, I opened the closet doors. Nothing. The fucker ran off on me. Present day. My breath hitches in my throat. I can't do this. I can't be here with Hawk. I'm just asking for trouble. Hell, I was stupid for even looking for him in the first place. He made it clear he didn't want me that night. I'm just too stubborn to admit it. Tossing the hand towel on the bar, I grab my bag and head toward the front door.
I've taken one step outside when hot breath hits my ear, making me shiver. Oh, no, you don't, Nick. We've got a lot to catch up on.
7. Hawk. Nick's eyes are wary as she turns to face me. She hasn't changed much since the last time I saw her. No, that's not true. The last time I saw her, she was a bright-eyed woman who just turned 18 years old. The woman before me is fucking beautiful, if not a little jaded.
A lot to catch up on? Are you fucking serious?
Nick.
It's Jas now, or did you not hear me back there?
My damn jaw feels like it's gonna break from gritting my teeth. I don't doubt her when she says Saint gave her that nickname. He always used to joke that Jasmine was the sexiest of all the princesses. The question is, do I call up the prez of the Savannah Club and see what in the fuck is up? Or do I let this play out? Because right now, I have more questions than answers. Fine, Jazz. I emphasize her name. Come on, we need to talk.
Frankly, I don't want to, Hawk. I figure you made that choice for me when you took off after we fucked.
I flinch. Wasn't my proudest moment.
I'll say.
How do I tell her that I had to get out of there? As soon as she said she loved me, I knew I'd fucked up. She goes on.
Did you even bother to check up on me? For all you knew, I could have gotten pregnant that night.
My gaze snaps to hers. Did you?
No.
Her chin quivers.
Hawk, this is a mistake. I'm going home, and we can forget any of this ever happened.
Before I can reply, the door opens, and Hades steps out. He looks at us and asks, "Everything okay out here?" Jazz is the first one to answer.
I was just leaving. Thank you for giving me the chance to work here, but I don't think this is going to pan out after all.
Hades glares at me and says to her, "I understand, but I hope you'll stay." She looks so damn lost as she looks up at him. Fuck. She's torn up, and it's because of me. I can't stand knowing I'm the one hurting her. Look, I'll leave. Jazz, you stay and work. I won't bother you. Hades says, "I was actually coming to talk to you about the problem you mentioned a few days ago." "Oh, let's go to my office." To Jazz, he says, "Jazz, you're more than welcome to stay." She nods before looking down at her shoes. I want to say something, anything, to take that look of pain from her face, but Hades motions for me to follow, so I do. When we get to his office, he pours 2 drinks, pushing one toward me. "What was that about?" "Long story. She was looking for you at the rally." My damn breath sticks in the back of my throat like a fucking rock. "Why didn't you say something?" "You were balls deep in whores every time I saw you, Hawk. Of course, now that I think about it, each of those women resembled Jazz." He's only speaking the truth. For as long as I can remember, each woman I fucked has reminded me of Jazz in one way or another. Since I vowed not to touch the real thing, excluding the one night of fucking bliss I shared with her, I settled with women who could make me forget, even for a night. Hell, I can't even remember how many times I called out her name as I came, wishing it was her I was pounding into. Hades asks, "Is having her here going to be a problem?" "If you were that worried about it, you wouldn't have hired her." He shrugs. "Figured you'd be gone once you helped me take care of my problem, so it wouldn't matter to you if she was here or not." I hate the stab of pain I feel when I think about leaving here. No, that's not it. I'm a nomad. Leaving is what I do. It bothers me thinking about leaving Jazz, I say. It's not a problem. Good. So what changed from the last time we spoke, 2 weeks ago? You didn't want to admit I was right. He scowls at that, but replies, "Got this in the mail. Someone sent it to my house today." Shit. No one knows where Hades lives. Hell, the only reason I know is because I'm damn good at my job. He pushes an envelope toward me. The outside seems harmless. No return address or name. The sender uses his club name, not his legal one. I pull out the folded paper. When I open it, a photo falls out. It's of Princess and 2 of their kids, and it's recent. The letter is made of words and phrases cut out of magazine and newspapers. The message is clear. They're coming for Princess. Did you get anywhere interrogating the other night? We've already been through this, but apparently now he's ready to listen. Leaning back, I go over everything I told him last time. This time, when I'm finished, we make a plan together. His enemy is about to find out that no one fucks with the Devil's Regions.
Nicole. Deciding to stay is hard. But by the end of the night, I'm glad. Being a part of a motorcycle club is like finally coming home. The guys bicker like siblings. Once the whores realize I'm not a threat, they're all super nice to me. The best part of my night is that I don't see Hawk again. I'm able to bartend and make more tips than I did the entire 2 weeks I worked at the diner. I'm already planning what I can buy for my house. One whore, Chanel, tells me I'll make even more on the weekend. I hate working back there, but the tips make me reconsider every time, she says as I pass her a shot of whiskey. And sometimes it's nice to take a break from whoring. Chanel looks like a doll and is sweeter than shit. It's hard to believe she's working here. If I'm being honest, she reminds me of Liv. Curiosity gets the best of me, and I ask her, "How did you end up here?" That makes her laugh. I hooked up with one of the guys. He brought me here, to his room. The next morning, he left, but I didn't. She shrugs. I've always liked sex. Here, I get to fuck as much as I want, get paid to do so, and I don't have to worry about being hurt. You can't beat that. She eyes me. You're smoking hot. You'd do good as a whore. No thanks. I'm better at slinging booze. I respect that. If you change your mind, let me know. I love having threesomes with 2 chicks and a dude. Her saucy wink makes me grin as she leaves. Okay, maybe she's not as sweet and innocent as she looks. And it's kind of nice knowing that she thinks I'm hot. Don't get me wrong, I heard it all the time in Savannah. But this feels different. Maybe it's because I'm finally doing things for myself. Oh, and because I'm not a mole anymore. At 1:45, Hades comes over to the bar.
Well, how did it go?
Good. I really like the vibe here.
Think you'll be back tomorrow?
I nod. I'll be here.
See you then, Jazz.
I gather my tips, counting them discreetly under the counter. Holy shit. I made $500, and I didn't even work the entire night. I'm grinning as I walk outside to Iggy's car. Oh God, Iggy! He's gonna think I ran off with his vehicle. Getting in, I turn the key. I have to try 3 more times before the engine turns. Maybe I can take his car to the shop to get serviced. It's the least I can do to repay him for being so kind. I make my way home, praying the car makes it. When I pull up to the duplex, Iggy is still on the porch. The car backfires as I put it in park. It's a wonder it didn't die on the way home, with all the noise it was making. He eyes me as I walk up the sidewalk.
Starting to wonder if you ran off with my car.
Sorry. I found a job in Hattiesburg. They wanted me to start right away.
Guess I can't be too mad then.
I reach into my pocket, pulling out a wad of cash. Thank you for letting me use your car.
Keep that money, girl.
He peers over my shoulder.
Who's your friend?
The hairs on the back of my neck are standing. When I glance, I bite back a curse. Hawk is leaning casually against his bike across the street, arms crossed. And God, does he look good. I'm not sure how I missed him, except for the fact that Iggy's car was so loud that it must have masked the sound of the motorcycle. He's no one. I unlock my door, stepping inside. The room still smells like chemicals, but I'll be damned if I stay out there where Hawk can try to talk to me. If I were back in Savannah, I'd tell Liv all about it. She might not know everything about my life, but she'd understand what this means to me. Hell, Arizona and Tulip would probably ask me why I'm not jumping his bones. They didn't know much about my past either, but they knew there was someone who still held my heart. My curiosity gets the best of me, and I peek out the curtain. He's still there. Whatever. He can sit there until the cows come home. I'm going to shower and then go to bed. When I open my bathroom door, I scream as a rat runs by me. I can deal with a lot of things, but rodents are a big hell no from me. It runs right under the couch, and I groan. Moving further into the bathroom, I can see that it was either in the wall or ate its way through the thin drywall to escape the chemical bombing. In fact, I can see right into Iggy's side of the duplex, which looks similar to the inside of his car. There's a knock on my door, and Hawk calls out, "You okay in there?" I have two choices. One, I can ignore him and hope the rat doesn't run out. Two, I can ask for help. As much as I don't want to ask, I rush across the floor, opening the door. There's a rat under my couch. His lips twitch. Got a broom? In the kitchen. You should wait outside while I look for it. I don't have to be told twice. Iggy is still sitting on his side of the porch and peers at me. That boy came a-running when he heard you scream. He your boyfriend? Just someone I met today. Iggy makes a sound and stands. I'm going to bed. Try to stay out of trouble. I roll my eyes, sitting on the top step. It's quiet out here, which is a change from living at the clubhouse back in Savannah. I miss the noise, if I'm being honest. Again, I wish I could just pick up my phone and call my friends back there, see what they're up to. See if anyone misses me. It's gone, Hawk says from behind me. There's a plastic sack in his hand, and I shudder. Thanks. Don't thank me just yet. When I moved the couch, I found a nest. 2 more took off to the bathroom, and 1 went through the hole in the wall. You're probably going to need an exterminator to come and set traps. There's a nest in the couch, which means I've been sleeping on top of freaking rats. I groan. Kill me now. He tosses the sack into the trash bin next to the house and turns to face me. How did you end up in a dump like this? I shrug. Well, like I said earlier, I met someone who thought this might be a good place to start over. Still, not entirely a lie. I think your friend lied to you. He pauses. Was it a boyfriend? Seriously? What? You don't get to ask about my love life, Hawk. Fair enough. He stares at me until I want to squirm. It was a man, but not anyone I'm involved with. There, feel better? Much. Why? I'd hate to think I have competition. Holy shit. I get all warm and tingly at that. But I say, what makes you think you even have a chance? Because we both know I rocked your world that night. I stand. That was a long time ago, and I didn't have much to compare it to. The same can't be said for now. Liar, liar, pants on fire. He's the best I've ever had. His eyebrow lifts. and he moves closer to me. We both know you've compared every guy you've been with to me. All 0 of them. Oh, really? Does that mean you've compared every chick to me? Yeah. He chuckles, low and deep. I get a lot of shit from the guys here. The chicks that I fuck all look the same. Want to know who they resemble? I think I know, but I ask, who? He holds up his phone, where my photo smiles back at me. God, that was from so long ago. Back when I stupidly thought he could never hurt me. You still have that picture? Why? Because I didn't realize what I was leaving behind until it was too late. He's so close that we're almost touching. Heat radiates from him, drawing me in like a moth to the flame. I'm powerless to stop myself from moving closer to him. Only time will tell who comes out of this unscathed. He says, I have a proposition, and I want you to hear me out before you shut me down. What's that? Come with me for the night. We'll get a room, so we're both on neutral ground. We can talk and get out all the shit between us. And what happens after that? After that? His gaze goes to my mouth. We'll just have to see what fate has in mind. My body is screaming for me to say yes, but my heart warns me that this might be another mistake. Come on, Jazz. I'll be the perfect gentleman. Then his mouth quirks. Besides, you have a rat problem, remember? I cringe at that. Fine. Just for tonight. That's all I'm asking. I look down at my clothes. I need to pack a bag. I'll wait for you out here. My heart is pounding as I go inside. Lord, I find myself wishing again that I had brought some items with me from Savannah, because nothing in my possession screams sexy. And from the vibes Hawk is putting off, sexy times are a definite possibility. I grab what I need and go outside. Hawk's right where I left him and smiles down at me. I'll put your bag in my saddlebag and then we can go. He takes my bag with ease, putting it away before climbing onto the bike. It's massive, bigger than the last bike he had. Even in the dark, the chrome catches the light. Forget how to get on? I snort. Hardly. I get on behind him, noticing right away how close we are. He's a big guy, and this bike wasn't made for two. But I don't mind the closeness. When he starts the engine, I bite back a moan. The vibration is noticeable, making me wonder what kind of modifications he's made to it. Before I can ask, he takes off. Closing my eyes, I wrap my arms around his waist and allow myself to be in the moment. Deep down, I know that one day he'll be gone, and this will be yet another memory that keeps me going. 8. Nicole. We end up in a town that's bigger than Samson, but way smaller than Hattiesburg. Hawk pulls up to a hotel, parking his bike. He goes inside to get us a room while I wait. We're both silent as we walk up the stairs. Inside, there are 2 king-size beds, which is nice. Less pressure on me. I toss my bag on the bed nearest to the window. The decor is outdated, but it's clean, and the AC works. Can't ask for more than that, considering my duplex has rats. Hawk sits on the love seat, taking up most of it. He looks so sexy, and he's not even trying. It's not fair, really. I grab water from the mini fridge and sit in the chair facing him. Afraid I'll bite? No. I just want to see your face, in case you try to lie to me. I may be a lot of things, Jazz, but a liar isn't one of them. Yeah, I know. So, let's just jump right in then. Why did you leave that night? He looks me right in the eyes and confirms my worst fears. It scared me when you said you loved me. Jesus, Hawk. We were fucking. People say stupid shit all the time during sex. His gaze narrows. I said I wouldn't lie. I expect the same from you. Damn. Okay. So I said it. It wasn't a big deal. Certainly not enough reason to pack up in the middle of the night and leave me. I'm sorry for that. Then why didn't you come back? My breath hitches on the last word. Damn it. I never used to cry. Not before all the shit I went through with the locked-in syndrome. Now, my emotions are all over the place. After I left that night, I went to Savannah, to the club, to clear my head. They were having a problem with some fuckers who needed to be taken care of, so I said I'd help. We took care of it, but I was arrested in the process. Spent 2 years in prison for aggravated assault. He goes on. When I got out, I went back to our place. But you were gone. I didn't expect you to still be there, but it was worth a shot. I don't doubt that he came back to see if I was still there. I couldn't afford to stay there alone. I moved in with some girls after I started stripping again. I admit. God, it had been bittersweet leaving that tiny apartment that had brought me so much happiness. The only real home I had after my mother's death. He flinches. I'm sorry you had to do that. Don't be. It was what I needed at the time. Men lusted after me. I made a ton of money. I found myself there. I also got hooked on drugs, which led me down a very dark path. I don't mention this, though, because that means telling him about getting arrested, meeting Agent Hill, and becoming a mole. I guess I can't be too mad at you for not coming back, I say. Besides, that was years ago. We're both different people now. Are we? I nod, despite the flutter in my stomach. Yeah. He watches me with that hawk-like stare of his until I want to squirm. Finally, he asks, Are you gonna keep working at the club? I think so. I like the vibe there. It reminds me of home. Yeah, it's a lot like Savannah. Not all the chapters can say that. He leans forward and asks, If Savannah is still home to you, why'd you leave? I switch gears on him. Do you know I asked Saint about you after I'd been working there a year or so? He told me to leave it alone and that you were trouble. Saint's a smart man. I snort. Not smart enough to see what's right in front of him. Is that why you left? Were you in love with him and you didn't see it? His eyes are on fire as he tries to hold his rage in check. Holy intensity. Part of me wants to fuck with him a bit, but I don't. God, no. Saint only has eyes for Liv. He's just too stubborn to see it. What's his holdup? His dead wife, I assume. Plus, it's complicated. Lives with his club officers, too. That makes him smile. I'm sure King has eaten that up. He always did like sharing with others. Razor, too. He's not lying. It's one big love fest back in Savannah. She was at the rally with us a few months ago. If you had stopped by, you would have met her. And seen me, too. I don't say that part. Had a lot going on at the rally. I was doing some work, which got cut short when the feds showed up and everyone scattered. I swallow, wondering how much he knows about that. I wish we were as close as we were 6 years ago. I tell him everything. How my bad choices led to me being arrested. How I agreed to work with the feds to clear my name. How I almost died at the rally. And how I ended up in Mississippi. I blurt out, "Did you know I saw you at the rally?" I did not know. Why didn't you try to talk to me? We were both busy. Was I with a club whore? Does it matter? Yeah, it does. I can't say for sure, but I think so. I was pretty tipsy, though. I pause. I saw you after I met Hades and Princess. Is that how you knew there was a spot open here? Something like that. I stand. I'm going to the store across the street. Don't wait up. I grab my wallet and walk out of the hotel room. Traffic is all but dead, so I have no problem crossing the 4 lanes. I feel kind of bad for just walking out on him, but I needed to get out of there. Just thinking about the rally makes me want to curl up in a ball. Panic creeps toward me, like a slow-moving avalanche. I see it coming, but there's nothing I can do about it. I make it to the store's bathroom before the memories take over. Age 25. The girls were all having the time of their lives, but I couldn't even enjoy it. Not because Agent Hill's last message pissed me off. No. It was because I was too busy scanning every nook and cranny, praying I saw Hawk. He had to be there. I got Tiny to introduce me to some of the other chapters, including the president of the Mississippi chapter, named Hades. He was young to be in this position, in his mid-30s, but that didn't mean he hadn't earned his spot. Hades eyed me up and down and said to Tiny, "I'm taken." My cheeks flamed. Yeah, I guess he would assume I was a club whore, and not just because I was wearing a bikini top and booty short. Good thing I'm not looking. Holding out my hand, I said, "I'm Jasmine, Jazz for short. I'm the bartender for the Savannah chapter." Well, Jazz, if you're not looking to fuck, then what in the fuck do you want? I liked that he was blunt. I'm trying to find a friend. Last I heard, he was hanging with your club. This friend got a name? Hawk. His eyes narrowed. If we're talking about the same person, then you're either a cop or full of shit, because the Hawk I know doesn't have friends. Well, he was uncomfortably close to the truth, since I was working with the feds. I squared my shoulders. We grew up together, and I lost track of him when I was 18. Thought I'd find him in Savannah, but he'd moved on by then. My damn eyes stung. It hurt saying the words out loud. His eyes softened. Sorry, kid. He's a nomad. He moves around a lot. Hard to get a hold of. Saint's about the only person I know who can get him when he needs him. And Saint had already told me to stay out of it. Well, sorry to bother you, Hades. It was nice to meet you. I was about to turn when the door to the RV opened and a pretty brunette came out. I did a double take. I know I'd seen this chick on TMZ before. She handed Hades a beer and said, "You better be glad I love you." He grabbed her hand, kissing it. "I am glad. Every fucking day." Great. Another couple that was disgustingly in love. The woman noticed me. "Oh, I don't think we've met. I'm Kinsley." Hades swatted her ass, and she laughed. "Sorry, my club name is Princess." Princess fit her, with her Grace Kelly vibe. "I'm Jasmine. Jazz for short." "Would you like something to drink, Jazz?" "No, thanks. I was just on my way." She smiled. "If you're ever out in Mississippi, stop by." "Sure thing." The crazy thing was that she was being sincere, something that was rare in our world. As I was walking away, Hades called out, "He's here somewhere, Jazz. Just be careful." I almost tripped over a tree branch. He was here? Holy shit. "Thanks, Hades." I swear to God, I walked the entire rally site looking for Hawk, but I couldn't find him. I even ventured into enemy camps, which Saint had warned us not to do. Nothing. Admitting defeat, I went back to our camp, where I ran into Mama Bear outside of the RV. "You're looking like shit, Jazz. Here, drink this." She shoved a bottle of Jack at me, so I took a huge drink. "Girl, I've seen you drink more than that." She handed me a joint. "And smoke this. It'll take the edge off." I took another gulp. Shit, she was right. I was already feeling warm and tingly all over. "Thanks, Mama Bear." "No problem, Jazz. I gotta look after my girls." She planted a wet kiss right on my lips, which was out of character for her, but I was tipsy enough that I just laughed. "Now, you sit right there in that lawn chair. I'm gonna get a friend, and then we can have a little fun." I nodded, and she patted my arm, walking away from me. I was halfway into the bottle of Jack when I saw a man in the distance. Hawk! My breath hitched in my throat, and I called out to him. He was too far away to hear me, and I bit back a sob. And then I saw that he was with a dark-haired woman, and she was all but humping him as they walked away. God, I was going to be sick. Stumbling, I tried the knob to the RV, but it was locked. So, what did I do? I sat right on the grass, lighting the joint. I smoked and drank until all the sadness I felt lifted. A man walked by, whistling at me. "Hey, baby, looking for a good time?" He laughed as he kept going. Maybe that was what I needed, to fuck away all the memories I had of Hawk. Yeah, that was what I should do. And what better place to fuck than at a rally full of horny bikers? Liv and Bash walked up at that moment, holding hands. "Anyone know where Mama Bear is? I need a fucking condom." My words slurred together, making me laugh. Belatedly, a thought crossed my mind. Had Mama Bear slipped me something? Because the last time I felt like this was when someone roofied me. Before I could say anything, I fucking passed out. Someone kept calling my name. When I opened my eyes, I was inside the RV. Liv was leaning over me, looking worried as fuck. She whispered, "Jazz, we need to get out of here. We're in danger." I tried to speak, but my tongue wouldn't move. When I nodded, she tried to help me up, but nothing seemed to work.
don't know why, I muttered. They drugged you, she said, confirming my thoughts from before. Bastards. Listen to me, Jazz. We need to get outside. Once we're out there, we can yell for help. Okay. Okay, let's go. One step, then another. Before you know it, we'll be outside. We took a few steps before I leaned heavily into Liv. Hand. Jazz, we have to. I'm not going to leave you behind. My eyes watered. I was so tired. All I wanted to do was close my eyes. But I nodded. Slowly, we made our way down the narrow hallway of the RV to the kitchen. Each step was agony. But we were so close.
Well, well, well. What do we have here?
Psycho stood there, gun in hand. He called out,
Maniac, you need to get out here. I've caught a rat. Or two.
I was so confused. What was Psycho doing here? Saint sent him away. I moaned. He was the one trying to take down the club, the real villain that Agent Hill should have been after. Why didn't I see it? The bedroom door swung open, and Psycho's brother Maniac came out, his little dick hanging out of his pants.
Can a man get his rocks off?
He leered at me.
Well, isn't this interesting? Guess I didn't add enough drugs to the booze, Psycho said. I keep telling you it works better when it's injected.
He reached out, pulling me away from Liv. I cried out as he shoved a syringe into my arm. It burned so bad, and I tried to get away from him. The feeling from before came back. This time, it was worse, though. My body went limp, and I fell against Psycho. He laughed as he pushed me off him to the floor. When I tried to move, I realized I couldn't. But I didn't pass out this time. No, I could see and hear everything happening, which was scarier than shit.
See? Keeps the bitches in line.
Psycho pulled the syringe out of my arm.
They don't even protest when you're fucking them.
My breath hitched in my throat. Oh my God, if he tried anything, I wouldn't be able to stop him. Psycho said to Liv,
I'm gonna love using it on you. Though, I'd like to hear your screams as I fuck you in the ass. Such a tough choice.
Fuck you, she spat out.
Ooh, the kitten has claws. How precious.
He lunged for her. At the same time, she shoved a knife into his stomach.
What did you do? You stupid bitch!
He screamed, pulling the knife out. He didn't try to attack her, though. Instead, he cradled his wound, moving away from her. Blood was gushing from it, making me think she'd hit an artery. When he fell next to me, I knew he was dying. I could see it in his eyes. Maniac said,
You hurt my brother, you cunt!
She shrugged. He had it coming. Mama Bear came from the bedroom.
For fuck's sakes! What is going on out here?
She eyed me and Psycho.
Which one of you is bleeding like a stuck pig? The bitch stabbed Cy!
Maniac said.
Don't worry. She'll be bleeding next.
Liv asked. Why are you doing this? Mama Bear let out a laugh that made my skin crawl.
Big E asked the same thing after the run. The old fucker put two and two together and knew I was the leak. That's why I had to put the pillow over his face in the hospital. Make sure he couldn't tell another soul.
No. She killed Big E? My heart broke. Big E was such a nice man, missed by the entire club. Maniac said,
Dumb fucker! He actually thought you were in love with him.
You still didn't answer my question. Why are either of you doing this? Maniac answered. Because we're tired of being under other people's rule. We're getting rid of the weak ones and starting a better club. That seems extreme. Why kill people and try to take down the Devil's Regions? Why not just leave? Listen to you, Mama Bear taunted Liv. You've been with the club for a month and think you have all the answers. It's simple. We want their territory, which we'll get. Then we'll run our new merchandise. He pointed at me. Once people see how effective it is, they'll fall in line. That drug is to rape people with. Is that really what you want to be known for? He shrugged. It'll make us more money than weed, and it's less risky than weapons. Mama Bear sighed. Maniac, let's just get rid of her and get on with this. I think she might serve us better alive. Hell, she has half the officers of the Devil's Regions eaten out of her hands. He leered at Liv. Or eaten out of her pussy. Then shoot her up and let's go. That idiot Bash will be back soon looking for her. Mama Bear, why are you doing this? I get why he is, but you? My place is slipping at the Devil's Regions. I used to be the top club whore. Now I'm a glorified babysitter. When Maniac and I start our new club, I'll be the Prez's old lady. I'll be untouchable. You sure about that? Your guy looked a little green just now. I wanted to cheer for Liv. Distracting them was good. They didn't realize she had Psycho's discarded weapon behind her back. Too bad I would not be any help. Mama Bear glanced at Maniac, and Liv pulled her gun out, cocking it. Well, isn't this cute? Maniac said, pulling his own gun. I don't want to do this. Let Jazz and me go, and we won't have a problem. But we will. You know too much. You have to die. Liv aimed the gun. Wrong. She pulled the trigger. My ears rang from the sound, and everything felt like it was in slow motion. Maniac's eyes widened at the same time the bullet ripped through his neck, spraying blood everywhere. Mama Bear lunged at Liv, and another shot was fired. Liv's face contoured in pain. No! The gun slipped away from them, and Mama Bear scrambled to get it. Liv somehow got the knife she used on Psycho as Mama Bear attacked her. There was a third shot, and Mama Bear screamed, falling on top of Liv. I did everything in my fucking power to get my body to move, but nothing happened. Why couldn't I move? The door to the RV opened, and Saint ran in. His eyes widened as he took in the scene before him. Bash! Get fucking Doc, now! He went to Liv's side, checking on her. King came in next, asking, What in the fuck happened in here? I'm not sure. Mama Bear is dead. So is Psycho. Razor is with Maniac. He can't talk with that wound in his throat. Is Olivia? She's alive, barely. We need to figure out who was shooting at who. Did Mama Bear walk in on Olivia and Maniac? Or was it the other way around? King asked. I know you don't want to believe it, but we have to look at the facts. Inside, I was screaming at them to look at me. I knew what had happened. I focused with all my might, and a small moan escaped my lips. Saint came to my side. Jess, can you hear me? I blinked my eyes, hoping he got my message. Bash, Doc, and two men I didn't know entered the RV, taking Saint's attention away from me. Bash said, We just got word that the feds were spotted in town. They're 30 minutes out. Agent Hill. I wanted to cry in relief. He would help me. Saint said to Doc, Can you work on them in here, or do you need to move them? I can work in here, as long as you don't hit any potholes on the way out, he said to the other two men. Carry the girl to the bedroom. We need to stop the bleeding and make sure the bullet's not sitting in there. Bash, I need you to load up my bike and take the truck and trailer. King, load Maniac into my camper and have Razor sit with him while you drive the truck. Prez, we're ready. No, If we left, Agent Hill wouldn't be able to help me. Someone lifted me from the floor. Looking up, I realized it was Bash. "I've got you, girl!" I knew he did. I wanted to tell him everything, but again, I couldn't get my voice to work. Hell, I was only upright because he was holding me. Doc came from the back room, blood smeared all over his clothes. No. Did that mean Liv was dead? That was when I blacked out for the first time, falling deep into my memories, with no way out. Over the next few hours, I came and went, each time falling deeper into my mind, each time losing a piece of myself, falling, slowly losing myself, becoming that girl that no one wanted, again. And all I wanted in that moment was Hawk. 9. Nicole. I feel faint as I pull myself from the memories. My head is against the stainless steel door, and I vaguely realize that I'm crying. Sobbing, really. There's a knock on the door, and a woman asks, "Ma'am, are you okay in there?" Swiping at my eyes, I answer, "I'm good, thank you." "There's a man outside the door. Looks awfully concerned." She pauses. "He hurting you?" I open the door and shake my head. "No." "You sure?" "I'm positive." I hedge. "I was in an accident a few months ago. Sometimes little things set me off, and I don't really have any control over it." "I get that. Had a cousin who served in Afghanistan. He was never the same after he got home. You got someone you can talk to?" I nod, even though it's a lie. "Good. Thank you for checking up on me." She waves her hand. "Shit, don't thank me. Almost didn't come in here when I heard you scream. That man of yours begged me to check on you." My cheeks are warm. "He did?" "Yep." She gives me a wink before going into another stall, closing the door behind her. I cringe when I see my reflection in the mirror hanging over the vanity. My face is washed out and streaked with tears. Awesome. I splash some water on my face and neck and walk out of the bathroom. Hawk is right there. "Are you okay?" I force a smile. "I'm fine." "You're not. I saw your body posture change when you crossed the road. What happened?" "You're being paranoid. Nothing happened. I'm just tired." Grabbing a shopping cart, I head toward the women's clothing. Hawk follows, not saying a word, which is killing him if the expression on his face is any sign. I hate that my hand trembles each time I reach for a piece of clothing to put in my cart. It's that damn flashback. I haven't had one that bad in, well, a long time. And the flashbacks about the rally are always the worst. The therapist at the hospital said it's because that's the moment I lost control of my life. I think she's right. My breath shudders as I move to the undergarment aisle. Hawk doesn't follow as closely, especially when I look at thongs. When he discreetly adjusts himself, I can't help but to smile, which makes me feel more like myself. Picking up 2 lacy thongs, I ask, "What color do you think will look better on me?" "Red," he answers right away. "Even under the black light at the club?" I shake the white one. "I think this will look better." His nostrils flare, sending a rush of excitement through my body. You're not wearing that to the fucking club. Did Hades put you up to this? I'll kill him if he did.
Somehow, I don't think he's kidding. No one put me up to this. Back in Georgia, the girls would all dress up. Figured it would be the same here.
The whores dress up, but you aren't one of them.
Not yet. I agree. Though Chanel made a very interesting offer today. Have you slept with her? Is she as skilled as I think she is?
Jesus fucking Christ.
He rubs the bridge of his nose.
No, I haven't slept with her. I don't fuck blondes.
Right. Because all the women he fucks look like me. My cheeks are warm. Relax, Hawk. I'm just screwing with you. I wouldn't wear anything like this to the club unless the girls asked me to. I don't want to step on any toes while I'm the new girl.
How did you end up working at the club in Savannah?
I shrug. Doesn't matter. And it's a long story. You know, the same story I'm trying to make sure he doesn't find out. I grab several thongs, tossing them in my cart. I think I'm ready to go. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little disappointed when he doesn't grab a box of condoms when we pass the pharmacy. When we get outside, he carries all my bags as we cross the road, not saying a word. He's so tense, and I feel bad for teasing him. I unlock our door, letting him go in first. He all but throws my bags onto the table before turning to face me. Hawk, I'm sorry. He crosses the room before I can react, pushing me against the wall, caging me in with his arms. My heart is pounding, but not out of fear.
I'm gonna kiss you, Jazz, unless you tell me to stop.
His eyes are bright as he looks down at me. Kiss me. I breathe out. His mouth crashes over mine, and I moan as he kisses me until I'm breathing in the air from his lips. I hold on to him, needing to know that he's here, that this is real. He breaks the kiss, trailing kisses to that spot on my neck that makes me shudder. When his teeth graze my skin, I groan. My entire body feels like it's alive, and everything feels so different, so good. My nipples ache as they brush against his shirt. We both have too many clothes on, I murmur. His grin is wicked as he pulls back.
I agree.
Part of me wants to drag this out, but when I see the way he's watching me, I know I can't. I tug my shirt over my head, tossing it to the floor. My shorts and panties are next, and finally, my bra. Hawk reaches out, touching the Devil's Regent's tattoo on my ribs.
Who tattooed you?
There's a bit of darkness behind his words that makes me shiver. It's a fair question. In our world, you have to be accepted by the club to get the brand. Usually a female gets it when she becomes an old lady to her man. I smile. It's not what you're thinking. Saint let me and the club whores get it. Said we deserved the protection of the club. He drops to his knees, kissing the tattoo.
Looks good on you.
My knees turn to jelly as he kisses a trail to my navel, and then lower. Thank God the wall is there, because I'm not sure I can hold myself up right now. He nudges my legs apart as he licks through my folds. I arch into his mouth, moaning.
Put your leg over my shoulder.
I don't have to be told twice. I hike my leg over his shoulder, giving him better access. When his mouth descends again, I shudder. It's as good as it was last time, if not better. But I'm so wound up that I know I'm not going to last long. Hawk, I breathe out. I'm about to. I shatter before I can finish speaking. Wave after wave of pleasure courses through my body, all while he laps and licks. When I finally stop trembling, he stands, kissing me long and deep. I moan, tasting myself on his lips. Nick. Yeah. Let's move to the bed. He holds my hand as we cross the room to his bed. My heart is pounding as he undresses. His body is harder than I remember, covered in tattoos that tell a story. There are also scars that weren't there before. Reaching out, I touch one that's jagged and long. What happened? He glances down. I was stabbed with a hunting knife a few times. Before I can ask for more details, he walks me backward to the bed. Are you sure you want to do this? I smile. I never realized asking for consent could be so damn sexy. Yes, Hawk, I want to do this. When I'm settled on the bed, he grabs a condom from his pocket before moving over me. It's crazy, but feeling his body on top of mine is... I've missed you, Nicole, he whispers as he positions himself between my legs. My eyes water as he enters me in a slow thrust. I missed you too. His lips find mine. Say it. Say my name. I missed you, Aiden. We both groan as he thrusts again. I trail my hand down his back to his ass, where I cup him. He lets out a grunt, and I grin. Aiden, I need more. His eyes dance. Is that so? His hips rock, hitting that spot deep inside that leaves me gasping. Yes, like that. We grind against each other as we find the spots that drive the other crazy. Sweat beads on his skin. When I lean up and lick his neck, he grunts. Fuck, he breathes out. My lick turns into sucking and nibbling. In return, his hand moves between us to my clit. Pleasure blooms through me as he rubs me until I'm moaning incoherent words. Aiden, I'm so close. I know, sweetheart. He flicks my clit as he thrusts, and I cry out, climaxing. My release sets him off, and he comes, throbbing deep inside of me. Our lips meet in a slow kiss that should scare me, because we didn't just have sex. We made love. Again. I swear to God, the knowledge of this makes my orgasm last longer than it should. He pulls out, tossing the used condom in the trash can next to the bed, and I pad to the bathroom to take care of business. When I come back, he's waiting for me, covers pulled back. Wasn't sure if you'd still be here. I poke as I climb in next to him. Figured I'd see you running away. His arm snakes around me, pulling me close. Not gonna happen. I want to believe him, but only time will tell.
Hawk. Jess is curled against my side, her breathing still irregular from the orgasm I just gave her. We've been at it all night, and even though the sun is up, we haven't left the bed. Being here with her is Fuck. It's more than I could have ever wanted. I've also realized I don't want this to end.
Hawk, there's something I need to tell you. It's about why I left Savannah.
This gets my attention. You don't need to explain anything to me, Jess.
But I do.
Her brown eyes brim with tears.
I made a lot of mistakes after you left. Hell, I was paving my own path to prison the way I was going.
It hurts hearing her say that. Was her life hard because I wasn't there to protect her? Jess, I swear you don't have to do this. We both did what it took to survive. Somehow we managed to find each other. That's more than enough for me. Shit, I sound pussy-whipped, but it's true. I don't care what she did in her past, and God knows I've done enough. We're both different people than we were 6 years ago, but we found each other. That's good enough for me.
I'm scared when you find out you're going to leave me again.
Not going to happen, I swear. Her body molds against mine as we kiss. When she moves on top of me, sliding onto my cock, I groan. I've dreamed about this a lot, I say, running my thumb over her nipple. She rocks and grinds against me in a slow pace that's hot as hell.
Me too.
Her cheeks flush.
There hasn't been anyone since you, Aiden.
My cock swells deep inside of her. It's so fucking hot watching my dick disappear between her pink folds as she rides me. It brings out something dark and primal within, knowing she hasn't been with other men. She rocks her hips a few more times before saying,
"We should get a condom before this goes any further."
I put my hand on her, stopping her. "Nick, I'm clean. If you're on the pill, we can keep going." Her pussy clamps on my cock like they're best friends, and I bite back a groan.
"Are you sure?"
"Yeah, but only if you're okay with it." She nods and puts her hand on my chest, over my heart, as she rocks against me. When she comes, she cries out my name, sending me over too. She falls against me with a contented sigh, and all I can do is hold her close. I was a fucking fool to let her slip through my fingers. So now I'm going to make damn sure she knows how much I care for her. 10. Hawk. I managed to convince Jazz to stay with me in that hotel for the next 3 days. We spent our days getting to know each other again and our nights making love. I rubbed the bruise on my chest from where Jazz bit me. Of course, it ain't all sweet. It's fucking heaven. "Time to wake up, sweetheart." Jazz groans.
"I don't want to."
That makes me grin. Me neither. But I've got some business to take care of. Her eye flutter open.
"Guess we need to get back to the clubhouse then."
I nip her shoulder. I'll make it worth her while. We pick our things and head outside. I climb on the bike first, and she gets on behind me, wrapping her arms around my waist. When her hand dips to my jeans, cupping me, I groan. Hot breath hits my earlobe.
"Remember when I tried this the last time?"
I chuckle. "Yeah, I do. I was too busy making sure I didn't fuck your little jailbait ass, and it drove me nuts when you did that." She laughs too.
"Good thing we're both adults."
Behave. But damn if she didn't rub my cock the entire way back to the clubhouse. When we pull up to the gate, she leans forward, biting my ear.
"I don't have any panties on."
Oh, hell. It's on. I pull around to the back of the parking lot, where it's dark and no one will bother us. She scampers off the bike, pulling her shorts down. Sure enough, she's not wearing underwear. "Didn't know you were such a dirty girl," I say, unbuckling my belt. Her lips part.
"Oh, baby, there's a lot you still don't know about me."
I snap the belt in mock warning, but her nipples press against her shirt. Fuck. She likes thinking I'm going to spank her. It's never been one of my kinks, but I just might have to give it a go. Anything to keep that look in her eyes. I move closer. Bend over the seat of the bike. Be careful not to touch the metal, though. She gives me a saucy look, but does as I say, putting her ass high in the air. She even spreads her legs, giving me a view of her pretty pussy, which is glistening. Look at you. My little slut. Your pussy is practically weeping. She glances over her shoulder.
That's because I was touching myself while you drove.
I groan, not caring if she's teasing or not. I swat her ass with the belt and say, "Do it now, while I fuck you." The sound she makes sets my blood on fire. She holds on to the seat of the bike with one hand. The other hand, well, it moves between her legs. I watch her as she touches herself. When her breathing becomes irregular, I undo my pants, shoving them down my legs. Stepping between her legs, I run my cock through her juices. So fucking wet. She makes a sound of pleasure that turns into a deep moan when I thrust into her. This is going to be fast, sweetheart, so hold on. Because I couldn't go slow, even if I wanted. My balls are so tight that it hurts. But fuck, her pussy feels so good. She rocks into me, rolling her hips. God damn. Holding on to her, I fuck her until she's screaming my name. Her release sets me off, and I come so hard that my damn knees feel like jelly. Oh. God, Hawk, that was... wow. Fuck yeah, it was. I stand, tucking my dick in my pants. She winks at me as she pulls up her shorts. People are going to know what we were up to. Do you care? She shrugs. Not really. The smile falls from her lips. What is it? I just remembered that instead of calling my landlord, I've spent the last 3 days in bed with you. Which means when I get home, there's still going to be a rodent problem. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. I need to run it by Hades, but I've been toying with an idea all weekend. It's fucking nuts, considering, but I just can't seem to shake it. Come on, sweetheart. Let's go to the clubhouse before they send a search party out for me. I'm partly kidding. Hades is ready to take care of his problem and has been blowing up my phone. Even if I hadn't been balls deep in jazz, I still wouldn't have answered. I've had Titan and Ice watching the enemy for me. When the moment is right, we'll strike. I get on my bike, starting it. She climbs on a moment later, kissing my neck. I'm really glad we found each other, she says. Something tight pulls in my chest. I want to tell her I am too. But the words won't leave my mouth. Instead, I drive to the front of the lot, parking in an empty spot. Hand in hand, we walk into the clubhouse. She says, I'm going to run to the bathroom before I go to the bar. Clean up a bit. I kiss her on the cheek. I'll come find you after I talk to Hades. Hades isn't on his throne, but I spot Tex, Ice, and Titan sitting at a table. Tex catcalls at me as I approach, making me grin like a fool. Word always spreads fast here, so it's no surprise that they know where I've been. Damn, son, you doing the walk of shame, Tex teases, shoving a beer toward me. No shame in it. I laugh, taking a drink. Did I miss anything? The boys jump into an animated story about one of the club whores and a new trick she showed everyone last night. But I'm barely listening. Hell, I can hardly keep the smile off my fucking face. Even though it's only been a few days, it feels like no time has passed between me and Jazz. Has me thinking about the future. She can't stay in her dump, and we'll go broke if we have to keep paying for hotels. The only solution is to see if she wants to stay with me here at the clubhouse. Dude, you're not even listening, Tex says. Sorry, just waiting for my girl to get here. They all make sounds, sounding like a bunch of bitches, but I know it's all in good fun. Jazz comes back a few moments later, her cheeks still red for our quickie in the parking lot. She goes behind the bar, purposely ignoring me. But she, too, has a smile plastered on her face. Hell, she's practically glowing. Hades walks in, heading right to me. When he sees Jazz, he grins. "Guessing you two talked." "Something like that." He slaps my back. "I'm happy for you, brother." "Thanks. Hey, I have something I'd like to run by you."
"Oh."
"How would you feel if she stays here with me, in my room?" His eyebrows lift.
"This is a first."
I shrug. "We all know I've been holding out for the real thing."
"I don't think it'll be a problem."
I know Hades. He's more than likely already looked into Jazz's background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be agreeing to this. I'd do the same if I were in his position. "Thanks, brother. I'm going to tell her right now."
"When you're finished, come find me."
"Will do." Grabbing my beer, I go to the bar, where Jazz looks up at me. "So, I was thinking."
"Uh-oh, that's never good,"
she teases. "Since you're working here, and since your place is a shithole, why don't you stay here with me? I have one of the bigger rooms, so there's plenty of space." Her eyes widen.
"Are you sure? I mean, it's only been 3 days."
"Jazz?"
"What?"
"I'm sure. Stay with me." I love the way her entire face lights up. She leans over the bar top, kissing me.
"Yes, I'll get my things after work tonight."
"I'll come with you."
"Perfect."
It's crazy how fucking happy I am as I go find Hades. I don't think I've ever felt like this since the last time Jazz was at my side. I know one thing. I'm going to do my damnedest not to fuck this up.
Nicole, I must be dreaming, because this is almost too good to be true. I'm starting my new life. Found Hawk. Spent 3 wonderful days with him. And now he wants me to move in with him here. Pinch me now. I smile as I serve a drink. Maybe my luck's finally changing. After the bar closes, I meet Hawk outside. He's borrowing Ice's truck so we can get my things, even though I think it's overkill. But I get to sit right next to him on the bench seat, so that's a huge plus. And when his hand slips between my legs, well, let's just say we're both grinning when we pull up to the duplex. If I wasn't afraid we'd see a rat, I'd return the favor inside, I say. Give this duplex a nice send-off. He laughs. I'm sure we can make up for it later. Want me to come inside with you? Hopefully I'll be okay. I hop out of the truck. Iggy's sitting on his side of the porch, smoking a pipe. Didn't think you'd be back. I'm here to get my things, and then I won't be back. He grins. Guess you figured out you knew that man after all. I glance back at Hawk, who's leaning against the truck. Yeah, we've known each other for years. Didn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out, girlie. He stands. It was nice knowing you. You too, Iggy. Unlocking my door, I go inside. I don't have much here, so it doesn't take long to gather my things. I toss them into a bag, and then leave the shitty duplex behind. Outside, Hawk takes the bag from me, tossing it into the back of the truck. He brushes his lips against mine. Ready? Let's go home. The next few weeks are bliss. Hawk and I fuck every chance we get, but more importantly, we talk. He tells me bits and pieces of what he's been up to, and I do the same. Well, as best as I can. We're in bed, tangled around each other when I say, Hawk, I feel like I should tell you how I ended up working for Saint. He runs his hand up and down my back.
I told you. It doesn't matter. It's in the past.
I bite my lip. Then why can't I shake the nagging feeling in the back of my mind, screaming at me to tell him? It's like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. You know about my curse, I begin. He snorts.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Well, then you know that nothing good happens to me. I'm scared that if I don't tell you, then this is all going to go away. Of course, there's a huge chance that he won't want anything to do with me when he finds out what I did. But I have to come clean to him. How can we build a life when I'm lying?
Jazz, I swear to God it doesn't matter to me. Hell, I've probably done worse.
He silences me with a kiss that leaves me moaning into his mouth.
I'll be gone tonight, taking care of Hades' little problem.
He kisses me again.
So let me make you feel good before I go.
I look into his eyes. You'll be safe, right?
Always.
As he moves over me, I forget all about the past and focus on the present, for better or for worse.
11. Hawk. My body aches, but it's fucking done. Only had to kill 6 of them before I got the complete story, names and all. Titan and Ice were right there by my side, bringing as much pain as me. I've never worked well with others before, but these two are good at their jobs. Might have to reconsider working alone. Hell, we even cracked jokes as we cleaned up the evidence left behind in the old shed just outside of town. When I entered the club, Hades motions for me to follow him into his office. Everything taken care of. Yeah, they cried like bitches when it came to talk. You won't have any more problems with them. Looks like the traffickers left town too. They'd be fucking nuts to stay after what I did to their guys. Just thinking about it sends a tingle of excitement through my body. Fuck, there was so much blood. Has me buzzing out of my skin right now. Literally better than any drug I've ever tried. Hades sits. We need to talk. I promise no one saw us. We're good. No, it's not just about that. It's about Jazz. He hedges. I talked to Saint. Oh, when I called, it was just to catch up. But then we got on the subject of Jazz. He pauses. How much do you know about why she left Georgia? Or even how she ended up at the club, working for Saint? We haven't talked about it. She's tried to tell me about it a few times, but I told her it was all water under the bridge. Hades' expression is almost pained. Hawk. She's a mole. Mole isn't a word we use lightly in our world. A mole usually ends up with a fucking hole right between the eyes. So saying Jazz is one. What in the fuck are you talking about? She's working with the feds, trying to bring down Saint. That's why she's not there anymore. He goes on, telling me about how Saint discovered her bartending at a strip club that he owns, where the feds planted her. How he asked her to work at the club. How they started getting busted by the local law enforcement for little things around the same time, but couldn't figure out why. It all came ahead at the rally. Jazz and the other woman, working with the feds, were hurt. Mama Bear and Psycho died, and it came out that they were working with Maniac to take out Saint. He shakes his head. They turned him over, which satisfied the feds enough to leave Saint and his club alone. I don't have any fucking words. Hades says, Jazz and the other woman, Liv, were allowed to keep their lives after betraying the club, but were told to leave the club. How the fuck did she end up here then? Saint's best guess is this is where the feds sent her to start her new life. I think back to what she said about ending up in Samson. She mentioned something about a man and starting over. Yeah, that would check out. Fuck. What do we do? Hades looks me dead in the eyes. She can't stay here. If the others find out about what she said, I won't be able to stop them from getting retribution for the club. Hell, under normal circumstances, I would be right there with them. A fucking mole. Jesus. She has to go. He pauses. I know, there's history between the two of you, but it's in your best interest if you cut ties with her. I don't want to worry about where your loyalty lies. My fucking heart feels like it's breaking. How can I cut ties with the one person I've ever loved? Especially since I just got her back. She needs to be gone tonight. I stand. I understand. Hawk, if she shows her face around here again, we'll have to take more extreme measures. I don't want to put that on you, but as a paid killer, it would fall on my shoulders if she came back. I get it, Hades. I'll take care of it. Okay. I sent her to your room, told her to take the night off, which is why I didn't see her when I walked in. God damn it. I'm sorry, Hawk. I don't answer as I leave. Fuck. A motherfucking mole. Anything would have been better than this. Killing someone. Sure, I can deal with that. Stealing money? Hell, we've all been there. But a mole? I go to the bar, grabbing a bottle of tequila. Unscrewing the lid, I drink the whole fucking thing. My body is tingling as I head to my room. As I open my door, I pray Jazz is strong enough to survive what I'm about to do, because I don't know if I am.
Nicole. The door opens and Hawk walks in. God, he takes my breath away. He's in all black, like a fucking assassin or something. The thought gives me an idea. Maybe we can role play later. Hey, I breathe out. How did it go tonight? He grunts, closing the door behind him. I know he can't talk about club business with me, but I just need to know he's okay. I move from the bed. Hawk, is everything okay? When I touch him, he grabs the back of my neck with his hand, walking me backward until I'm pressed against the wall. His mouth slams over mine in a brutal kiss that bruises my lips. I've seen him like this before, years ago. Back then, he tore up everything in our apartment. Now, I'm gonna let him take out his frustrations on me. Hell, just thinking about it has me dripping with need. He rips my shirt right down the middle, cupping my breast to the point that it hurts. When he squeezes, a moan leaves my mouth. Do I tell him to stop? Hell no. I arch into him. He breaks away from the kiss, freeing my breast from my bra. When his mouth covers it, it's brutal and punishing. He sucks until I scream. More, I plead. I pull him closer as he gives me what I'm asking for. I'm so wound up that I know I'm going to come soon. He moves over to the other breast, and I shatter, crying out his name. Nicole! He moans my name like he's in pain. I'm not sure what's wrong, but I want to help him. Reaching between us, I unbuckle his belt and undo his pants. My shorts are next. He seems to snap out of whatever trance he's in and lifts me. Wrap your legs around my waist. I don't have to be told twice. He enters me in a hard thrust, and I know this isn't going to be sweet and slow. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I hold on as he pounds into me. My back hits the wall, and I know I'm going to be bruised. But I don't care. He needs me right now. And as fucked up as it is, I like what we're doing. He grunts out my name as he comes, and then pulls out, not letting me find my release. Something shifts between us, and
My body tenses. What's wrong? What happened? When he puts me on my feet, I reach for him, but he steps away from me, pulling up his pants. Hawk? You have to go. What? He turns, facing me. Hades, talk to Saint. I feel dizzy. Aiden. No, you don't get to call me that. He runs his hand through his hair. Fuck, Jazz. We know everything. You're a fucking mole. It's not what... Don't give me that bullshit. A mole is a mole. There's no other way to spin that shit, Jazz. I take a step toward him, needing him to understand. I tried to tell you when we got back together, and I tried to tell you last night. He snorts. You should have tried harder. He moves toward me. Do you know what I do for the club? What my specialty is? I take care of people who cause problems for us. I shiver as he cups my chin, tilting it up. It hurts, but I'm sure that's what he wants. Is that supposed to scare me, Hawk? His eyes flash, but I'm not going to let him do this. I push against him, molding my body to his. I know you killed your parents. I've never questioned your motive or even brought it up. I know you protect what's important to you. I cup his face. Ask me why I worked with the feds. Why I agreed to be a mole. His eyes close, but he doesn't say a word. So I tell him what I've been trying to say for weeks. After you left, I fell down a dark hole. No, I don't blame you. That's not what I'm saying. I made each and every choice that led me to Agent Hill. I was at an all-time low. Just saying it makes my eyes water. Agent Hill gave me 2 choices. 1, go to prison for prostitution. His gaze snaps to mine. I was hooked on drugs, doing whatever it took to get my next high. Blowjobs were the fastest way to get a buck, but I was headed to full-fledged prostitution. I shrug. The only thing that stopped me was the fucking loyalty I had for you. I've never felt so lost in my life as I did the day I got arrested. Agent Hill's other option was to go undercover for the feds. They'd help me get clean, pay me, and when I was finished, I would get a fresh start. New name, everything. Nicole Lynn Box, the biggest fuck-up that no one wanted, would go away. He flinches at that. I picked option 2 and found myself on a bus to Savannah. Imagine my surprise when I discovered I was trying to help the feds bust the same motorcycle club you were at, or where I thought you were. I started out at a strip club where I bartended. It was fucking heaven compared to what I'd been doing the last few years. One night I met Saint, and soon after I was offered a job at the clubhouse. I shake my head. I didn't realize I would finally find my place there. Hell, I had friends, I was safe, I had money, and more importantly, I knew I'd be okay without you. I don't tell him how I tried to move on, but couldn't. The feds were getting pissed that I didn't have anything to tell them about the club. When other things started happening, I wondered if the real threat was someone else. As I'm sure you heard, it all came out at the rally. Hawk says, You and the other mole were hurt. Yeah. Liv was shot twice. I was injected with some kind of drug that basically paralyzed me. The fuckers were planning on selling it in Savannah as a party drug. Of course, they were going to have to get rid of Saint for that to happen. But you're okay now? Yes. No. I'm not saying that I blame you, Jazz, but you know how our world works. Did Saint mention that I asked him to kill me? Hawk looks like he's been punched. What? My throat is tight as I force out the words. It was when I was in the hospital after the rally. No one knew if I'd come out of the locked-in syndrome. After I did, well, things were bad. The night terrors, the flashbacks, the PTSD. Saint came to visit me. I asked him to kill me. No one would miss me. And, frankly, I was tired of being alive. He wouldn't do it, though. Not even when I begged. He said this was my chance to start over. Tears brim my eyes. But I have to do this. Leaning forward, I plan to kiss on Hawk's lips. I don't regret coming to Mississippi. I found you. And we had 1 month of bliss together. I knew the risks when I came here, but it was worth it. I only hope you can forgive me one day. Pulling away from him, I grab my shorts and fix my bra. I'm gonna shower and then pack up my things. Please leave until I'm gone. Because I'm so afraid that if he asks me to stay, I will. And I know better than anyone that it won't work out if I do. Word will get around that I was a mole, and I'll never be safe. The other option is to leave with Hawk, making him leave his family behind. I'd never do something like that, no matter how much this is going to hurt me. Where are you going? Does it matter? I smile. Thank you, Hawk. It sounds so simple, but I'm thanking him for giving me the world, for showing me what love and loyalty are, for giving a shit about me. I managed to make it to the bathroom before the first tear falls. I allow myself to cry while I'm in the shower, and I allow myself to feel and to remember. Age 25. Saint knocked on the door. Up for a visitor? I wondered if he knew he just missed Liv. My gut said yes, especially since I'd heard motorcycles every day after she leaves. She had noticed, too. Not that it did any good. Sure. How have you been? He sat in the chair next to my bed, looking comical in such a small seat. Good. How about you? How's the physical therapy going? I wasn't surprised that he knew what's happening with me. He knew people everywhere. But that wasn't why he was here. Saint, let's not bullshit around. You're here to tell me I'm not welcomed back at the club. I talked to Liv. He actually flinched when I said her name. Good. He did that girl wrong, and he deserved to be in as much pain as she was. I'm having your room packed as we speak. He paused. I'm sorry. Don't be. I knew what I was getting into when I agreed to help them.
For what it's worth, I'm glad they weren't able to find anything on your club." He let out a short laugh. "Thank you." Another pause. "I'm sure it goes without saying, but I think it's best if you don't come around the club or any of our businesses. I've already spoken to Arizona. Well, she's not happy. She understands." Fuck. My eyes watered, but I nodded. "I get it, Saint. I really do." He looked uncomfortable, looking around. Finally, he pointed to the dying bouquet of flowers. "I think your flowers are almost gone." I knew they were dead, but I couldn't get rid of them. It was the last ounce of hope I was holding on to. It meant someone cared enough about me to send them. King sent them. I smiled. "I knew this was coming, Saint. But can I ask you a favor before you go?" He nodded. "I don't know who I am." Confusion etched his face. "What do you mean?" "I mean, I've never had the opportunity to be just me. When my mom died when I was a kid, I was forced to become a tough punk that was untouchable. Then I became a wild teenager, sticking it to the man. Even now, I've done nothing but play pretend." I sighed. "I'm not sure who Nicole Box is." "I'm not sure I can help you out with that, Chaz." "Kill me." His eyes widened. "What?" "Kill me. Or have one of the club members do it. God knows there's probably someone chomping at the bit to do it. I was a mole. I lied to you and everyone there. I deserve to die." "Jazz." "Please, Saint. Just do it. Put me out of my misery." My eyes burned with tears. I'd given this a lot of thought. He was sending me away, but I had nowhere to go. Agent Hill swore I could start over. But I didn't even know who I was. And I sure as hell didn't know how to start over. "Please." He reached out, putting his large hand over mine. "No." "Why not?" A sob worked its way up my throat, escaping before I could stop it. "Because you deserve a fresh start, Jazz. We've all done things we're not proud of. God knows, I'm probably at the top of that list. You're a good person. So take this chance and do something wonderful with your life." "Is that what you told Liv?" He looked like I punched him. "I think it's time for me to leave." "Saint, I'm sorry. That was a low blow." He nodded. "Good luck, Jazz." "I'm sorry." I called after him, but he was already gone. Oh, look. One more thing I'd fucked up. Present day. I get out of the shower when the water runs cold, and my teeth are chattering. I've wondered a lot why Saint wouldn't kill me when I asked. I think it's because of Liv, but I can't be sure. Surely he didn't care whether I lived or died. And now look at the mess I'm in. The only man I've loved sees me as the enemy. When I walk into the bedroom, Hawk is gone. I grab my bag, packing all my belongings. Then I grab my phone, texting someone I never thought I'd have to text again. Me. This is Nicole. I need help. My phone rings a second later. Agent Hill asks,
Nicole? Is everything okay?
No. My voice breaks. He talks to me in soothing tones, getting enough of the story to understand what I'm asking.
Can you get to a hotel? I'll reach out to an agent in your area and see what we can do.
Thank you, Agent Hill. An hour later, I'm on my way to a hotel in downtown Hattiesburg, courtesy of ICE. He's silent as we drive, which is fine by me. I purposely have him drop me off at a different hotel in case he tells Hawk, and Hawk decides he wants to come after me. Before he leaves, he says,
I'm not sure what happened between you and Hawk, but I'm sorry to see you leave. You're good for him.
Thank you, Ice. Some things just aren't meant to be, you know? I grab my bag from the back seat and walk into the hotel before he can respond. When I'm sure he's gone, I walk a couple of blocks to the real hotel. There's a man in a suit waiting.
Nicole?
I smile. Yes, that's me.
Come with me.
I follow him around the side of the hotel, where a black van awaits. When I turn to make a joke about this looking like a scene out of a horror film, something hits me in the back of the head. The last thing I remember before everything goes dark is that I've made another terrible mistake.
12. Hawk. There's a knock on my door. When I stand, the bottle of Hennessy I'm drinking rolls to the floor. Fuck. It's empty. I don't remember drinking that much. The pounding in my head tells me otherwise. Hades is at the door.
Just got a call from Grunge out in Nevada. You up for a quick work trip?
What does he need?
A problem won't go away since our issue here is gone. I told him you were free.
He doesn't need to say anything else. Yeah, I'll go.
Thought you might. Topped off your tank. You're ready now.
We both know he's doing this because I need to get my mind off Jazz. And fuck, if killing something in the process doesn't sound good right about now. I'll be in touch, I say. The next few days fly by in a blur. I ride almost nonstop to get to Nevada. And Jazz is on my mind the whole time. Is she okay? Did she find somewhere to go? Is she mad at me? For some reason, the last one bothers me the most. When I get to Nevada, I'm forced to shove all thoughts aside so I can do my fucking job. It's exactly what I need. I've known from an early age that I'm fucked up. The night I murdered my piece of shit father, he asked if this was because of him. Had he made me this way? The short answer is yes. But I can't blame it entirely on him. I think some people are just a little bit psycho. And that's how I've always felt inside. So being here in Nevada, hunting the fool who pissed off Grunge, well, it's exactly what I need. The world will be a better place when he's gone, and I'll get rid of the knot between my shoulders. Maybe I'll even forget Jazz while I'm here. The next morning, one of Grunge's guys wakes me. What is it?
We've got a problem out in the desert. Grunge wants you to look into it.
I want to point out that one of the club officers can handle this. But an hour later, I find myself in the middle of nowhere. There's a bike that someone set on fire, but more importantly, there's a man who looks half dead lying next to it, and he's wearing a Devil's Regent's cut. When I approach him, he grunts out,
"Leave me alone!"
"Brother, what's your name? You're hurt." Shock does funny things to the mind. He might know how badly he's injured.
"I deserve to die!"
He passes out. So I reach into his pocket. Fuck me. It's Bash. How in the hell did one of the club officers from Savannah end up in the desert, barely alive? When I go to move him, he pulls a knife on me, pressing it against my throat. I said leave me alone! Easy there, Bash. I hold up my hands. I'm not going to hurt you, but you need help. He doesn't lower the blade but allows me to back up. I'm going back to the clubhouse to get you some supplies. He grunts, eyes closing. Grunge is surprised when I tell him who the man is. Guess I'll give the boys down in Georgia a call. I'm going to take some supplies out there. Got any guys you could spare to go with me? Take the prospects. I nod, seeking the items and people I'll need. When we get back to the desert, Bash is right where I left him. The wound on his side has stopped bleeding, but that's not always a good sign. Bash, it's Hawk. I'm going to move you. But when I try to roll him onto his back, the fucker pulls his knife on me again. Go away, Hawk! Groaning, I take a step back. This is going to be a long fucking day. 2 days later, Razor arrives, and Grunge brings him out to where I'm camped out with a handful of prospects. This is as close as we dare get to Bash, who is still threatening people with his knife. Even cut one of the prospects, making the kid cry like a baby. I simply laughed, knowing it was a flesh wound and nothing serious. If Bash wanted to hurt him, he'd be dead. When Grunge called Saint informed him that he believed the person who attacked Bash was the same person after Liv. Grunge, of course, doesn't know that Liv was a mole. And I don't offer the information up. It's interesting that Saint made it sound like he was currently with Liv, something I intend on getting more details on once Razor gets here. Razor hasn't changed much and looks pissed when he sees Bash leaning up against a rock in the distance, making me laugh. If he knew the fucking trouble we had even getting Bash propped up, he would thank us, not scowling. Razor asks, he won't let anyone near him? Says he's going to die out here and to leave him be. My guys have been monitoring him. He's not getting any worse, but he's not getting any better either. A look of guilt flashes across Razor's face. Interesting. Wonder what that's all about. Grunge says, come on, it's going to be hotter than shit today, and I've got a bitch waiting for me at the clubhouse. Razor falls in step next to me. I'm dying to ask him if Jazz went back to Savannah. But don't. Fuck, even now she's all I can think of. Razor asks, how have you been, man? Good. I grunt. You? I'll be better once we get the fucker who's messing with us. Heard it was over a bitch. He riles at my words, making me smile. Fucker has never been able to take a joke. Don't let Saint hear you call her that. My eyebrows lift, and he confirms my previous thoughts. Saint's with her too? Must be serious then. It is. Olivia, well, she's the fucking love of my life. I think the others feel the same way too. The others? I shake my head. You four always did do things your own way. Speaking of, what in the fuck are you doing out here? Trying to get over the only woman I ever loved. I shrug. Grunge needed some help with a project that I excel at. Told him I'd come out here and get the job done. How long are you going to stay out here, man? You could transfer back to Georgia, hell, or even Texas. Shit. I haven't thought about Texas in a long time. He's right, though. I could transfer there and try to forget Jazz. Georgia is definitely out of the question. It's too close to my memories of her. And have to deal with King's bitch-ass wounded pride? I think not. Any idea where you'll go next? I glance over. Are we fucking 12-year-old girls now, Razor? What's with the questions? Just trying to catch up, man. Well, stop. We're not friends. We haven't been in a long time. I shove past him, catching up with Grunge. Fucking prick. Don't know when to leave well enough alone. Grunge calls out, your boy is over here. Razor looks sick as he says, fuck. How has he survived this long out here in this condition? Bash looks about the same. Which isn't good or bad. He's on death's door, and unless Razor can talk some sense into him, he's not going to make it. Hell, even in the last day, his cheeks have sunk in, giving him a gaunt appearance. Razor asks, "Bash, can you hear me, man?" Bash doesn't move. I kick one of Bash's outstretched legs. "Rise and shine, motherfucker." This gets a reaction from Bash. "Leave me alone." Razor squats, and I almost warn him that Bash has a knife. "Bash, dude, what are you doing?" "Atoning for my sins." He opens his eyes, which are bloodshot. "I deserve this. I deserve to die." "You're not thinking clear, man. We need to get you out of here and back home. Liv needs us." Bash snorts. "She doesn't need me." "Bash, leave me alone, Razor. I'm not going back." This is the most he's said in 2 days, which tells me he doesn't want to die. He's just being a stubborn motherfucker. Razor stands. "Can I get some help here?" I pull my gun from the holster at my hip. Razor's eyes are wide as I move toward Bash, which is probably a fair reaction, considering he's seen me kill. I flip the gun and hit Bash in the back of the head with the handle. Bash lets out a deep groan and falls to the side. I should have done this 2 days ago, but I wasn't sure if he wanted to live or not. Not that I'm sure he does. It's time to take matters into my own hands. Apparently, not everyone agrees with my technique, though, as Razor lets out a string of curses, "What the fuck, Hawk?" I put my gun back in the holster and bend, tossing Bash over my shoulder. Grunge's guys have been trying to reason with him for days. This is the only way you're getting him out of here. I turn to Grunge. "Got a doctor on standby?" Grunge hoots in delight. "I'll tell him to meet us at the clubhouse." I shift Bash's weight and take off, not waiting to see if anyone follows. Razor catches up. "You should be glad Saint isn't here." I want to point out that Saint would applaud my methods, but don't. Instead, I say, "I hope this fucker is worth it. If it were me, I would leave him out here to die." "Good thing it's not up to you." We finally make it back to our bikes and Grunge's truck. I dump Bash in the back and climb in next to him. Grunge asks, "Why are you riding back there?" In case he wakes up and decides to jump. I really don't want to clean brains off the pavement. Grunge shrugs and gets in the truck. Razor asks, "Want me to ride your bike back?" "Yeah, but if I find one scratch on it, you're dead." Razor salutes me with one finger high in the air as we drive off. When we're out of sight, I put my finger under Bash's nose, making sure I didn't accidentally kill him. He's still breathing, so that's good. The sun beats down on my back, making me wish I'd just ridden my bike. When we pull up to the clubhouse, the doc is waiting. I jump out of the truck and hoist Bash over my shoulder, carrying him inside. Only time will tell now. Once I've dumped Bash on a bed, I go to the bar. Since I left Mississippi, this has become my new ritual. Do I think drinking will wipe away my memories of jazz? No. Does it at least dull my pain for a bit? Yeah. I'm on my third when Razor joins me. He takes the drink I push toward him, looking a bit green. He says, "I left your bike with one of the prospects." "Good. Where's Bash?" The doc took him upstairs, said he'll let us know when he's done looking over him. We're both silent until Razor slams down his glass. "How in the fuck do you deal with the smell?" I look up from my drink. "What smell?" "Whatever. I'll be outside. Have someone find me when the doc is finished with Bash." I salute him with my glass, trying to lose myself in my drink. After a bit, I decide to go check on him. He's sitting on a bench, eyes closed. I touch his arm with a water bottle. He grabs it, drinking half of it in one gulp. "Thanks." "No need to thank me. People forget we're in the fucking desert and don't stay hydrated." I sit next to him. "What's going on in Georgia?" "I knew you cared." "Fuck off, Razor." "Our girl." The one with the magic pussy? His jaw clenches, but he goes on. "Someone is after our girl.
They're the ones who attacked Bash.
Do you know who it is?
It's her father.
Fuck. What are you going to do about it?
We're going to kill him.
Good. If you need any help, call me. I'll be finished here in a week, unless I decide to hang around here for a bit. He's surprised, and it shows. Hell, I'm surprised. I offered, too.
I'll keep that in mind.
We sit there in silence as the sun sets. A prospect comes out occasionally, bringing us water, but other than that, we both keep to ourselves. Finally, the doc comes out, blood smeared on his dingy apron. He asks Razor. "You Razor?"
"Yes, sir,"
he snorts. "Ain't been called sir in years. Just call me Holy. Your friend can have visitors, but he's madder than a snake right now. Damn near knocked me out when he came to."
"Is he going to be okay?"
"Physically, yes. Mentally, well, that remains to be seen. He should be good to travel in a week."
"Thank you, Holy."
When he's gone, I ask, "What made him break?"
"He killed someone to get information."
"That's it?"
"Not everyone likes killing, Huck."
"No one likes killing, you dumb fuck. But it has to be done to keep the balance. He should know that. Wasn't he in the army with King?"
This was different.
My mind goes straight to Jazz. While I didn't physically kill her, I know sending her away was almost the same thing. Neither of us will ever be the same again, no matter how hard we try. My voice is low and thick with emotion as I say, "Everyone has a breaking point. He must have found his."
"I'm not sure how I'm going to get through to him. We need him back in Georgia. Olivia needs him."
"Hate to break it to you, brother, but you might not get through to him. Sometimes people just can't get over it. The look in his eyes, back in the desert, well, if I were you, I'd be making plans that don't involve him." I stare off into the distance, wishing things were different with Jazz, that we could be together. But that's not going to happen. I made sure of that when I told her she had to go, when I failed her for the second time. A few days go by with no changes in Bash. When he finally wakes up, he's madder than shit, taking it out on anyone who gets too close. I rub my jaw where he decked me. He ought to be glad I understand where he's coming from. Other men have died, for less. Right now, he's at the bar, getting fucked up. Razor is watching with a worried look in his eyes. Can't say that I blame him. Razor comes to my side, a look of disgust on his face.
"I don't know how he can do it."
"What?"
"For one thing, it smells worse in here than it has in days. But what I meant was how he can fucking sit there knowing Liv is in danger."
"That shit smell really bothers you, doesn't it?"
"Fuck you, Hawk. Hell, I'm surprised you're still here, to be honest."
I don't point out that I could leave if I wanted. Not sure what's keeping me around, to be honest. Instead, I say, maybe he's not as into the chick as you think he is.
"No, that's not it. He loves her. I know it. Hell, he was the first one to really see how special she is."
He shakes his head.
"We tortured 2 of her classmates, killed one of them. Something snapped in him that day. I think it's because he realized he might lose Liv, that our protection might not be enough to keep her safe."
I can see how that might be hard to accept. Razor sighs.
"I'm going to get some fresh air. Hopefully Bash will pass out soon."
When he's gone, I slam back my drink. Razor is right. It smells like shit in here. And I'm a fucking fool for hanging around this dump when the truth is all I want to do is go get my girl. Swearing, I get another shot of whiskey. I can't stop thinking about what Razor said about how fucked up Bash is. Jazz's face crosses my mind. Guess I can't blame them for being fucked up over a woman. I need air, so I head outside, far from the clubhouse. It's hot as hell out here, but at least I won't be bothered. My phone rings, and Saint's name flashes across the screen. The universe sure has a fucking sense of humor. "What do you want?" Saint laughs. Ha ha ha! Didn't think you'd answer. Almost didn't. Let me guess. Razor told you we talked. He did. I appreciate you offering to come down here and help. I'm going to take you up on that offer. Oh? He goes into detail about Liv and her father. Her father sounds like a sick fucker that could give my old man a run for his money. By the time Saint's finished telling me what's happened, I'm madder than shit. Aren't the feds supposed to be watching her? I wouldn't trust her life with them. I'm the one who needs to protect her, me and my boys. I let her down once when I sent her away. It's not going to happen again. You mean when you sent them away? My tone is bitter, but ask me if I care. Saint pauses. I did what I thought was best. If I could go back, I would have let both of them stay. Then why did you tell Hades about Jazz? He has a right to know. The boys down here were pissed after the rally, demanding both girls be sent away. If word got around about Jazz, I don't think she would be safe. It was better to lay it all on the line. And Hades, in turn, did what he thought was best for his club. My chest is tight because he's right, and because I should have fought harder to keep Jazz at my side. My voice is thick with emotion. As I say, I told her to leave. Has she shown up there? No, man, she hasn't. Agent Hill, the Fed they were working with, might be able to give you some answers, though. He's been helping me with trying to find Liv's father. I sigh. Guess I'm coming back home, then. I need to wrap some loose ends up here, and then swing by Hadesburg. Why not come straight here? I've worked with 2 guys there, both former military. I think they can help me with your problem. They good with killing? What soldier isn't? I reply dryly. See you soon, and thank you. The call ends, and I look into the distance. This Agent Hill fellow might be the only one who knows where Jazz is. It's time to wrap up everything here and go get my girl, if she'll have me back.
13. Nicole. Everything hurts. I've lost count of the days at this point, especially since each new day brings another beating. I don't know who these men are or why they have me. I just want to go home. Huck's face crosses my mind, and a whimper escapes my lips. He's home to me, and if I get out of this alive, I'm going to make sure he knows, even if it means dying by his hand. At least I'd be free then. The door opens, and my kidnappers enter the room. I cower in the corner, preparing for the incoming blows. Don't worry, babe. We aren't going to hurt you. We're sending you to your new home. He laughs. Well, you're home until they decide what they're going to do with you. I pass out. From fear or exhaustion, I don't know. When I come to, I'm in the back of the same van I was kidnapped in. The man driving is new. Maybe he'll help me. I learn real quickly that's not going to happen when his fist makes contact with my jaw, sending me into another dark void. The next time I come to, I'm in a room. It's cold, and the scent of death lingers in the air. A man enters, leering at me. Of course, my bad luck is rearing its ugly head, and I'm not sure how I'm going to get out of this alive. The man squats in front of me. There's something about him. I've seen him before, but from where? You know, you were one hard bitch to track down. Who are you? My jaw aches, making me wonder if the last fucker who hit me broke something. Doesn't matter who I am. The real question you should ask is what you're doing here. What am I doing here?
My teeth chatter together, and nothing I do stops it. You are gonna help me hurt my daughter. Your daughter? He smirks, pulling a syringe from his pocket. This is only gonna hurt for a moment. I cry out as he shoves the syringe into my arm. Fiery pain spreads through my veins, and then everything goes cold. I came up with this formula years ago. Had to make sure my Livy couldn't get away. Not when she was such a good fuck toy. Don't worry, there's an antidote now, but I'm not going to use it on you yet. No, we're going to have some fun. I shudder and try to move away from him, but nothing happens. My gaze snaps to his. No, not this. He pushes me back onto the dingy mattress. I am helpless as he unbuckles his pants, freeing his erection. I give silent thanks as he rolls on a condom, but my prayers soon turn into silent sobs. Inside, I'm screaming as he forces himself between my legs. Over and over, he pumps into me, crudely grabbing my breasts through my shirt. The pain. God, the pain is so bad that I want to scream. I want to fight. I want to do anything to make it stop. I can't. He lets out a satisfied groan before pulling out of me. My stomach roils. If I vomit now, will I die? I pray so, but nothing happens. He runs his hand through my hair. Your pussy is decent, Jazz. Might have to keep you around after all. He laughs, walking away. When he gets to the door, he says, Sleep tight. I'm not sure how long I lay there, processing what just happened. I was raped. How will I ever move on past this? Will I even be alive tomorrow? With a moan, I give in to the darkness, praying this is where my story ends. My head pounds, and I can't open my eyes. The sense that something is very wrong forces me to wake up. When my eyes open, I wish I'd just stayed asleep. Bits and pieces come back, making me moan. The fight with Hawk, going to the hotel to meet the special agent, someone grabbing me. I fought back. They definitely hit me with something. Being hurt. Waking up in a new location with a strange man. Liv's father. The drug. And then, oh, God. I try to move my arms, legs, anything. Nothing works. No, this can't be happening. Glancing around, I realize I'm sitting in a chair. Well, I'm only sitting upright because I'm handcuffed to it. The metal is digging into my wrists, and they feel wet. Probably blood. And since I can't move, there's no relieving the pressure being put on my hands. My body aches in other places too, reminding me of what happened to me, and I want to scream, but I'm silent. Someone talks, and I try to focus on what he's saying. Damn, why won't my body cooperate? I still feel pain, so that's better than nothing, right? His voice jars something. It's the guy who injected me earlier. The same man who raped me. He's Liv's fucking father. How is this possible? The look of terror on my friend's face lets me know this is worse than I think. A loud sound pulls me from the daze I'm in. Liv's friend Lucy is being brought in, and there's a lot of commotion. Another girl I've never seen has walked in next. The look of terror on her face scares me. Shit, what did they do to her? Liv's father is talking, so I try to focus on what he's saying. This moment might prove to be life or death for me. When a group of men enters the room, I know I'm fucked. They're all dressed in black suits and look meaner than shit. Agent Hill screams out as one of the men pulls the young woman into his arms. I see the special agent knows who all these men are. Anyone else? Crow, the prez of the Inferno bastards, answers. They're Russians. Very good. Anything else? Crow says. They're involved with trafficking. Ding, ding, ding. That's the right answer. The 7 of you are about to witness something rarely seen, a sale being made. He turns to Agent Hill. Say goodbye to your daughter, Agent. She's the first to leave us tonight, and made me the most money. All because her sweet cherry is still intact. My head throbs as Agent Hill screams, and the girl cries out. I just want to make the pain stop. Liv's father points to Lucy and says, She's a bit damaged now, with the missing finger and all, but I'm sure she'll make some man very happy. She, too, is carried away. She doesn't even fight. Fuck, I know what they did to me. What happened to her to make her not want to fight back at all? Last but not least, we have this whore. Liv's father comes to me, running his fingers through my tangled hair. Took a while to find her, but was worthwhile, if you ask me. My stomach roils, but there's not a fucking thing I can do to stop what's about to happen. Liv asks, Why? Why go through all the trouble? To make you pay, Livy. To show you that I will always have the upper hand. He goes on. This bitch right here is part of the reason my plan failed. She's also how I found you. Me? How? I glance at Liv helplessly. As my bad luck finally spilled over and hurt someone else. The last 2 Russians grab me by the arms and drag me away. A soft moan escapes my lips. Not that they take notice. They're talking in low tones to each other as they carry me up the stairs. Outside, the sky is dark. A buoy dings on the water, and, judging by the sound of it, it's close. I vaguely remember smelling fish as I was raped by Liv's father. I thought it was just him, or maybe even my dirty body. But it makes sense that he'd bring us near the water if he was planning on selling us. The thought makes me moan again. I'm about to be taken, but there's no badass, super hot guy that's going to save me. Know how I know? Because literally every guy that fits this bill is chained to chairs in the room I just left, and some were looking worse than me. If Hawk were here, he'd be able to help. A tear leaks from my eye. Well, he'd help the others. Not sure how he feels about me after finding out about what I did. The shitty thing is, I won't get the chance to tell him how I really feel, how I felt all along. Ugh, he's the last person I should think about right now. But if I'm about to die, then why fight it? I mean, he is the only man I've ever loved in my life.
Hawk. Titan and Ice wait for my signal. After weeks of doing what we do best, we know this is where Liv's father took her. We also know Saint and his club officers are inside. Now, to get them out, we've infiltrated the enemy, working side by side with him, waiting for the right moment. Right now, we're patrolling the back door of the warehouse. What our enemy doesn't know is that the feds are somewhere nearby. They, too, are here to take down the enemy, since one of their own has been taken. The only part of the plan I wasn't expecting was when an SUV arrived earlier, and some mean-looking fuckers got out. Ice is running intel on them as we decide our next move. Russians, he says in a low tone, into trafficking. Then I say we go in, guns blazing. We know the meeting tonight is in the basement. The fucker is crazy. Not stupid, He's covered his bases, but tonight he dies. Titan lifts his gun. Let's do this. We move silently into the building. There's only one man guarding the stairwell, and I take him down with one slice to his throat. He's still gurgling in his blood. As we make it all the way to the bottom without running into another soul, Ice asks, "How are we going to play this, man? He's not expecting us." Liv's father is ranting behind a closed door, which might be good for us. Anger makes people do stupid shit, like letting their guard down. But then he says something that gets my attention. "When I find out that bitch who was working at the club is about to go into witness protection for the second time, I grab her." Is he talking about Jazz? Because this would fit with what Agent Hill said. Titan taps my arm. Footsteps. We step back into the shadows as 3 men come from the other direction. They're armed and wearing masks. Clearly, they know more than we do. One laughs. "Think we'll get to fuck the women before the ship leaves?" Number 2 replies, "I hope so. That brunette is a looker, and she's drugged, so she can't move. Almost fucked her when I grabbed her in Hattiesburg." One says, "She's all but comatose. Just the way you like them, huh?" Rage boils inside me, and I'm attacking the men before they know what's happening. Luckily, my guys have my back, and in seconds the 3 fuckers are dead. Dread fills my gut. I think they have Jazz. Agent Hill said the last time he heard from Jazz she was in Hattiesburg, but she never contacted his man, and I know the sick fucker tormenting Liv would do anything to hurt her, and taking her best friend would be right at the top of his list. Reaching down, I pull the mask off one man. Let's see what's going on in the room. Ice touches his earpiece, relaying our plan to the feds. "Ready," he says when he's finished talking to them. I'm about to shove the door open when there's a knock from the inside. We enter, guns in hand. Shit, this doesn't look good. Saint, King, Razor, Bash, Crow, Agent Hill, and Liv are in the room, tied to chairs. Some are looking worse for the wear, like King, whose leg is at an unnatural angle. There are also 3 empty seats, making my breath hitch. Who are they for? Liv's father turns to us, leering. My finger itches to pull the trigger, killing him. But I need more to go on. My gut is telling me I've missed something big. Liv's father says, "You'll each die knowing that you failed someone, whether a daughter, friend, or lover. All while I take my baby girl back home where she belongs. Oh, she won't stay with me long, because I've already found someone who wants to buy her. Saw her skills online. But I'll keep her long enough to fuck her a few times." He gives us a signal, so I nod, cocking my gun. Titan and Ice do the same. Across the room, Saint moves, striking Liv's father. "No!" I yell to my guys. Titan relays the message, and we move to attack. But we're no longer alone as more men enter the room. Guess this fucker is smarter than I thought. Someone fires, hitting Saint in the shoulder. Fuck! Spinning, I shoot the man who shot my friend. In all the chaos, I hear Liv cry out for Saint. "Saint, behind you!" Saint moves out of the way, so I move into action. "I'm getting the girl," I tell my friends. "Cover me!" Because Saint made one thing clear the last time we spoke. Save Liv, no matter what. Liv cries out in terror as I move toward her. I go behind her chair, freeing her hands. "Come on, I need to get you out of here." "Fuck you!" She tries to get away from me, but I clamp down on her wrist. Razor calls out, "Liv, trust him!" His plea gets her attention, and Liv looks up at me, nodding once. I pull her from the room, using my body to protect her. Ice and Titan follow, making a circle around her as we move. Gunfire all around us. We take her to a room near the stairs, handing her a vest. I say, "Put this on." "Who are you?" Answers later, if we live. She puts on the vest, and I hand her a handgun. Saint mentioned she knew how to use it, and she needs protection right now. "Ready?" She nods. "We're going out, to the left and up the stairs. Don't stop for anything or anyone. Got it?" "What about the others?" They'll be following if they don't die. I peer out the door and take off, going up the stairs. Outside, the rest of the Devil's Regents are there fighting alongside the feds, taking down the bad guys. Ahead, there's a metal barricade, so I drag Liv to it, shoving her down. "He's on the move!" someone yells. Saint yells back. "I got the fucker!" The gunfire winds down, and I pull off my mask. "You're safe now. But I'll be damned if she doesn't go to Saint's side and proceed to kill her piece of shit father." Pulls the trigger without hesitation. Good for her. Things get chaotic after that, as the cleanup begins. It's strange working side by side with the feds and local law enforcement. For once, I'm on the right side of the law. Razor comes to my side, slapping me on the back. "Thanks, brother." "No need to thank me." I look around. "Where's your girl?" "She's going to get checked out." His voice lowers. "Have to make sure the baby's okay." Didn't know that little tidbit. "Shit, man, congratulations." He smiles, but then it fades from his face. "I'm sorry about Jazz, man. She was here, but they took her." My entire world tilts. I'd almost forgotten with everything happening. "What?" "Right before you came into the room, some Russians came, took her and 2 other women." I don't realize I'm moving until he calls my name. Titan and Ice rush to my side. "What is it?" "They took her." Ice grips my shoulder. "So let's get her back, brother." He's right. So we do what we're good at. We make plans to kill the fuckers who took what's ours. And when I get Jazz back, I'm going to make sure she knows how much I love her.
14. Nicole. I groan as one of the men literally drops me onto the floor of the boat. My head hits something, and I'm certain that's blood running down my forehead, but I can't do shit about it, not until the drugs wear off. If the drugs wear off.
"Careful. Boss doesn't want damaged goods. This one's not the virgin. Doesn't matter."
Panic takes over. If I can't get my limbs to fucking move, I'm screwed. And the last time I was injected with this drug, it literally took months to recover. Shit. My eyes close before I can stop them, as I fall into a slumber filled with memories of my past. Each and every moment has led me here, and that's something I'm going to have to live with. Age 23. I'd really fucked up this time. I knew the guy asking for sex was a cop, but I still followed him to his car, getting in. And now I was in jail. Whatever. What else was new? I'd been here so many times that they knew me by name, and even put me in my favorite holding cell. An older man came in, walking in with a huge cream folder tucked under his arm. He sat across from me, dropping the folder onto the table. I'd never seen him before, and his vibe was 100% don't fuck with me. Nicole Lynn Box, also known as Nicolette Delight. In the flesh, "What's your name, big boy?" I'd been arrested by men who got a look in their eyes when I used that line. This guy wasn't like that. This guy meant business. Great. Just my luck. "My name is Agent Fred Hill. I'm with the FBI." I dropped the foam cup in my hand, spilling water all over the table. He lifted the folder right before it was drenched. "FBI?" He nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "Why are you here? I didn't do anything that bad." "You propositioned an officer for sex in exchange for money." And it's not the first time this has happened." He opened the file. "It looks like the last time you were arrested with cocaine in your possession. Said a guy in Florida gave it to you at a party, and you forgot you had it with you. And then you crossed state lines, which is what caught our attention." Shit. I didn't know why I lied. The guy in Florida beat me up, saying if I didn't sell his drugs that he'd find me. and take payment in another way. When I got picked up, I panicked. It wasn't like anyone would believe me anyway. Clearing my throat, I asked, "Don't I have the right to an attorney or something like that?" "Of course. The state-appointed one is just outside that door." I was hoping we could speak candidly before he came in. "Is that even allowed?" "In cases like this, yes. Ms. Box, you're facing serious jail time for your stunt today. This time, it's not if you get convicted, but when. And when you're convicted, you'll be going away for a very long time." My heart fell in my chest. I was going to jail? How? He went on, "But I believe we can help each other out." This got my attention. "Yeah?" "I need someone who can go undercover and help the Bureau infiltrate a motorcycle gang located in Savannah. Based on your skills, I believe you may be just the person to help us." I felt dizzy. "Which gang?" "The Devil's Regents." Holy Mother of God. Keeping my expression neutral, I asked, "What do I get if I help you?" "If you help us bring them down, then you will walk away with a clean slate. We'll even help you start over somewhere new." He pointed to the folder. A fresh start. That was something I never thought I'd get the chance of having. I nodded. "I'm in." "Excellent. Let's bring your attorney in and then get you out of here." My attorney reeked of alcohol, so I was glad I took Agent Hill up on his offer. Otherwise, there's no telling how long I would have ended up in jail. And Agent Hill was a man who was true to his word. I was released an hour later, and he took me to a nice motel where I could rest for the night. He handed me a folder before he left, telling me to look it over. When I was alone, I sat on the bed, my hands shaking as I opened the file. The Devil's Regents, MC. Headquarters, Savannah, Georgia. Though it was noted there was a chapter in every state in the United States, and even up in Canada. President, Saint, Massacre. Marital status, widowed. There was a photo of him. Hello, Silver Fox. He was older, in his 40s, but damn, he was still good looking. Vice President, Gideon King Kingston. Marital status, single. This guy was hot too. He had long blonde hair and a smile that could melt the panties off any female. Club income source, drug trafficking, marijuana distribution, some weapons distribution, strip club, and custom work on bikes and cars. Possible other income sources, prostitution, though unverified. Next was a set of photos. I flipped through each one, hoping to see Hawk's face. He never told me the name of the club he was in, but one night after he'd left, I Googled the branding mark on his wrist. Didn't take long to find out he'd patched in with the Devil's Regents. He wasn't in any of the photos, which was weird. From all my research, it seemed once patched in, you were in for life. So why wasn't he in any of the photos? I looked through them a second time to make sure, and tried not to freak out. By the time Agent Hill showed up the next day, I was full of questions. How am I supposed to get information? Did you read the file? I did. Then I'm sure you saw where your skills might come in handy. The strip club? He nodded. Yes. As I mentioned before, you'll receive payment from us to help you live, but you are more than welcome to keep any tips you make. Sweet. I Googled the club, too. It was one of the nicer ones in the state, and, unlike the report on the Devil's Regents hinted at, the club didn't have a reputation for prostitution.
The feds were really reaching with that one. Agent Hill handed me a wad of cash. "What's this for?" "You're gonna need to look the part. The dancers at this club all have a certain quality about them." I lifted a piece of my dark hair, noticing there were split ends. Shopping spree and spa day on someone else's dime? Count me in. He rattled off crap I didn't care about while I looked up spas that were nearby. Luckily, women in the South liked having access to beauty treatments at their fingertips, so I could find a spa with an opening. Agent Hill dropped me off and said he'd pick me up in a few hours. By the time I was plucked, prodded, scrubbed, and dyed, I looked like a different person. My dark hair was now even darker and was silky and shiny. My skin glowed and was soft. I even left with a bag full of makeup samples. My next stop was to a lingerie store that the spa recommended. They, too, were awesome and hooked me up with undergarments that left me feeling like a new person. My last stop was a bit different. The stripper store sat in a nearly abandoned shopping center, but the store itself was popping. When I stepped through the doors, I could see why. The clothes and shoes were separated by color, making a rainbow of sex and sin, and I was fucking here for it. A woman walked over. "May I help you?" She was wearing a bra and panty set that were barely covered by a mesh slip. "Yeah. Show me where you got your outfit. It's sexy as hell." "Will do. And I can point you to some items that you will rock." She eyed me up and down. "You're a walking wet dream in clothes. I can't even imagine what you look like on stage." I gave her a flirty smile. "Hook me up with your employee discount, and I'll make sure you're there on my first night." "Honey, you can count on it. Come on, I want to show you some pasties that I expect to see you wearing." When Agent Hill picked me up, I was loaded with new clothes and the lady at the store's phone number. There was no way the club in Savannah wasn't going to hire me. But there was something that was bothering me. "Can I ask you something?" Agent Hill glanced over. "Can't promise that I'll answer, but go ahead." "Right. So I looked over the file and noticed you had profiles of two of the members. Do you by chance have a list of current members?" "Was it not in the file?" "Wouldn't be asking if it was." "I'll make sure you have it." He peered at me as we waited for a stoplight to change. "Any reason why you want the list?" "I used to know a guy who would talk about a motorcycle gang in Savannah. I figured there couldn't be too many of them in the area." "More than you think. Will this friend be a problem?" I thought back to Hawk and how he left after fucking me. "Not at all. I'll make sure you have it to look over on your bus ride to Savannah." "Bus ride? Really?" I hated the bus. It was going to take twice as long to get there, and knowing my luck, the bus would break down or something. "Yes, really. Now, when you get there, I'm going to set you up in a motel, but I expect you'll find a more permanent residence through the strip club. The ladies who are single seem to live in the same apartment complex." "Fine." "When you get to Savannah, check in and then head over to the strip club. They have amateur nights on Wednesdays." "Not leaving me much time to prep." He shrugged. "I'm sure it's like riding a bike." Getting to Savannah was a fucking nightmare. My seatmate smelled like onions and dried cum. At one point, I caught him trying to take a photo of me on his phone. Creep. The bus broke down an hour into the trip, but we couldn't get off because it was a safety hazard. When we finally got to Savannah, I couldn't get a cab and ended up having to catch a ride with Mr. Cum. When we got to the motel, he asked, "Mind if I come up?" I didn't miss the heat in his eyes or the tent in his dirty sweatpants. "Sorry, dude. My man's waiting for me." He snorted. "What kind of jerk brings a pretty girl like you to a place like this? Hell, they rent the rooms by the hour here." I mean, he had a point. He pulled a card from his pocket. My boss started this company. Check it out. I think you'd do well there. I glanced at the dingy card. What's a fantasy website, like board games and RPG? Ironically, I only knew of role-playing games, RPG for short, because of Hawk. No, like sexual fantasies. He brushed a piece of my hair from my face. And girl, do I have some right now. Gross. I grabbed my bag and jumped from the truck. Thanks. I'm just passing through town. Once my man gets here, we're leaving. I all but ran into the office of the motel, hiding behind a potted plant until the creeper took off. When he was gone, I checked in. The room wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, so I took a shower. When I got out, I skimmed over the member list that Agent Hill had given me. Hawk wasn't on it, but maybe he changed his name. Some of the other names were creative, like Psycho. Okay, he seemed super stable with a name like that. Some made me laugh, like Tiny, making me wonder how these guys got their names. Finally, it was time for the strip club to open its doors, so I grabbed my bag and headed over to the club. An older woman stood outside, smoking. Hi, I greeted her. Am I too early to sign up for amateur night? Arizona isn't here tonight. She's the club manager, and the one you'd need to talk to. Oh, my shoulders slumped. Okay, thanks. Well, fuck. What the hell was I supposed to do now? Hold on there. Got a name? Nicolette Delight, she snorted. Got a real name? It's Nicole. Nicole Box. That's more like it. I'm Mama Bear. Nice to meet you. Do you work here, Mama Bear? Jesus fucking Christ. No, I don't work here. I'm just monitoring things since Wednesdays are their slow nights. She shook her head, laughing. I'm a club whore. What? Club whore for the Devil's Regents. Been there since '84. I've heard of the Devil's Regents, but I can't say I've ever heard of a club whore. She shrugged. It's exactly what it sounds like. I fuck the bikers who don't have old ladies. Well, good for you. I meant it, too. Sex should be on a woman's own term. Sounded like Mama Bear had it down. I think I like you, Nicole. Come inside and have a drink. It wasn't an audition, but it was something, so I followed her in. Wow, I said, looking around. This place is pretty awesome. The main stage was the center of attention, as it should be. The velvet curtains were a vibrant purple and opened and closed as each girl took the stage. Lights flashed to the tune of the music, and a fog machine set the mood. There was a main bar that looked well-stocked. It was by far the best and cleanest strip club I'd been to. Mama Bear said, Yeah, it's okay. So, you're looking for a job? Got experience? I rattled off the clubs I danced at in Atlanta. I've worked behind the bar, too, in case they're looking for a bartender. Really? You're hired? No offense, but can you hire me? I thought you said the club manager wasn't here. I mean, this was why I was here, but I didn't want to get hired only to be fired. She'll take my word that you're good, she called out. Tulip, get over here. A pretty woman walked over, looking amused. Yes, Mama Bear? This is Nicole. I just hired her, so make sure she's set up. Tulip looked like she was going to say something, but Mama Bear held up her hand. I'll deal with Arizona. If you say so, Tulip said to me. Nice to meet you. Got a stage name? Nicolette Delight. I love it! Thanks. I like your name, too. She grinned. Mine's my real one, unfortunately. My parents were really into flowers when I was born. My middle name is Rose. She took me backstage and showed me the locker room and showers.
We don't have many thefts, but it's always good to lock up your things. Got it. When do I start? Tonight is a slow night. You can follow me around and get the hang of things. Arizona should be back tomorrow. There was a slight pause in her voice that got my attention. There's a chance I'm going to get fired, isn't there? She hedged. It's hard to say. Arizona is in charge here, but Mama Bear is higher ranking because of her status at the club. She shook her head, smiling. But if you're any good, then I don't see why Arizona would fire you. Cool. No pressure. She said, Come on, I'll introduce you to the others. As crazy as it was, I already liked it there, and hoped I didn't get fired. 15. Nicole. I've passed out again. Now, I'm in a dark room on the wooden floor. The only light comes from under the door. My stomach lurches, and I vomit all over the place. But I'm able to lift my hand to wipe my mouth, which means the drugs are wearing off. Hot tears fill my eyes. I will not be stuck in a vegetative state for months this time. Thank fucking God. The room I'm in sways, like actually moves. Where the hell am I? I try to push myself to my feet, but my legs still don't want to cooperate. Feeling like Beatrice in Kill Bill, I focus on moving my toes. If I can move a toe, I can move my leg. At least, that's what I tell myself. By morning, I'm able to wiggle my toes, but that's it. No running away for this girl. Not that it would do any good. I've been counting shadows that pass in front of the door. Looks like there's at least 3 guards patrolling the hallway. One of them has a limp, but he can still outrun me in my current state. I snorted my sick joke. Groaning, I dragged myself to the toilet and managed to take a piss without passing out. There's no toilet paper, so I tear a piece of my shirt using it to wipe. I'm not sure how long I slept last night, but I'm starving now. I move back to the floor and wait. Hello? I call out. Is anyone there? I'm surprised when the door opens. A man walks in, looking at the mess I made on the floor. With a sigh, he calls out something in what I assume is Russian. A moment later, an older man enters, mop in hand. He cleans the floor and scurries away. When he's gone, the man in the suit says, I bring food. I nod my understanding as he leaves. He comes back, tray in hand. It's just bread and water, but it might as well be a steak and potatoes. Careful, he warns. You get sick. Another man enters and says something to the guy in the suit. Judging by their tones, they're talking about me. The new guy seems mad that I've been fed and punches the other man. When he turns to me, he leers at me. You eat my food. Now, pay me back. When he unzips his pants, his message is obvious. Swallowing, I crawl across the floor. I've done worse, I tell myself. Anything to live, I reason. As he shoves his cock into my mouth, I blessedly get lost in my memories. Age 23. I liked Arizona the moment I met her, but she was clearly surprised when Tulip told her that Mama Bear hired me. Well, crap. This wasn't looking good. Well, I guess we can give you a trial and see if you can hang, Tulip said. She did good last night. Helped behind the bar and sold a few bottles. Arizona eyed me. Is that so? Well, Nicolette Delight, you might be worth keeping after all. I wasn't sure why, but it made me really happy that she approved of me.
I spent the rest of the evening behind the bar, working my magic. It wasn't hard, really. I was nice to the customers, without being overly friendly. I think that's all some of them were looking for. When one of the guys tipped me $100, I was shocked. Arizona, who was behind the bar with me, smiled. He's a nice guy. Lost his wife a few years ago. They used to come in together. Oh, wow. I looked over at him. He was sipping on his beer, watching the game on TV. And he still comes? Every Sunday and Friday. He never gets a dance. Just sits here and has a few drinks. He'll leave in a bit. And he always says the same thing when he goes. What does he say? I say, "See you next time." And he always responds with, "Whatever suits you, sis." She smiled. Wait and see. I tried not to stare at him as he finished his drink. When he was done, he pushed the empty bottle toward Arizona. "You out of here, Bucky?" "Sure am." "See you next time." "Whatever suits you, sis." I bit back a grin as he put on his hat and left. When he was gone, I said, "He is too cute." "I think so, too." We worked side by side until it was closing time. When all the clients were gone, I helped scrub down the bar area. Arizona told me there was a cleaning company that took care of the stage and VIP room, but that she liked to scrub down the bar. "I get it," I said, as I buffed some of the chrome paneling. "It's nice to work with your hands." Tulip, who was passing by, laughed. "Kiss ass!" I grinned, but I was serious. Arizona took pride in the club and wanted it to look nice. I could appreciate it. We worked side by side until we were the only two left. Arizona handed me my share of the tips from the tip jar and said, "Well, Nicolette Delight, I have to admit that you impressed me tonight. I'm not looking for a dancer, but if you don't mind working as a barback, I would love to have you." "That would be awesome. I'll get a tax form for you and have it tomorrow." "Tax form?" It's odd, right? Most clubs just pay you in cash and go on with their business, but the owner, Saint, likes to do things by the book. That is odd, but I guess good for him. He deals with enough BS with the motorcycle club. It helps that we stay on the legal side. "Motorcycle club?" I echoed, as if I didn't know. "Right. You're not from around here. Saint is the president of the Devil's Regents. He's also the owner of this club." "Oh, wow. Aren't bikers usually, I don't know, scary?" "A lot of them are. Saint is a good guy, but don't let that fool you. He'll do whatever it takes to protect his club. And, by default, us." She flipped off the lights as we went out the front door. "That reminds me, if you ever see anyone that looks like they don't belong, let me know. Every once in a while we get feds snooping around here. Last time, they tried to say the girls were prostituting themselves, but they were full of shit." My cheeks felt hot as I nodded. "Yeah, I'll definitely let you know if I see anyone who doesn't belong. Like me." Arizona looked around the all but empty parking lot. "Where's your car?" I don't have one. "I walked here." "Walked? From where?" I rattled off the name of the motel and then explained. "I'm new to town and haven't found a place to live yet." "That place is the Pits. It's owned by this pervy guy named Milo. He owns one of the other strip clubs in the area called Purring Pussy. And their reputation for prostitution is accurate." She shook her head. "No one should have to stay in that motel. He's probably got hidden cameras in the showers or something. I have an extra room at my place. You can stay with me until you get on your feet." "Are you sure? I'd hate to bother." "I insist. Come on, we can grab your things on the way home." "Okay, that would be awesome. Thank you." We swung by the motel, and I grabbed my bag before checking out.
As we left, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I glanced at the screen, snorting. It was Agent Hill.
Freddy boy, why did I just get an alert that you checked out of the motel?
Me. Because the strip club manager is letting me crash with her until I can find a place to live. She seemed to think the room at the motel might have a hidden camera.
Freddy boy, send me the address where you'll be staying.
Me. Will do.
Freddy boy, anything to report?
Me. I didn't get hired as a dancer, but as a barback. Oh, Arizona wants me to fill out a tax form tomorrow. She said the president of the Devil's Regents likes to keep things on the legal side.
Freddy boy, I'm sure.
Me. Just telling you what she said. My question to you is, if they run my legal name, will they see all of my misdeeds?
Freddy boy, we'll take care of it. Your name won't be flagged.
Me. Cool. Thanks.
Freddy boy, be sure to keep me updated.
I sent a thumbs-up emoji and dropped my phone between my legs. Sorry. My dad wanted to make sure I was doing okay. I lied. He was scared of letting me move on my own. I get that. My mom didn't want me to leave when I turned 17, but nothing was keeping me in the backwoods of Arkansas. Where at in Arkansas? She rattled off a name, adding that it was barely big enough to even be considered a town, and then asked, "How did you end up here?" I visited Savannah once when I was a kid. Knew I wanted to either live here or in Charleston. Figured now was as good of a time as any. Besides, the women in my family tend to get knocked up and stay in the same place they were born. I don't want that. That part wasn't a lie. My mom had dreams of traveling the world before she had me. The same with her mother. I didn't want the same fate. Arizona said, "Lord, I feel that in my soul. My family is the same way." The apartment complex she lived in was gated and super fancy. When we got up to her apartment, I was shocked. This place was enormous and had to cost her a ton of money. Dang. Are you sure you don't want me to pay you for the room? I'm sure Saint covers my rent. That's cool. And a bit odd. My tone must have given away my thoughts because she let out a laugh. I suppose. He only does it because he feels guilty about... She stopped speaking, shaking her head. Anyway, I'm sure you don't need to pay rent. Just help keep the place clean and don't bring any random lays home. There was a sadness in her eyes that made me sad too. I wanted to know more, but we just met, and I didn't want to intrude. I nodded. Of course, I'm not the type to randomly hook up with guys. Hawk's face crossed my mind, and I shoved the thought away. This is where you'll be staying. This was, by far, the nicest room I'd ever seen in my life. The bed sat on a platform frame, covered in snow-white bedding. The rug under the bed was white, too, and was fluffy-looking. The only pops of color came from the pastel candles sitting atop the white dresser. I definitely wouldn't be eating or drinking in this room. Wow, this is so nice. She smiled. Thanks. I decorated it myself. Once upon a time, I was in school to become an interior decorator. She couldn't be much older than me, but I got it. We all had shit that happened, and life changed accordingly. All right, Nicolette Delight. I'll see you in the morning. If you're up before noon, I'll take you to my favorite breakfast joint. I made a face, not promising anything, because it was already 4, and I liked my sleep. She laughed, closing the door behind her. I put my bag on the floor and took off my shoes, because, hello, I wasn't going to get a speck of dirt on anything in this room. When I climbed into the bed, I moaned. God, this might be heaven. The next few months flew by, and Arizona and Tulip quickly became my best friends, which was something I had never had before. It was hard to keep the lies I told them straight, but if they ever noticed, they said nothing. Agent Hill got pissed off when I had nothing to report, but I didn't know what to tell him. The club was legit. Nothing shady went on there. In fact, Arizona fired a girl one night when she caught her giving a client a hand job in the VIP room. Said if she wanted to be a whore, then she needed to go to the purring pussy. The bouncers tossed the client out and told him if he showed his face again, he'd be dealing with the devil's regents. I kept telling Agent Hill that if anything shady was going on, it had to be at the clubhouse. Every once in a while, a biker wearing a cut would come into the strip club looking for a good time. Other than that, I had zero interaction with Saint or his club. My luck changed one night as two men wearing Devil's Regents cuts walked in. I knew from the photos that Agent Hill sent me that this was Saint and King, the prez and VP of the club. They went right to Arizona's office, closing the door. A few moments later, they left. I asked Tulip why they didn't stay. Saint's not really into this scene. He's a great boss, but leaves everything up to Arizona. King, on the other hand, likes to play. He'll be back this weekend with some of the guys. She had a dreamy look in her eyes that made me wonder if she'd hooked up with him before. Arizona confirmed what Tulip said when we got home that night. Saint doesn't dip his hand in the honey jar, if you catch my drift. Some of his club officers have, which never ends well. She passed the joint she was smoking to me, and I took a hit. God, this is some good weed, I sighed. That's something you can thank Saint for. Oh? It's one of the other businesses the club runs. I looked thoughtfully at the joint before taking another hit. So, what's Saint's deal? She smiled. Thought he was cute, did you? Sure, we'd go with that. I have a thing for older dudes with salt and pepper hair. Lord, have mercy. Don't let him hear you call him old. She laughed. You'll give him a complex. I seriously doubt I'll have the chance to be around him if he doesn't hang out at the club. She replied, He throws parties at the clubhouse that we're invited to, and sometimes we go to rallies. Those are fun. I was intrigued. What happens at a rally? Different chapters of the club meet up with other clubs and have a gigantic party. I'm talking about the most kick-ass party you've ever been to in your life. And it usually lasts for several days. My pulse thudded in my neck. If Hawk was still around, then I might see him at a rally. That does sound cool. I paused. Do you know a lot of the club members? I'm only close with a few, but I've seen a lot of them around. Why? I thought I heard someone mention a hawk. I lied. Hawk? Doesn't ring a bell, but that doesn't mean anything. Guys come and go all the time. We finished smoking and then called it a night. But when I got to my room, I couldn't sleep. I knew Hawk was a member of the Devil's Regents. I saw the brand on his arm myself. And I knew for a fact that he was coming down to Savannah all those years ago. So where in the hell was he? 16. Nicole. I moved to a new room after the blowjob. This room, at least, has a shower in the bathroom, though the boat is swaying so much that it's hard to stand in. I sit on the tiled floor, letting the water run over me. I need to get out of here. But where will I go? Hell, I don't even know where this boat is taking me. And if we're in the middle of the ocean, it's not like I have anywhere to go. The bathroom door opens, and the man from before enters. Come. I can tell by the look in his eyes what he has in mind. No. No? He backhands me. I said, come. My eyes water.
and my cheek stings. And I said no. I'm not going with you until I get answers. He moves so fast that I don't even have time to defend myself. Then I'll take you here. He flips me, pressing my face onto the tiled floor. Blood trickles from my mouth, mixing with the water that's swirling down the drain. No, I can't be here. No, this can't be happening. No, stop. I moan the last bit, making him thrust harder. Go to your safe place, I beg my mind. Age 24. Happy birthday to you. My coworkers finished singing. I knew I was grinning from ear to ear. You guys, this is too much. They were all dressed up like cheerleaders, and Arizona and Tulip hung posters from my favorite TV show, One Tree Hill, all over the club. It was literally the best birthday I'd ever had. And then they brought out a cake and a few gifts. I was bawling by the time I opened the last gift. What they didn't know was this was the first party I'd had since I was 10, since my mom died. Thanks to all my lies, they thought my mom and dad were alive and well, and it was too late to let them in on my deception. So I just played off my emotional outburst to being my time of the month. Tulip hugged me. You deserve it, girl. Life hasn't been the same since Mama Bear brought you in. Arizona got everyone's attention, telling them the doors were about to open. Tonight was our busy night, but I didn't even care. And when the regular clients found out it was my birthday, thanks to the tiara and sash I was wearing, they showered me with tips. Bucky, the little old guy at the bar, tipped me extra. When I told him I'd see him later, he said, "Whatever suits you, sis." Arizona smiled, overhearing, "You're officially one of us now." For the first time in a long time, I realized I had a family again. Time flew, all while Agent Hill kept threatening to pull me since I hadn't provided information. But I didn't care. I was thinking I might hang around, even after this gig was over. The club had slowed down since we were getting into the winter months. Arizona liked to say it was because the married guys felt guilty around this time of year. Maybe she was onto something. I'd already wiped the bar 3 times and finally tossed my rag to the side. How do you feel about theme nights? Theme nights? Arizona echoed. What kind of themes? Like football? Yeah, we can do football, or superheroes, or horror villains. She nodded. Could work. I was also thinking about doing a play one night, like taking a classic and turning it into a strip show. We're slow on Mondays, so that might be the perfect time to try. Now she didn't look so sure. I rushed on. I did it back in Atlanta. It was a huge hit. This was a lie. I suggested it to the club manager, who told me to fuck off. What kind of classics? Literature, like Arabian Nights, or even Shakespeare? I guess we can try it. Like you said, Mondays are slow. I did a fist bump in the air. I promise you won't regret it. She smiled. I'm sure I will, but it'll give me something to laugh about. Tulip had a similar reaction when I told her my plan. Arabian Nights? Like Aladdin? Yes! You can be the princess if you want. She laughed. No thanks. I've done this long enough to know that you don't change something that's not broken. The clients want us to shake our tits and asses, and that's it. What clients? You have a point. She eyed me. Is Nicolette Delight finally going to make her onstage debut?
She'd been trying to get me on a pole since my birthday, but I liked just people watching. That didn't stop her from dragging me to her dance studio and teaching me dance moves. You know, just in case I decided to spread my wings. Maybe, if we can't get enough people to take part, she snorted. Better get waxed then, because your ass is going to be on that pole. The performance was a fucking disaster. I should have known it was going to be a shit show when my princess backed out and I had to fill her spot. In retrospect, I honestly didn't know what I was thinking, and, to make things worse, I was certain I saw Saint walk in. Great. One of the girls, dressed as a genie, bumped into me as she tried to exit the stage. Same girl. Same. Thank God the lights dimmed. I rushed off the stage, going to the dressing room, where the girls at least had a good sense of humor about the performance. Tulip was wiping her eyes. Oh my God, I haven't laughed this hard in a long time. Glad to be of service, I dryly retorted. I threw a white shirt over my teal blue pasties that had tassels on them and headed out to help Arizona behind the bar. From across the room, I saw Saint with a group of guys. They were laughing, and someone pointed at me. Probably because the performance was a shit show. Arizona shook her head when she saw me. Saint wants to speak with you. She pushed a bottle of Jack at me and motioned for me to go. My heart pounded as I crossed the crowded floor. When I got to the table, I gave Saint a sassy smile as I put the bottle of Jack on the table. I heard you wanted me to come? There was a rowdy round of laughter from the others at my play on words, but Saint just shook his head, smiling. That was quite a performance out there. He gestured toward the stage. My cheeks felt like they were on fire, but I squared my shoulders. I thought so too. In hindsight, I guess we could have used one more rehearsal. He laughed loudly. I like you, kid. What's your name? I reached for the bottle of Jack, uncapping it. Nicolette Delight. What's your name? He knew I knew his name, but this was all a game. I poured him a drink, pushing it toward him. Saint Massacre, President of the Devil's Regions. He eyed me up and down. You don't look like a Nicolette, especially after that performance. He took a sip, a smile working on his lips. Oh? What do I look like? Jasmine. That made me grin. So you could tell it was supposed to be Aladdin? Yeah, I got that much. The rest didn't translate. That made me frown. Yeah, next time I'll do better. He laughed loudly. I like you, kid. You've got spirit. The next time I saw Saint, he called out, Nicolette Delight! I grinned, walking over. Sorry, sir, you've got the wrong girl. I go by Jasmine now. Jazz for short. I like it. I did too. So, Jazz, I hear you're pretty good behind the bar. I am. And you've gotten glowing recommendations from Arizona and Mama Bear. Recommendations? He nodded. I'm currently looking for a bartender for the clubhouse. You'd be required to live there, but I'll take care of the board fee for you. You interested? My pulse pounded. Yeah, sure. I'll let Arizona know. You start next Saturday. Thank you, Saint. He nodded as he left. Holy shit, did that really just happen? Arizona confirmed it. He mentioned he was looking for a bartender, and you came to mind. Are you sure you can manage without me? I was half joking. Now that I'd had time to sit on it, I wasn't sure I wanted to leave. I mean, I had no idea what living at a motorcycle clubhouse would entail. I'm sad to see you go, but I think you'll love it there. You'll make more money, and it's not like we won't see each other. I'm kind of nervous, I admitted. What if some horny biker tries to break into my room in the middle of the night? You know, like my foster dad tried to do. Don't be scared. There are club whores who live there. It's literally their job to sleep with the guys. And Saint doesn't put up with bullshit. If someone gets too handsy, tell him. He'll take care of it. Guess I can give it a shot. Do it. And once you're rolling in the dough, we can go shopping. I like the sound of that. My last night at the strip club was tearful. All the girls said they were going to miss me, even though I said I'd be back. Tulip told me, "There's been a few girls who leave here to work at the clubhouse. We don't see them after that because they're either too busy or they end up moving on." I hugged her. It won't be like that with me. I drove my new sports car to the address that Saint had texted me. When I told Agent Hill about the job offer, the man actually smiled. I don't think I'd ever seen him look so happy. He wanted daily reports, since he thought this was going to be the break he'd been waiting for. Me? I hoped I'd run into Hawk. I knew it was stupid, but there were still some things I needed to say to that prick. Mama Bear was waiting to show me around. "Glad to have you, Nicole." "Thanks." I paused. "Can I go by Jazz here, or Jasmine? It's a nickname Saint gave me." "Sure. Come on, I'll show you around." The clubhouse was freaking amazing. No wonder Hawk was always up here. The building was modern, with a killer bar area. There was a gym, a shop where the guys could work on their bikes, and the living quarters were awesome. There were 2 living areas of the clubhouse, one where Saint and his club officers stayed, and one where the club whores, out-of-towners, and I stayed. Mama Bear said, "I'll introduce you to the club whores in a bit, and then show you the bar and go over your duties." "Thank you." I freaking loved the club whores, except for a few of them. When I said this to Mama Bear, she laughed. "What do you expect when you get a group of women together, all trying to catch the eye of the prez?" "Saint? Really?" "That, right there, is why you're perfect for this place. I think you're the first woman who hasn't tried to throw yourself at him." "He's not my type." "Are you into chicks?" "Not lately," I quipped back. She grinned. "Your sense of humor is another reason you're here." "Thanks. Come on, let me show you the bar." I followed her, feeling like I was going to fit right in. With any luck, I'd find out where the heck Hawk was. Present day. I'm jarred back to the present as the man finishes. He rolls off me with a satisfied grunt. Hawk. Tears fill my eyes, and I cry, making the man laugh. "Don't cry. This is only the beginning. Now, let's get you some food, and then I'll show you your surprise." I don't want to move. All I want to do is lie here and die. But that's just not how my luck works, is it? 17. Nicole. I'm not sure how much time has passed since getting on the boat. This room has no windows, so the only way to judge time is how many times the man comes into my room. Luckily, I've gotten quite good at blacking out. I mean, the past is easier to face than the present, and God knows I don't want to think about the future. The door opens, and the man enters. Before he takes one step, I go numb. Age 25. The clubhouse was packed, but that always happened when they had church. I tried to hang outside the meeting room to see if I could hear anything useful for Agent Hill. When Sissy, one of the club whores, came looking for me, I acted like I was waiting to see the prospect. She rolled her eyes but didn't question me. Sissy was one of the girls who went back and forth on being a bitch. Some days I could handle her, other days it was a struggle not to punch her. Olivia showed up wearing clothes that made her look 12. She was clearly not here to find a man. When I asked her, she looked like a deer in headlights. I'm just here because I need extra money for school.
What are you going for?
Accounting? I raised an eyebrow. How in the hell did you hear about this job? Oh, a friend told me about it. She wouldn't look me in the eye, which meant she was lying. I didn't have time to dwell on it because church ended, and the guys came filing out. Bash found me, pulling me aside.
Saint said you're free to hook up with the prospect.
Thanks? I'd barely made it back to the bar when Grizzly walked up, leaning over the bar to get my attention. I tried not to gag when I caught a whiff of him. Dude was trying to cover a lot of body odor with cheap cologne. Not a good combo.
I talked to Saint. Well, kind of, anyway. I hear you're free to have some fun if you want. Maybe I can even tell you some more of my stories, since you seem to like the one from last night.
How long were you in Mississippi?
A while.
Got any more stories from there?
Yeah.
I forced a smile onto my face. Then I say we can definitely hang out. He leaned forward, kissing me. All I could do was hold on and try not to gag. The kiss was wet and sloppy, but when he pulled away, I swore he had fucking stars in his eyes.
I'll come find you later. Maybe we can go to your room to talk?
Sure. When I turned around, Olivia was watching with a mixed look of horror and interest on her face. I tried to act like I really liked him and said, "Isn't he hot? Way better than the dickhead I was dating before." A total lie, but she didn't know that. "I think I've seen him at another bar before." I nodded, wiping down the bar, but mostly trying to forget that awful kiss. "He's usually at a bar on the other side of town, but he's here tonight since the club had church." I hope I don't sound dumb, but why did they have church today? It's not Sunday. I laughed. Oh, God, you're cute. You know that, Olivia? It's not church. It's when the pres holds a meeting. All the club members have to come. She looked lost as hell. Again, I had to question how she ended up here. Even if a friend told her, they would have surely known about the lifestyle. "I'm gonna work the floor. You good over here?" "Yeah, I'm fine." I grabbed a tray and towel and sashayed to a table, where I got cat calls that left me smiling. As the night wore on, I could tell it was going to be one of those nights, especially after a fight broke out. And all fucking night, Grizzly tracked me with his gaze. At one point, I went behind the bar grabbing a bottle of tequila. Olivia looked a bit overwhelmed as she passed out drinks. I said, "Damn, the guys are ready to party tonight." She didn't answer, so I went to pass out drinks. I wasn't sure what happened, but a bit later there was a commotion from the bar. When I looked up, Saint was standing over Psycho, and Olivia looked scared to death. Bash rushed over and Saint said something to them. Then Bash led Olivia away. When they were gone, Saint called over some guys to carry Psycho off. I walked back to the bar and asked, "What happened?" Saint grabbed some ice for his hand and pushed past me. King walked by, shaking his head.
"That chick is gonna be more trouble than she's worth."
I didn't comment. Instead, I served guys drinks until 3 a.m. before calling it a night. But when I got to my door, Grizzly was waiting, more drunk than not.
"Mind if I crash with you?"
"I'm pretty tired, Grizzly." He held up his hand.
"I'll be a perfect gentleman."
Against my better judgment, I let him in. He chattered away, which came across as nervous. "I'm going to shower. I'll be right back." When I came from the bathroom, he was in my bed, snoring. He'd taken off all his clothes, too. Not the prettiest sight, but at least I didn't have to deal with him. I built a wall of pillows between us and slipped under the covers, falling asleep. The next morning, I woke up to morning wood poking my back. Grizzly must have knocked the pillows over in his sleep. I glanced down and immediately compared him to Hawk. Of course, he didn't compare. No one did. That was my freaking problem. Grizzly stirred, draping his arm over me. When his eyes opened, he looked shocked. "Shit," he said. "Did we, He points between us. "Don't you remember?" He shook his head, cheeks flushing. I decided to fuck with him. "We did, and you were so good." I moved my hand to his stomach, tracing a trail downward. "So good." He literally jumped from the bed, covering himself with his hand. "Fuck! Oh, fuck!" "Is there a problem?" I narrowed my eyes. "You aren't married, are you?" No." He was full of shit. I had to put him out of his misery, but this was too much fun. "Good, because last night you promised you'd do something for me." "I did?" "Yeah. You said you'd go down on me this morning." He looked at me, his debate on his face, and I felt guilty. "Never mind, Grizzly. I'm just fucking with you. I need to go to the main room and do inventory." "Wait, I'll do it." "Grizzly, you've clearly got things going on. Things I probably don't want to know about." He sat on the edge of the bed, making me glad I didn't have a white comforter like the one at Arizona's. "I'm married, but we're separated. Her idea. I'm not okay with it, but when I drink, I tend to do stupid things." His eyes widened. "Not that last night was stupid. I'd have to be blind to think that, and well, Jazz, you're one awesome chick. But I didn't mean for anything to happen." I reached over, touching his hand. "Grizzly, nothing happened. You were drunk and asked to crash with me. I said yes. While I was in the bathroom, you stripped and passed out in my bed." He exhaled. "You swear?"
Take this moment as a little gift. A few notes of music, a breath of peace, and the joy of continuing this story for free.
I do. I just couldn't help but give you a hard time. He let out a small laugh. Shit. Thank God. Easy, or you will hurt my feelings. But I was smiling. How many people saw us leave together? A few. Why? People are gonna say we fucked. He groaned. I don't want to get a rep for being pussy whipped either. So, let's make a deal. You can stay here with me as my friend. Out on the floor, we can kiss and let everyone think what they want. No one needs to know what goes on in here. It can be our secret. I wagged a finger at him. And if you still love your old lady, then you better be trying to get her back. You'd do that for me? Not for free. At his look, I went on. I still want to hear about your stories from other clubs. You got yourself a deal, Jazz. His cheeks flushed. Sure you don't want me to do anything else? As long as it's not sex, I don't think my old lady will count it as cheating. The crazy thing was, I actually considered it for a second. He wasn't that bad looking, and we could turn out the lights. I'm sure. But if I change my mind, I'll let you know. Now, I'm going to the main floor, but you stay here for as long as you need. He nodded, falling back against the mattress. I had inventory done in no time. When I got back to my room, Grizzly was gone, and my bed was made. Well, that was sweet of him. Word spread about me and Grizzly by the time I hit the floor to serve drinks that night. The prospect I got caught making out with put his hand over his heart. You wounded me, Jazz. I thought we had something special. Grizzly came up, kissing me in front of everyone. The guy's cat called us, and I laughed. He said to the prospect, She wants a real man. They started bantering, and I moved behind the bar. Everyone had drinks, so I pulled out my phone to see if I'd missed any messages from Agent Hill. When I turned, Olivia was walking in with Bash, and his arm was around her. He looked like he was in love, and it might be the cutest thing I'd ever seen in my life. Hey, you two. I didn't realize you were a thing. Okay, I was totally baiting them. Olivia stuttered. Oh, where? Bash cut her off. Just enjoying the newness of it, Jazz. Didn't think it'd matter to anyone. He knew good and well that wasn't true. There are a few women around here who might care, Bash. But good for you. You two suit each other. Someone called my name, so I grabbed a bottle of whiskey and headed toward them. As I made my way around the room, I got questions about Bash and Olivia. They fucking? I answered. I think it's more than that. Shit, someone else said. I know that look. He'll be pussy whipped before the end of the month. He was probably not wrong. Bash looked like he was already close to it. When I got to Grizzly, he said, I thought she was with Razor. Wouldn't be the first time they shared. He shook his head. These young ones. Back in my day, you'd just have a good old orgy. I laughed. Is that so? Big E, one of the guys at the table, said, If you two suggest an orgy, I'm out of here. I kissed Grizzly's cheek and said, Big E, I want this man all to myself. Big E groaned. Don't say shit like that, Jazz. He'll get a gigantic head. Grizzly preened, and I laughed, heading back to the bar. Might be good for him to get some more confidence. I passed Bash on the way. I said to Olivia, I just knew there was a reason you wanted a job here. How long have you and Bash been banging? Not very long. She was a horrible liar. Is he as amazing in bed as I think he'd be? Oh yeah, the best. I bit back a laugh. That part I didn't doubt. It was her lack of enthusiasm that I found hard to believe. I'd seen what Bash was working with. Dude was packing. I knew it! He doesn't ever mess around with anyone here, so having you around is definitely a first. Her face was red as she said, That's cool.
We'll have to gossip more later. I'm sure Karma is going to be spitting nails when she finds out. She's had her eyes on him for years. Karma? One of the club whores. Don't worry, Bash won't let her do anything to you. This poor girl looked like she was going to be sick, so I went on. I better get back out there. Holler if you need to step away from the bar. She was pulling her phone from her pocket before I even walked away. I didn't buy that she and Bash were fucking. Did he like her? Yeah. Was there more? That remained to be seen. But that wasn't my problem. Someone else called out my name, and I planted a smile on my face. It was going to be a long fucking night. The next few months flew by in a blur. In this time, I got to know Olivia better. She even moved into the clubhouse, but on the side where Saint and the club officers stayed. One thing was obvious. This chick was hiding something big, and it wasn't the fact that she was fucking both Razor and Bash. The more time passed, the more I wondered if she was working with Agent Hill. He definitely had someone else on the inside. The last church the club had proved it. And the way Liv looked afterward, well, let's just say if Saint and the club officers were paying attention, they'd be suspicious too. I asked Agent Hill point blank if she was working with him. He told me to do my job and to not worry about others. Grizzly and I continued our pretend relationship, and he told me about his time in Mississippi. He didn't tell me any more stories about Hawk, and I didn't ask. I mean, maybe it was time for me to move on. At least that's what I told myself when the loneliness became too much to bear. One day, Grizzly came into my room, a frown on his face. I'm leaving. I put down my phone. When are you coming back? Not sure that I am. My old lady got a job in Oklahoma. I think I'm gonna move with her, and we're gonna give this another shot. This actually saddened me. Surprisingly, I'd enjoyed his company. When he wasn't trying to get in my pants, he was actually funny and told great stories. I managed to smile. I'm happy for you. He crossed the room, hugging me. Why does this feel like I'm breaking up with you? I was just wondering the same thing. Clearing my throat, I said, Grizz, I really am happy for you. I know you've wanted this for a long time. You could come with us if you wanted. I snorted. And be like Liv, Bash, and Razor? I doubt that kind of thing works for most people. Yeah, you're probably right. It's a thought, though. You, me, my old lady. I'd seen photos of the Mrs. Grizzly. She was cute, but I knew that she'd cut me before sharing her husband with me. Grizz, it's okay. I'll be fine. You sure? He hedged. I'd hate for you to get caught up in the shit that's happening around here. Word around the bush is the feds are watching the club, and that they have spies embedded in the club. Sounds like a TV show, I joked. I'm serious. You can leave with me, and no one will ever... Ever what? Blood roared in my ears. Ever know. He went on. I get it, why you're helping them. But if I were you, I'd get out before they find out. How did you know? I know people. He brushed his lips over my forehead. I mean it. Come with me. I can't. Figured as much. Is it Saint? Is he the reason you won't leave? I shook my head. I'm trying to find a friend. He's a member. Or used to be. You got a name? Hawk. His eyebrow lifted. So, that's why you wanted to hear those stories. Well, Jazz, I can't tell you where he is, but I know someone who might know. If you stick around, go to the rally. Have Tiny introduce you to the prez of the Mississippi chapter. If anyone knows where Hawk is, it's him. My eyes watered. Grizzly, thank you. Don't thank me. You're playing a dangerous game if you stay. If you find Hawk, well, that's an even more dangerous game. Why do you say that?
Let me ask you something. When was the last time you saw him? I said. 6 years ago? That's a long time. Long enough that you may not recognize the man that you find. I've seen him a few times over the last 3 years. Each time, he's different. There's this cloud of darkness that hangs around him, and I'd hate to see you get mixed up with it. That doesn't sound like the Hawk that I know. He cupped my cheek. Just be careful, Jazz. Once you open that door, there's no turning back. And the Hawk I know will eat you up and spit you out without a second thought. He left me standing there in shock and disbelief. Reaching for my phone, I sent Agent Hill a text. Me. I think my cover is compromised. One of the guys said he knew I was working with the feds. Freddy boy. Name? Me. He goes by Grizzly. Freddy boy. I'm sure it's nothing, but I'll look into it. Anything new to report? Me. The rally is next week. Freddy boy. Keep me informed. I dropped my phone on my bed. I was getting so tired of lying to everyone. About who I was, about my mom, about Hawk. All of it. Maybe I should just leave. Not necessarily to Oklahoma, but just somewhere new where no one knew who I was. Of course, that brought up the problem of my record and past. Me. Once this is over, can you help me start over somewhere else? Freddy boy. That was the agreement. Me. Good. Surely at the rally I'd hear something that would be big enough to give Agent Hill what he was looking for. And then I could start over. Present day. When I blink, I'm alone. My body aches, so I curl into a ball. Every fucking muscle hurts, and I'm not sure how much more of this I can take.
18. Hawk. My fist makes contact with the drywall. Bits and pieces, flying everywhere. Saint, who's in the doorway, sighs. We knew it was a long shot. If I'd gotten there one day sooner. Don't do this to yourself, Hawk. You're doing everything in your power to get them back. King hobbles into the room, tossing me an ice pack. Did you ask him? Ask me what? Saint glares at King before saying to me, King's going to step down as my VP. I'm hoping you'll take the job. Put some roots down. Saint, I can't do that. Not until... He holds up his hand. No rush on giving me an answer. It's just a thought. He leaves, and King sits in the chair next to the boxing mat. Why are you stepping down? He points to his leg. It's not the same. Plus, I kind of like the idea of staying home with Liv and the babies. My eyebrows lift. Babies? Fuck, I wasn't supposed to let that slip. He grins. We found out Liv's carrying twins. Definitely putting a rush on the wedding, since Liv wants to make sure she can fit into her dress. This isn't what I want to hear right now. While I'm happy for my friends, every fucking thing reminds me of Jazz. He must know where my mind's gone, because he asks, and he leads. Ice is still undercover. Last I heard, he was headed to London. London? The surprise is apparent in his voice. Guess traffickers can sell people in a lot of places. Even saying the words kills me, and I can't help but think of the place we ended up in last week in Brazil. The room, if it can even be called that, was filled with women. Some beaten, some were drugged, all kidnapped. And, to my dismay, none of them were Jazz. We've been to more places like that than I can count. So many missing women. I'm starting to fear I won't be able to find Jazz. King stands. Hawk, I feel your pain. Wish there was something I could do to help. But there's nothing he can do. I'm the one who fucked this up. I spend the rest of the evening beating the shit out of a punching bag. My knuckles bleed and tear, but I don't stop. I have to be strong for Jazz. My phone rings and I answer it. Ice, what is it? There's static before he answers.
There's chatter about an upcoming auction. Americans were touted as the main event, as well as a virgin. Ages match. I think this is it, man.
One of the kidnapped women, Allison, is a virgin. As fucked up as it is, it's been one of the things we've been searching for. When she hits the selling block, she's going for top dollar unless we can stop it. When?
Unsure. There's conflicting information. I'm working on getting an invitation.
He pauses.
How are you holding up?
Not well. You sure you don't need me? He snorts.
I'm sure.
The last time I was with him, I killed someone before we got information, so it's probably for the best that I'm not there. I just feel so helpless, sitting here in Georgia.
I've got to go, Huck.
The line goes dead, and I seek out Titan. He's at a table in the main room, sitting away from the others. He's been different since we got here, more serious. I say, Ice says there's an auction soon. We know something was bound to pop up. Any idea where? Not yet. You still good being here? He sighs. For the last time. Stop asking me that. I'm here because I want to be, Hawk. This isn't over until we get the three of them back. What if we don't? The words feel bitter on my tongue as I say them. But someone has to fucking say it. No. No what? You don't get to give up on them. On her. She's out there, Hawk. And it's up to you to get her back. Yeah. She may not forgive you, but she'll be alive. Tears fill my eyes, and I blink them away. You're right. I can't say that I know entirely how you feel. You love her, so this is different for you. But I know what it's like to give up on someone. The pain in his voice assures me that this is no lie. No one is giving up. Not this time. Now let's go grab some grub. So, I do what I've done since I lost Jazz. I act like everything's okay. The next day, Saint finds me outside. Come on, I want to show you something. I bite back a sigh as I follow him to his car. Saint's always liked flashy vehicles, and his Rolls-Royce is no exception. Where are we going? You'll see. We're silent as we drive across town. I'm surprised when we pull up to a storage facility. Agent Hill stands in front of one of the units and opens the door when we approach. What is this? They step aside. So I enter the unit first. The air leaves my lungs in a whoosh. These are Jazz's things. Why did you bring me here? Saint answers. We're moving her things back to the clubhouse. Why? Because I want her room to be ready when you and your guys find her. That's how much faith I have in you. I know what he's trying to do, but I snort. Saint, this is bullshit. Leave her shit here. I start to leave. But Agent Hill holds out his hand, stopping me. Before you go, you need to see what we found. I think it will help. Help what? Find her? Save her? Nothing is going to help, Fred. Agent Hill answers. It will help. And we will find all of them. He says it like a prayer. Hell, maybe it is a prayer to him. His only child is missing. And her odds of survival aren't looking good at this point. We all know it. Saint points to a box that's open. There! Biting back a curse, I look in the box. On the top is a shoebox, decorated with magazine clippings, buttons, and dried flowers. I remember this box. Jazz had it when she lived in my house as a foster kid. She hid it under her bed, trying to ensure no one would mess with it. I once asked her what it was, and she said it held her treasures. Things that only she found important. My damn hand shakes as I lift the lid. The first thing I see is a photo of Jazz and a woman who has to be her mother. Jazz is the spitting image of her now. They're both smiling and happy, something I never knew as a kid, and neither did she after her mom passed. The next item is a newspaper clipping from the accident that killed her mother. Below that is the obituary. It's simple, only 3 lines. My finger runs over the faded words. Next is a journal. I definitely remember seeing Jazz with this. When I open it, I'm surprised to see my name scribbled over and over. The next page is her first name and my last name, Nicole Watson, over and over. Fuck. She's loved me as long as I've loved her. I flip to the last page where a photo of the 2 of us falls out. She cut it into the shape of a heart, making me smile. The journal entry proclaims that tomorrow is my 18th birthday and that she can't wait to give me my gift. Guilt makes my stomach hurt. She never got the chance to give the gift to me because I left right after I dropped her off at school that day. The last item is a small box wrapped in newspaper. My name is scrawled on the top. She kept this? After all this time, turning away from Saint and Agent Hill's prying eyes, I tear the paper off and open the box. A small hawk, made of stone hanging from a leather chain, sits on a bed of cotton. No, not just any hawk, a ghost hawk. I touch it, and my damn eyes fill with tears. Fuck. She saw me back then, even when I didn't see myself. Curling my fist around the necklace, I turn to Saint and Agent Hill. Thank you. Saint dips his head. Now let's see if Ice found anything. I nod. Everything feels different now. Where things seemed dark, they now seem bright. I'm going to get Jazz back, and when I do, I'm never going to let her go again.
19. Nicole. I'm dragged into a dark room and tossed onto the floor. I bite back a manic laugh. I may have signed my death warrant tonight, but I bet the fucker thinks twice before shoving his cock into someone's mouth. Blood still tinges my lips, but it was so worth it. The next time you try something like that, I'll repay the favor. The door slams shut, and I sag in relief. Hello? A voice says. Is anyone there? I jump, but answer. I'm here. Are you one of the girls I was kidnapped with? I think so. There's a sniffle. My name's Allison. Allison. My name is Nicole. Are you okay? I blink back the tears that fill my eyes. When was the last time I used my real name without thinking? I can't remember. I'm chained to the wall. Using my hands to search, I crawl on the floor until I touch something. Allison yelps. Sorry, it's me. My hand touches the cold metal cuff around her wrist, and I follow it all the way to the wall, where I give it a good yank. I've tried that every day, until the pain became too much. She sighs. At least they haven't hit me anymore. Have they touched you in any other way? No. One of them came in on the first day. I thought... Her voice breaks. Another man came in and said I was not to be touched. What about you? I decide to be honest. I haven't been as lucky. Her breath catches. Nicole! It's okay. Is there anyone else in here? No. But I think there's another woman across the hallway. I've heard her crying after they leave her room. I think she might have been the other woman with us. I think you're right. Why did they bring you in here? That makes me smile. Let's just say that the man with the gold tooth will think twice before he shoves his cock in someone's mouth. Allison snorts. Good for you. We sit in silence, the boat
rocking back and forth. It reminds me of the first few days when my stomach was full of cum and nothing else. The rocking would make me vomit. Just thinking about it makes me feel queasy. "Can I ask you something?" I reply. "Sure." "What do you think's gonna happen to us?" "I think they're going to sell us." "That's what I'm afraid of. My father works for the FBI. It's dumb, but I keep praying that somehow he can save me. Us." I think back to my mom and how she used to carry around a rosary. It's weird. I haven't thought of her in a long time. But now she's all I think about. Her and Hawk. It's not dumb to pray. It feels like it. I touch her hand. "Allison, we have to do whatever it takes to get out of this." She doesn't answer, and I don't press her. When the door opens later, a new man enters. He goes to Allison first, looking her over. Then he comes to me. "I'm going to say this once. One of you is going to give me pleasure. I don't care which of you it is." He grips my chin. "But if either of you tries anything funny, you're both dead. But not before I make you suffer." Allison whimpers when he runs his hand up her leg. "I'll do it," I say. "Just leave her alone." "I thought we'd be able to come to an understanding. Now get over here and make me feel good." That's how the next few days go. A random guy we've never seen before enters, threatens us. I suck him off, or let him fuck me. Allison cries. We eat our one meal a day. We sleep when we can. The latest man has just left, and I crawl back to Allison. "Nicole, are you okay?" She asks this every time. We both know I'm not okay. But I give her the same answer. I'm fine. It's hard to explain how I escape into my memories, how I feel closer to Hawk in those moments. It's probably another sign of how fucked up I am. But when I black out, I'm allowing myself to have hope. Hope for what, I'm still not sure. "I want my dad." I pull her into my embrace. "He's going to find us. I know it." I believe it, too. Agent Hill doesn't give up on the people he cares about. "He used to talk about you, you know." This surprises me. I had no idea. He doesn't talk about his work much, but he'd mention you now and again. I asked him once about you, and he said you were special. She pauses. "I had an older sister who died of an overdose. I think you remind him of her. You're the same age as she would have been, and you both have dark hair." Now I'm the one sniffling. Agent Hill never said anything about losing a daughter, but it makes sense. The way he'd talk to me is exactly how a father would speak to a child. I used to get so annoyed with him. I never stopped and asked him why. "We're gonna get out of this," I say. "I hope," she whispers. "And I hope too." 20. Nicole. No one came last night or this morning, and that scares me. I think something's about to happen, I tell Allison. Me too. Our speculation is short-lived when loud footsteps approach. Our door is opened, and the light turns on.
My eyes sting as I try to adjust to the sudden brightness. Why were they turned on? Allison stares back at me, fear etched on her dirty face. The wrist that is chained to the wall is caked in dry blood, making me wonder if that's where the smell's been coming from. Of course, the smell could be coming from me, too. Before I can say anything, 2 men I've never seen before enter the room. They're dressed in black jumpsuits and look meaner than shit. Come! My knees quake, but I stand. One man goes to Allison, unchaining her from the wall. She whimpers, her hand finding mine once it's freed. Where are you taking us? I'm surprised when he doesn't hit me. He doesn't answer me either, which probably isn't good. We're led into the narrow hallway. The door on the other side opens, and the man I bit steps out, pulling Liv's friend Lucy. She's looking at her feet and falls into line behind the man with the gold tooth. Fuck. It's like she's already given up. Where are you taking us? I ask again. This time I do get hit, blood filling my mouth. My lip stings, and when I touch it, I know it's split. Quiet! We're led up a stairway to the top deck of the boat, where I see the night sky for the first time in longer than I can remember. The air is humid, making my dirty clothes stick to my skin. But I don't care. Inhaling, I fill my lungs with fresh air. I'm shoved and told to move, following the man off the boat. Worry creeps up my spine. Why are we getting off the boat now? What's changed? We're ushered into the back of an old van with tinted windows. It's not the same style of vehicle found in the United States. Where are we? The men don't follow us either. I realize belatedly that we're in some sort of cage. Where do you think they're taking us? Allison whispers. I'm not sure. We drive for what feels like hours, taking turn after turn until I feel sick. Allison holds on to me the whole time, but Lucy curls up in a ball away from us. Lucy, I whisper. Are you okay? What do you think? I'm glad she answers. That means she hasn't given up yet. At least, that's what I'm counting on. I think you've been through a lot, but I also think we're going to find a way out of this. She grunts. Sure. Lucy, just stop. I died the day he took me. I reckon it's the same for the 2 of you. She turns from us and doesn't answer when I call her name again. There's a part of me that fears she's right. What if we don't get out of this? What then? We finally stop driving as the sun sets. The air gets chilly, making me wonder if we're in the desert. The doors open, and 2 men usher us out. Sure enough, there's sand everywhere. Where are we? The man backhands me. Women are to be silent. My cheek stings, and I choose not to ask any more questions. His accent is thick, so English isn't his first language. I think back to the men who took us. They were Russians, but we're clearly not in Russia. But are we close? The weather is cool, which means we're at a higher altitude, but it was hot earlier. My head aches as I try to figure this out. We're led into a house made of white stucco that's crumbling when you take a closer look. Inside, the floor is tiled and plain. We pass a great room that's empty, except for a large meeting table. No kitchen. The hallway we're walking down is dark. Each door we pass is closed, and not a sound from within emerges. Until we get to the end of the hallway. A woman wails, a sound
I know can only be brought on by pain. In! He opens the last door. Inside, there are several women of different races and nationalities. Some are naked. Some aren't. All look terrified. We're shoved in, and the door closes, locking loudly behind us. Whatever this is, it's not good. 21. Nicole. The door opens, and our meal for the day is thrown in. I scamper, getting enough pieces for Lucy, Allison, and myself. I learned really fast that some of these women won't share, and that if we don't fight for our food, we will starve. I hand Lucy and Allison their pieces and take a bite of mine. It's hard, and mold coats pieces of the outside. I don't even notice. It's fuel for my body, I tell myself. It's been about a week since we were locked in here, with all these women. There haven't been any more rapes, but I've come to find out that's because something worse is in our future. An auction. One woman who speaks English cried as she told us how she was kidnapped in Canada, where she was visiting a man she met online. She did not know if the man was real or not because someone grabbed her at the bus station. She also told us she thinks we're in the Middle East somewhere, based on something she heard when she was brought in. Her captor mentioned the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is on the Red Sea. Of course, this knowledge doesn't narrow down the places we can be. I do know one thing. We have to get out of here before the auction. The only thing is, I'm so damn tired that I'm not sure I'll be able to fight. After we eat, Allison, Lucy, and I curl up together for warmth. Allison is losing hope too. I can see it. I've stopped dreaming about Hawk. I whisper to Allison. The words leave my mouth before I can stop them. I think I've stopped dreaming about him because I'm accepting what's going to happen to me. She turns to me. Nicole, it's okay. I just hope wherever I go, I die fast. Maybe I'll get lucky and there will be a mirror or something I can use to slash my wrists. Lucy makes a sound that almost sounds like a snort. You think they're dumb enough to leave something around for us to kill ourselves? I have to try. Don't you think I tried on the boat? This is the most she's spoken in days. I know you did, Lucy. But I think we're running out of time. Maybe if we all work together, we can find a way out of this. And what? Go back to our old lives? She holds up her hand. Her pinky finger is missing. Have to deal with people asking me for the rest of my life what happened? I think not. You'd rather be sold. I'd rather die. Good. We're in agreement then. If we can't get out of here, then we find a way to die. Allison looks at us, horror filling her blue eyes. You can't be serious. Allison, you said it yourself. You're a virgin. They're planning on selling you to the highest bidder. This isn't like Taken, where your dad is going to save you. You have to save yourself. Her eyes brim with tears. He won't let me down. God, I wish I could have that blind, naive faith that she has. It would make this all bearable. Lucy says, everyone lets you down in the end. Your dad will be no different. The door opens, and Lucy goes limp, acting like she's asleep. Two men walk around pointing and murmuring to each other. When they get to us, they stop. Then they point at me and Lucy. No, we can't leave Allison. The man smirks at me before moving on to the next group of women. Allison reaches out, grabbing onto my hand. She holds on so tight that I'm afraid she's going to break something. The men leave, and a woman next to us whimpers. It's tonight. They said the auction is tonight. I ask her, why were they pointing? The ones they pointed at are going to be sold first. She sobs. This can't be happening. Allison buries her face in her hands, sobbing. When I look at Lucy, I see something unexpected. I see fire in her eyes. I say, we'll figure this out, or die trying. Or die trying, Lucy agrees. I close my eyes. I have to save Allison and Lucy tonight, no matter what. Inhaling, I open my eyes and start plotting with my friends. Tonight, we escape or die. There's no other option.
22. Hawk. I get off the phone with Ice, my heart pounding. It's tonight. Titan jumps to his feet. Where? Sudan. Will we make it in time? Just barely. He grabs his bag and tosses me mine. Let's get your girl, Hawk. For the first time in months, I feel a flicker of hope.
23. Nicole. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Several men entered the room about an hour ago, grabbing women. None of them have returned. Now, 3 men stand in front of me and my friends. Come! Where are we going? I'm expected to be hit. Instead, he says, shower. Bits and pieces of my life flash by in a kaleidoscope of memories as I follow him from the room. My mom, her death, meeting Hawk, losing him, the Devil's Regents, Liv, Agent Hill taking me to the bus station with my new ID and some cash, getting onto the bus and wondering if I was making a terrible mistake, finding Hawk again, loving Hawk. My eyes water. I need a plan. But my resolve falls away as they force us to strip and enter a large shower together. The water is hot, and now I cry for another reason. I can't remember the last time I got to wash my body and hair. By the time I'm finished, I feel better. And when I see my tattoo in the mirror, something clicks. I'm a devil's girl. I can do this. I can save myself and my friends. We're taken to a room where we're told to dress in silk robes. When we're alone, I turn to my friends. We have to make a run for it. Allison looks terrified, but Lucy nods. It's now or never. When we get out, we have to find the U.S. Embassy. Assume anyone you meet is in on it too. Lucy smiles wryly. Good thing we'll be together then. Allison's voice is low when she asks, how will we know when it's time? I don't know. We'll just know. She gives me a dubious look, but it's all I have to go on. Like, there will be a moment, and we'll know it's time. 2 men enter and motion us to follow. We're led outside. It's dark, and the air is humid, like it might rain. There's a van waiting. When we get in it, it's not a cage like the last one, but there's a man with a rifle sitting by the door. As we drive, I realize it's just a regular van. I pray to God that this is going to work. I get Lucy and Allison's attention and do something I haven't done since I was a kid. I talk to them in Pig Latin. After we realized we were going to be sold tonight, we started forming a plan. We knew we couldn't talk in English, but none of us knew another language that all 3 of us knew. And then I mentioned how I used to talk in Pig Latin to Hawk. Both Allison and Lucy knew how to speak it too. So here we go.
Iste anve, ca ot ne accurse. This van is not secure. Our captor looks at me like I've lost my mind. Lucy answers, I think they iwe uche rabge is he ungay henwe iwe topsay. I think we should grab his gun when we stop. Allison's eyes are wide. C.A. Hatte udgay dia. Is that a good idea? I answer. T.A. I may eBay away ast lay ants che. It might be our last chance. Shut up, all of you! The man with the gun yells. Whoever is driving asks something, and he answers, jabbing his thumb at us. The van is slowing as it takes a corner, and I know this is the moment. Now! Lucy lunges for the man with the gun, while I reach for the door. It opens, and I reach for Allison. She grabs my hand as we dive from the van. I take the brunt of the fall, and we both scramble to our feet. Did Lucy get out? I don't know. I didn't see. A door opens from a nearby house, and a man steps out, looking at us in disgust. I realize belatedly that my robe came untied. Come on, we need to get out of here. What about Lucy? She'll show up. She has to. I tie my robe as we run down winding streets. Every sound puts us on alert. Somewhere, men shout, and a dog barks. There's a large cart ahead, and we dive behind it, hiding. Nicole, what do we do now? Tears brim in Allison's eyes, and I remember how young she is. I don't want to tell her that this is the part of the plan I don't have nailed out. Sure, we're trying to get to the embassy, but that could take days, depending on where we are. And it's not like we can go door to door asking for help, or even to use a phone. There's yelling, and then Lucy rushes past us. Lucy! She turns, running to where we are. I got his gun, but they were stopping by the time I got out. I killed one of them. You did what you had to do. I know that, but we're in a country that might not feel the same way. We need to get out of here, now. I saw a sign that said the airport is 10 miles out. 10 miles, in the dark, with no shoes. She must think the same because she says, it's our best chance. Plus, we have protection. How many bullets are left? Just one. But it might be the difference between life and death. I don't know what to do. If we stay here, we're sitting ducks. If we go to the road and head toward the airport, we might walk into something worse. What if the men twist what happened with us? What then? Lucy touches my arm. Nick, we have to try. Inhaling, I nod. Let's go. We need to stay low, and if a vehicle comes, we have to get off the roads. Lucy leads the way, with Allison in the middle. I think she's gone into shock. Her eyes are wide and unfocused, but she's not screaming. For that, I'm thankful. As we walk, I keep glancing over my shoulder, making sure no one is following. I think I see a woman peering out her window, but she's gone a moment later. We leave the small town behind and travel on the main road. In the distance, there are lights that look like spotlights. Lucy whispers, I think that's a checkpoint. Any idea how we're supposed to get around it? She swallows. I'll tell them I'm lost. While I do that, the two of you make a run for it. Lucy, no! I have nothing to go back to, Nick. You have Hawk. Allison has her father. Me, I don't have anything except a broken life. She squares her shoulders. This is where Lucy Jackson's story ends, and I'm okay with it. I want to beg her to change her mind, but I can tell by the look in her eyes that this is what she wants. Thank you. She hands me the gun. Don't thank me yet. We're not sure it's going to work. As we get closer, my anxiety rises. What if this doesn't work? What will happen to us? And what's going to happen to Lucy? Will they try to help her? Or will she end up right where she started? We're so close now that I can hear voices. I turn to Lucy,
when Allison lets out a scream. "What are you doing?" She screams again and then says, "Run! Both of you run! Tell my dad I love him!" Someone yells something and a vehicle starts. Allison gives us one last look before running onto the road, screaming again. "Fuck! Come on, Lucy!" Lucy and I rush in the shadows past the checkpoint. To my dismay, the plan worked, and they are distracted by Allison. We keep running until we're out of breath. When we look behind us, we can't see anything. "Why did she do that?" Lucy's voice cracked. "I was ready to die." "I don't know, Lucy, but we have to keep going." My feet ache, and I know if I were to look, they would be caked in blood. If I stop now, there's a chance I won't want to go on either. Hand in hand, we creep down the road. It's pitch black out, but we have to get to the airport before daybreak. Otherwise, we won't have anywhere to hide. My entire body hurts, and I'm about ready to tell Lucy that we need to stop when a building appears in the distance. Is that the... I think it is. Tears stream down my cheeks as we head toward the airport. But as we get closer, we see men with guns. Lucy says, "I still feel the same way as I did before. I want you to go, Nicole. I'll distract them. I can't let you do that. You can't stop me either." She takes off running, waving her hands in the air, yelling for help. I don't know where she found the strength, but I know one thing. I can't let this moment be in vain. I run toward the airport. I'm so close that I can see the front doors. A man points at me, and I think I hear my name on the wind, but I don't stop. I can't. I run right into the airport, right into the hard chest of a man. When I look up, I think I've surely died, because the man staring down at me is Hawk. That's when everything goes dark. 24. Nicole. Everything hurts. I moan, trying to get comfortable. And then I remember I've been kidnapped. Gasping, I sit. I'm in a room. In a fucking bed. It's dark outside, but I can see the outline of a person sitting next to the bed. "Nick." I blink twice. "Hawk?" The lamp next to the bed turns on, and I bite back a sob. "How did you?" My voice breaks as I cry. He moves toward me in the way one would approach a wounded animal, carefully pulling me into his arms. "It's okay, sweetheart. I've got you." "I lost them," I sob. "Allison used herself as bait at the checkpoint, and Lucy made a distraction so I could get to the airport. They're dead because of me." He holds me, whispering words that don't meet my ears. Not until he says, "Nick, they're not dead." I look up. "What?" "Titan found Lucy. She's been injured, and he's with her in the hospital." "And Allison?" "ICE is looking for her, but we know she's not dead." But she's not free either. I sob. "How did you know where I was?" "I never stopped looking, Nicole." He cups my chin. "The moment I sent you away, I knew I'd made a mistake. I'm so fucking sorry, and I hope that you can forgive me." I hold on to him. "I forgive you." When he cries, I know I'm not the only one who's suffered.
Hawk, I forgive you. I never knew that 3 words could change my fucking life. Tears stream down my face as a weight feels like it's been lifted from my shoulders. Nick holds on to me as I cry. When her lips brush across mine, I kiss her back. I love you so much, Nicole. So fucking much. She laughs and says, "It would take me getting kidnapped for us to finally admit the truth to each other. Does that mean you love me too?" "I never stopped you, idiot." I kiss her. Me either. We sit there in the tiny hotel room, just holding on to each other. Finally, she asks, "What do we do now?" "We can either wait for Lucy to be released from the hospital, or we can go home now."
"And where is home? Hadesburg?"
"Savannah." Her eyebrows lift.
"I guess I've missed a lot. How long have I been gone?"
"Almost 6 months." She stills.
6 months?
I nod.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Sometimes it felt longer. Sometimes it felt like I had just been taken yesterday.
"Do you want to talk about it?" There's a haunted look in her eyes, one that wasn't there before. She shakes her head.
Maybe one day. Right now, I just want to be here with you, knowing that I'm safe.
She pauses.
Do you think Ice will find Allison?
"If anyone can find her, it's him."
Good.
I pull her closer. "Let's get some rest, sweetheart." She snuggles against me, and I cover both of us with a blanket. But sleep won't come. What I don't tell her is I almost lost her. That the men who were chasing her into the airport were trying to grab her. They were the same men who had Lucy. Luckily, Titan was able to get her from them. I pray Ice will have the same luck with Allison. My phone rings, and I reach for it. Saint. "Any news?" Me. "I have Nick, and Titan is with Lucy." Saint. "Allison?" Me. "Still missing." Saint. "Lives in labor right now." Me. "Congrats, brother." Saint. "Swear to God, this is aging me. Every time she moans, it just cuts right through my soul." Me. "Better get off your phone and be with her then." Saint. "When are you coming home?" Me. "Soon. I'll text when I have info." Saint. "I'm happy for you, Hawk." I smile as I put my phone on the nightstand.
Who was that?
Saint. He said lives in labor.
It's crazy to think she's having the baby right now.
Babies. I correct. And time flies.
Babies? Damn. She always did like to do things in a big way.
Think you want kids? The question leaves my mouth before I can stop it. She smiles up at me.
Only if I have them with you.
Really?
Really.
She pauses.
When you left me 6 years ago, I hoped for a while that I was pregnant. If I couldn't have you, then at least I'd have a piece of you. Maybe once we get home, we can start working on it.
That sounds like a fucking brilliant plan.
Besides, Liv's kids are going to need someone to play with.
I laugh. Damn right. She snuggles up next to me, closing her eyes. This time, I fall asleep too.
25. Nicole. The next morning, I wake up with Hawk wrapped around me, and I watch him while he sleeps. He's lost weight since I've seen him last, and his body is harder, more lethal. I run my hand down his chest, under his shirt, and he's still hot as hell. "Better be careful with that game, sweetheart," he says without opening his eyes. "A man can only take so much." He shifts, and his erection presses against me through his pants. "Hawk, I need this," I whisper. "I need you to help me erase the terrible memories." "Only if you're sure." "I'm positive." "Let's go to the shower." "Oh, God, do I smell?" He chuckles. "No. But what better way to get a clean start than in the shower?" I mean, he has a point. He stands and scoops me into his arms, carrying me to the bathroom. It's on the smaller side, but the walk-in shower is perfect for 2 people. I realize I'm not wearing the robe anymore, but one of Hawk's shirts.
His gaze is scorching as I pull it over my head, tossing it to the floor. I step into the shower under the spray. He watches me for a moment before undressing. When he joins me, I notice two things. One, he's wearing the necklace I bought for him years ago, the one I never had a chance to give him. Two, my name is tattooed over his heart. I touch the necklace. Where did you get this?
It was in the storage unit with your things.
I smile. I'm glad you found it. He takes the soap, lathering my hair. His fingers feel good as they massage my scalp.
It gave me hope. I was losing faith that I'd find you. When Saint and Fred showed me the box, I knew I couldn't give up on you, because you'd never given up on me.
He brushes a light kiss over my lips before rinsing my hair. And the tattoo? He smiles as he washes my body, starting with my arms. I laugh when he tickles my ribs.
I think we both know you've had my heart since we met. Figured it only made sense to put your name there.
I moan when he washes my breasts. He moves lower, and heat pools between my legs.
I have to ask, did they hurt you?
My eyes open. It doesn't matter.
It does.
I nod once.
It's something that has changed me forever. I know I'll need to talk to someone about it sooner or later.
But for now, I just need Hawk. He lowers to his knees, planting a kiss on my hip.
I'll pay one day.
It seems unlikely, but if saying that makes him feel better, then who am I to object? Steam swirls around us, and he kisses a trail to my stomach and lower. I lean against the tiled wall, spreading my legs to give him better access. He has other ideas, though, and lifts one of my legs over his shoulder. I'm slightly embarrassed because I haven't been able to maintain myself in that area. But all embarrassment goes away when he leans in, inhaling deeply.
Fuck. I've missed your scent.
I ought to be blushing, but I'll be damned if it doesn't make my pussy flood with desire. He leans forward, kissing his way right to my clit. He kisses me like he's a man starved. And maybe he is. Maybe he missed me as much as I missed him. I moan when he slips a finger inside me. Hawk, I'm gonna come.
Then come for me, sweetheart.
I cry out his name as I shatter around his finger. It's the most intense thing I've felt in a long time. I love you, Hawk. He stands.
I love you, Nicole.
He kisses me slowly until I feel dizzy. When he lifts me, I wrap my legs around his waist and my arms around his neck. I'm reminded of the last time we had sex, but this time is different. This time, he enters me in a slow thrust. There won't be bruises this time, or words that will destroy me. I hold on to him tighter. I'm the one who needs him this time, and he knows it. We make love right there in the shower until I'm crying out his name. Aiden.
Fuck. Nicole.
We ride out our pleasure together as he throbs deep inside of me. My mouth binds his, and we kiss until we both stop shaking. When he pulls out, I don't have any fears that he's going to leave me. I smile up at him. Thank you. Shit. I should thank you for that. He kisses me. I love you, Nicole Lindbox. And I love you, Aiden Goshawk Watson. He grins. How do you feel about becoming Mrs. Watson? Are you proposing while we're naked in the shower? I guess I am. Then my answer is yes. Fuck. I love you. He carries me from the shower to the bed, where we make love again. This happens all day into the night. By dawn, I truly feel like I'm starting to heal. Sure, I still want to talk to someone when we get home. But right now I have the most important thing in the world. I have the one person I've ever loved. When we get up in the morning, Hawk checks his phone. What is it? It's Titan. They released Lucy from the hospital. She doesn't want to go home yet. What does that mean? He shows me the text and says, Titan will stay with her. He has a friend in Germany they can stay with until she's ready to come back. Part of me knows she's never going to come home. Part of me hopes she'll change her mind. She, too, is forever changed by what happened to us. I ask, how soon can we leave? Whenever you're ready. Saint pulled some strings, so we have a jet at our disposal. Then let's go home, Hawk. 3 hours later, we're in the jet heading back to Savannah, Georgia. The trip is going to take nearly a day, but I don't care. I'm free. I'm safe. I'm loved. And I'm finally going home. Epilogue. Nicole. When we land in Savannah, I sob. People look at me curiously as they walk past, but I don't care. Beyond the security gate, I see Liv standing next to Saint. She's crying, too, and I rush into her open arms. I'm so sorry, Jazz. I'm sorry, Liv. We both laugh, hugging each other tighter. If you hadn't met me, my father would have never hurt you. I shake my head. His actions are not your fault. I'm sorry Lucy didn't come back with me. She wasn't ready. I'm not sure if she'll ever be ready. Saint says, You did all that you could, Jazz. You saved her. He pulls me into a hug, kissing the top of my head. Missed you, kid. I missed you too, Saint. I shouldn't have sent you away. I'm sorry I did. Don't be. I found Hawk because of you. Don't say that too loud. Don't want my new VP to get a big head. I turn to Hawk. VP? Hawk grins. I didn't want to overwhelm you, but yeah. Where's King? Did something happen to him? Because the last time I saw him, he wasn't looking too good. Liv touches my arm. It's nothing like that. He just wants to spend more time with the babies. I'm so happy for you, Liv. Where are the bundles of joy? They're at the clubhouse waiting to meet you, of course. Hawk asks Saint. Speaking of the clubhouse, is Rooster going to be there? Saint's eyes light up. He'll be there. Liv gasps. Oh my God. You're getting married? Yeah. We've decided we've already spent too much time apart. She throws her arms around me again. I'm so happy for you, Jazz. I'm happy too. And I mean it. With time, the scars from what happened to me will fade, and I'll be left surrounded by the people who love me.
Hawk takes my hand into his as we walk outside. Something sticks to the bottom of my shoe, and I look. It's $100 bill. I know better than anyone that life isn't perfect, but I think my luck will be different now, with Hawk at my side. This concludes Her Outlaw by Sarah Bale, narrated by Reagan West and Gabrielle de Leon. Copyright 2021 by Sarah Bale. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sarah Bale, care of Stephanie Hansen, DBA, Metamorphosis Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.